Chapter 31. The Early Antigen as POV. Gina. The Alpha wants to speak to you. Achius waiting for you in the guest room. One of the guards informed me as I reclined on a sun lounger by the pool, sunbathing and swimming are my little luxuries. And since no one dares come here, I indulge in them fully. I was about to change my habits just because Maximus had the poor taste to choose that dullard as his Luna. I thought he had left. I replied lazily, adjusting my sunglasses. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Tell him I'll be there in 10 minutes. The guard gave a curt nod and left. I smirked to myself. I knew it. He couldn't resist me in the end. That pathetic excuse for a Luna could never give him what he truly needs. Sheer stiff, cold, and utterly dull. Pretending to be so proper docent turn your place in a man's bed. Especially a man like Maximus. Poor girl, I almost feel sorry for her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. How not in a million years. But then, a flicker of curiosity crossed my mind. Why send a guard to fetch me instead of mind, linking, and why the guest room of all places? Could it be one of his usual games? My smirk grew wider. Oh, how have you missed those games and him? If I play my cards right, it'll be the one by his side as the rightful Luna. And that social, climbing little nobody will be out in the cold where she belongs. I wrapped my pareo around me and headed toward the guest room, my revealing swimsuit barely concealed. I knew why he had called me, and I was ready to deliver my most seductive performance yet. Tonight, Maximus would remember why no one else could compare to me. I knocked on the door but was met with silence. Confused but undeterred, I decided to step inside. The room was dark, the heavy curtains drawn. I flipped on the lights, scanning the space, my excitement waning slightly when I saw no one. Maybe HES in the bathroom, I murmured to myself, running a hand through my hair. Or perhaps he was lying in wait, ready to surprise me once I stepped in. My pulse quickened at the thought, anticipation bubbling beneath my skin. But as the seconds passed, reality began to set in. There was no sound, no movement, no sign of Maximus. Maybe he hasn't arrived yet. I reasoned, unwilling to let my disappointment take hold. Letting my pareo fall to the floor, I draped myself across the plush bed, striking a pose that would leave him breathless the moment he walked in. The minutes dragged on in silence, each one chipping away at my confidence. 10 minutes passed. Still, no sign of him. The spark of excitement it felt earlier was now dimming, replaced by an uneasy feeling I couldn't quite place. Maybe this is just a joke the guards came up with to make fun of me. I muttered under my breath, my frustration rising. When I find that idiot, he'll pay for this insolence. Just as I was about to storm out of the room, footsteps echoed from the hallway, and my heart skipped a beat. A flicker of hope ignited within me. It was to scam after all he was finally here. He wanted to be with me. He couldn't stay away any longer. I straightened up, striking a sensual pose, and faced the door, anticipation building. Maybe he was just busy and running late, I whispered to myself, excitement rushing through me. I was ready to show him exactly why he'd been foolish to let me go. The door creaked open, and my breath hitched. Instead of Maximus, however, a stranger stepped into the room. My heart sank, but my mind scrambled to place him. He was of medium height with dark hair and piercing brown eyes. I didn't know him, but there was something familiar about his presence had I seen him before. He moved toward the bed, his gaze intense, making no attempt to hide the lust in his eyes. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as he took in the sight of me. He was handsome, dressed in black pants and a crisp white shirt. The kind of man who knew how to turn heads. "You're a very sexy woman," he said, with a cocky grin, his voice low and confident. I rolled my eyes, unimpressed. This isn't the first time I've heard that. I replied smoothly, my confidence unwavering. his gaze never leaving me. I bet it isn't. Beauty like yours deserves to be admired and recognized. Maximus was an idiot to let you go. His words hit harder than I expected. I was sure whether to feel flattered or enraged by his implication, but there was something about this encounter that felt different, like it was leading somewhere I was quite ready for. Thanks, I guess, I said coldly. But now you must go. I'm expecting someone, and he can't see you here with me. I'm sure you understand. Unfazed. Relax. Nothing's going to happen. How are you so sure? I raised an eyebrow. You don't know him. He can be very aggressive when he gets angry. His gaze darkened, and with a self-assured tone, he replied, because the man you're waiting for is no other than me. I blinked in shock. You have to be kidding me. How is this possible? He leaned back, giving me a knowing look. I was the one who sent the guard to tell you that I was waiting for you. But the guard was clear. I protested. He said the Alpha was waiting for me. The Alpha? Not you. He shrugged with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Maximus is not the only Alpha in the world. In case you didn't notice, I'm an Alpha too. I stared at him, disbelief still flooding my mind. Oh, so why did you invite me here? What do you want from me? He leaned forward, eyes gleaming with something dangerous. I want to make you a proposal. A very advantageous one. A proposal. My curiosity was piqued, but I wasn't ready to fall into whatever trap he was setting. What kind of proposal? I want you to help me separate Maximus from Adelina. His voice low and menacing. And eventually, I want you to help me destroy him. I narrowed my eyes. If I help you, what's in it for me? He laughed, a dark and sardonic sound that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It's obvious, isn't it? Maximus will be all yours. I couldn't suppress the flicker of interest at his words, but I pushed it aside. And what do you gain from this? Are you trying to take Maximus' place? He leaned back in the chair, his confidence unwavering. I will watch Maximus fall, and then he'll take his place. That's all I want, and he'll have it. If you help me. I considered his offer for a moment, but I wasn't one to jump into schemes without understanding the full picture. But if Maximus falls, I won't be able to be Luna. Then why help you? I don't care about Maximus. I was with him because I wanted to be Luna. A chious and arrogant, selfish, hollow-centric pig. I don't care about him. If the only thing you want is to be Luna, he said with a sly smile, then I'll make you my Luna. You're beautiful, sexy, and frankly, it'd be a fool if I didn't see that. My eyes narrowed. And who guarantees me that you'll actually make me Luna once you take Maximus' place? His gaze never wavered. I can make that promise right now. I'm already an Alpha. I raised an eyebrow. Which pack is yours? The Crescent Moon pack. His voice dripping with confidence. Crescent Moon. The name echoed in my mind. Crescent Moon pack. I've heard of it before. Isn't it the bitch's old pack? I blurted out in surprise. He glared at me, his expression turning colder, a menacing edge to his voice. Beautiful, but with a poor choice of words. He took a step closer, his presence heavy and intimidating. I quickly backpedaled. I meant, isn't it Adelina's old pack? I corrected myself. That's better. He replied with a tight smile. Yes, it is. The tension in the room thickened, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being swept into something far darker than I had imagined. And why do you want to separate them? Are you in love with her too? My voice dimmed with anger. I don't get it. What is it that everyone sees in her? Why does everyone get so excited? He shook his head, disgust evident on his face. No, how could I? I'm her brother. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Kishut's enthusiasm. I stared at him in disbelief. Her brother? That doesn't make any sense. If you're her brother, then why do you want to destroy her life? He clenched his jaw, his eyes cold, who said I want to destroy Adelina. I want to destroy Maximus and get her away from that monster. Why? My frustration rising. Next to Maximus, your sister will become the queen of all werewolves. He scoffed bitterly. Maximus would never be king as long as I'm alive. And besides, I know they're not a real couple. Despite their public display, I know what HES done to her. The rejection, the imprisonment, the abuse. The only thing I can't figure out is why he made her his Luna, and how he convinced her to go along with it. I can't help you with this. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice softening with regret. All I know is that one day, he came to me and told me he wanted to break things off with me so he could present Adelina as his Luna. And, as you can see, he eventually did. He leaned in, his voice lower now, more insistent. All I want from you is your help. You know Maximus better than anyone. You know his weaknesses, his secret. Help me, and you'll be paid as we agreed. Unless, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You change your mind and decide you want to take money instead of becoming my Luna. I can offer you a fortune. I raised an eyebrow, skeptical. How are you going to do that? Your pack is small. From what I know, you can't even afford my tastes. He chuckled darkly, his smile confident. All I can tell you right now is that I'm not alone. There are powerful people behind me, people who despise Maximus as much as I do. You'd only benefit if you agree to work with us. But if you betray us, the consequences for you will be unbearable. His stern tone sent a shiver down my spine. I knew he was lying. I see. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice steady despite the uncertainty swirling in my chest. So, with your answer, I thought for a moment, what did I really have to lose? My future was uncertain, and I felt more and more like a pawn in a game I didn't choose. But this was something different. The opportunity to take control, to be more than just a discarded lover. My answer is yes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice unwavering. I don't have anything to lose after all. A triumphant glint in his eyes. Good. Well, make sure you get everything you deserve. Chapter for Tito Gazer Revelation Adelina SPOV. I woke up today feeling completely drained, so I decided to stay in bed for the entire morning. Despite having a fantastic time yesterday, it left me feeling more exhausted than I expected. I still can't believe it. If someone had told me 2 months ago that I would spend an entire day picnicking, talking, and acting like a real couple with Maximus, I would have thought they were out of their mind or just messing with me. And yet, here I am, feeling happy and content the day with him. I couldn't be more confused. Has Maximus really fallen for me? Or is this just another one of his schemes to keep me around? And if it is some sort of plan, then why does he do it? I've already accepted the position of his Lou with everything that comes with it. If I were him, I would spend my free time doing whatever brings me joy, like indulging in my hobbies, not having a picnic with someone I used to reject. His behavior is so contradictory. It doesn't make any sense to me at all. The more I think about it, the more confused I get. Maybe it's best to just get up, get ready, and stop overthinking things. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I have brunch planned with Alex and Marissa today, and I definitely don't want to be late. I got up, heading straight to the bathroom for my usual routine. Half an hour later, I was dressed and ready to go downstairs for some coffee when I heard a knock on the door. Come in. I called out, waiting. The door opened, and Jake stepped inside. Good morning, sis. How was your night? Good morning. Jake, I didn't know you were still here. I thought you left with Dad. He shook his head. No, I had some matters to take care of before I leave. I also wanted to talk to you. I was looking for you all day yesterday, and no one seemed to know where you were. Where were you? Yesterday I was with Maximus. We had a picnic. I replied, trying to keep it casual. Jake's smile faltered, his eyes narrowing. Oh, how nice. What a lovely couple you to make. I'm so happy for you. His voice turned bitter. Your mate seems to be taking such good care of you, considering the fact that he rejected you and treated you like dirt at first. His words hit me harder than I expected. Shocked by the venom in his tone, Jake had always been so composed, so kind. This sudden outburst caught me completely off guard. What was happening to him? Why was he reacting this way? Trying to process what he had said. What? You know. My voice trembling slightly. Feeling embarrassed, I lowered my head in shame. Come on, Adelina. Why are you hiding from me? I know everything. People talk, and even though I've been far away, I knew you weren't happy, that you were being mistreated. His words hit me like a slap to the face. If you knew, why didn't you do anything to protect me? Why didn't you come and save me? My voice wavered with a mix of betrayal and anger. If they knew, why had they left me here to suffer alone? Why hadn't anyone come to get me, to bring me back home? Looking down before meeting my gaze again, because at first, I didn't know if it was true or just Rua's jealousy, driven lies. And since you didn't say anything on the phone, I assumed it was the latter. I stared at him, trying to process his words. And what changed your mind? Why don't you believe those rumors anymore? His expression darkened slightly as he spoke. I realized it when I came here. Adelina, what one sees with their own eyes can't be undone by words. But I don't understand. When you came, there was no mistreatment, no abuse, no rejection. I was already Luna, and I was respected and treated well by everyone. So how did you come to the conclusion that the rumors were true? He hesitated, his gaze shifting away as though searching for the right words. I can't really explain it. It's hard for me to put it into words. His answer didn't sit well with me. I could tell there was something he was saying, something he was hiding. It didn't make sense, and it certainly didn't make me feel any better. But I was about to push him further on the matter. Not now. I knew when I didn't want to press an issue. It was one of those times. Still, I was far from convinced. And sooner or later, I would get to the truth of it. There was something different about him. Something had changed since I left. And I was going to find out what it was. And see, to my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Trying to sound casual. So, what are your plans for today? His face brightened at the shift in conversation. You'd like to spend the day with my lovely sister, if you don't have any other plans. I raised an eyebrow at him. Well, I have a brunch planned with Alex and Marissa. You can join us if you want. His expression faltered for a second before he quickly recovered. Oh. I thought we'd be alone. I glanced at him curiously. Do you want me to cancel it? No. I'd like to meet your new friends. All right then, I said with a smile. Let me get dressed, and we'll meet in the hall in half an hour. He nodded, and I could see the faintest smile tug at the corners of his lips. But deep down, I could feel that something was off. Something wasn't right, and I couldn't shake the feeling that he was hiding something from me. Maximus BOV. I was sitting in my office, flipping through the new member files, waiting for Chris to arrive so we could check everything. The silence was comforting, and I was fully immersed in the task at hand when a knock on the door interrupted me. Expecting Chris, I opened it, only to see an Omega instead. If I remembered correctly, his name was Larry, and he worked as a dungeon cleaner. I motioned for him to come in, watching as he hesitantly approached my desk. He took a few slow steps before stopping a mere inch away from my desk, clearing his throat as if preparing for something. It was clear from his body language that he was nervous, likely terrified even. Good M. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And may I have a minute of your time, please? I glanced up at him, irritation already starting to build. I have a lot of work to do. If it's nothing important, you can come back later. No, sir. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's very important. I need to speak with you immediately. While shaky, carried a note of urgency that caught my attention. I set the file down, fully aware that what he had to say would take priority. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What is it about? Raising my eyes from the documents. Swallowing hard before continuing. It's about something I saw. Something strange. Don't beat around the bush. I snapped, my patience thinning. Tell me what it is. Speak. I despise wasted time, especially when it's spent on vagueness. Larry seemed to gather himself before continuing. Last night, as I was cleaning the interrogatory rooms, I heard whispers coming from the next room. I peeked through a hole in the wall and saw two men. One taller with dark hair. The taller one had green eyes, and the other had dark brown eyes. I leaned back in my chair, sizing him up. Do you know who they were? He shook his head. No, sir. They definitely didn't belong to our pack. Their scent was different, but I'm completely sure they were high-ranking wolves. They had an aura of power around them. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued but trying not to show too much interest. Is that all? No, sir. I tried to eavesdrop, and I heard them talking about our Luna. He continued, his voice growing more serious as he went on. That got my attention. My eyes narrowed. The irritation I'd felt earlier replaced by a sudden spike of alertness. They did what? My voice cold and dangerous. Larry paused briefly, clearly hesitant, before continuing. The taller one was asking the shorter one if he had found out why Luna had accepted the position. When the shorter one replied negatively, the taller one became furious. And then what happened? My pulse quickening. This was just idle gossip, it was something important. The taller one then suggested the shorter one approach Gina and extract information from her. He also said offering her Luna's position if she agreed to be their partner. My eyes narrowed further. But we already have a Luna. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice stinged with frustration. Larry flinched at my tone but quickly continued. With all due respect. They said that when the taller one becomes alpha, HES going to need one. I raised an eyebrow, feeling a cold sense of dread creep up my spine. Alpha of which pack of? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sir, he said, barely above a whisper, covering his face with his hands in fear. They are not my words. But there's, he added quickly, almost pleading for me to understand. I let out a deep breath, trying to control the anger that was beginning to boil inside me. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to hurt you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice softened, but still sharp. I will reward you for telling me what you heard. Is there anything else you want to share? He looked up at me, still trembling, but after a moment, he shook his head. No, sir. That's all. Good. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Giving him a firm nod. You've done well. Larry, I'll make sure you're rewarded. The beta will find you later to inform you about your reward. One thing is for sure. It will be very generous. I assured him, my tone firm. Thank you. Thank you. Very much. Sir, he stammered, bowing deeply before stepping forward as though he were about to kiss my feet in gratitude. Instinctively, I pushed him away, my voice cold and commanding. Stand up. You don't need to do that. He flinched at my harsh tone but reluctantly followed my command. He rose slowly and backed away toward the door, his face still filled with fear and gratitude. I watched him leave, the door clicking shut behind him. Once alone, the weight of what he had revealed hit me all over again. Something was happening, and I was about to let it catch me off guard. He bowed his head quickly, really flooding his face as he turned to leave. He looked excited and happy, even though he didn't know what his reward would be. In addition to giving him money, I decided I would secure a trust and scholarship for whatever university his children wished to attend. I always take care of my pack members, and that's why they're so loyal to me. But who were these two conspiring in the dungeons? One should never talk in such places, especially at night, if one has nothing to hide. I had a strong feeling these men were up to something, and I needed to figure it out quickly. I suspected one of them was definitely Nicholas, but I needed confirmation. The other one, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, had characteristics too common for me to make a solid guess. As I was deep in thought, Chris entered the room, and I immediately informed him of Larry's news. His reaction didn't surprise me. I didn't have any doubts about Nicholas. Chris muttered, but who could the other one be? Larry said he seemed high-ranked too. There's only one way to find out, I said with certainty. And what's that? Clearly curious. We're going to use the reductio ad absurdum method. What? The reducing sodium method. Looking bewildered. The reductio ad absurdum method. You moron. I corrected him dryly. Which of our guests stayed until this morning? To council members, the 2 European alphas, and the 3 African alphas. Oh, and Adelina's brother, Jake, is still here. The council members are too old to have dark hair or to plot against me. And if I remember correctly, the European brothers you mean are the 2 Russians. They're both blonde, and we've had an alliance with them for years. They wouldn't jeopardize it. The Africans are all excluded for obvious reasons. I paused. So the one left is Jake. Chris' face turned serious as realization hit. We had our answer. Now it was time to dig deeper. Really? Do you think H.A.'s involved in all this? Chris asked, utterly surprised. Probably, I replied, my voice steady. If you consider the fact that he already has business dealings with Nicholas. It's likely. Maybe H.E. is also aware of the mistreatment I've shown his sister. But why plot against you? Chris countered. His sister is already the Luna, and will soon be the queen of all werewolves. If he knows about your treatment of her, why didn't he confront you directly? I'd at least do that if I were him. My dear friend. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice growing darker. A lot is at stake. He doesn't want to make me his enemy. He prefers to act from the shadows to get what he wants. Besides, I don't think H.E.'s doing it to protect his sister. It's all about protecting his own interests and satisfying his ambitions. What kind of man is he? Chris said with disgust. Does he really put his interests above his sister's well-being? It seems the older you get, the softer you become. I replied coldly. On the altar of power, everything is sacrificed. Would you do such a thing? Chris asked, his tone serious. I honestly don't know. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice wavering slightly. This was a good question. The truth was, I gave Adelina a second chance not because I truly cared about her, but because I needed her to be queen. Was I really like her brother? Is Adelina just unlucky enough to have the people closest to her betray her? I cowed and answered that. All I knew was that there was a lot at stake, and even though I didn't want to admit it, I did have feelings for her. I snapped out of my thoughts and looked at Chris with renewed focus. Just to be sure, put to guards to follow him discreetly. When he leaves, send to spies to watch his every move. Got it, Chris said, nodding. May I ask, though, will you share your suspicions with Adelina about her brother? No, I replied, my tone firm. I can't. I'm just afraid she might unconsciously reveal something to him, and that could ruin everything. I see, Chris said, sounding thoughtful. Maybe you're right. Now, let's revise those files if you want to finish up early. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Trying to shift focus. Fine by me, he replied with a sly grin. I have no plans for tonight. But I do, I said with a smirk. Oh, Chris raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Yes. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Standing up from my desk. But that's none of your business. Chris chuckled. Fair enough. Max, fair enough. Chapter 33, Misunderstanding Adelina SPOV. The sun had already set when I decided to return to my room after a day spent with my friends and my brother. I was walking through the garden, basking in the lingering warmth of the evening and hailing the sweet perfume of the flowers when I noticed Nicholas sitting alone on a bench. Hey, beautiful. He greeted me with a warm smile as I got closer. Hi, Nicholas. What are you doing out here all alone? To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just looking at the stars, he replied, his voice distant, as if he were lost in thought. I love looking at the stars. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice filled with excitement. I used to do that with my dad. And may I ask, turning his head to meet my gaze, who's stopping you from doing it now? Come and join me. His tone was casual, yet there was something inviting in the way he continued to gaze at the sky. Feeling the warmth of his words, and sat down next to him. A comfortable silence settled between us as we both turned our attention to the night sky. It was magical constellations twinkled above. The scent of night, blooming flowers filled the air, and the soft rustle of leaves created a symphony in nature's music. In moments like these, it felt as if the world stood still, allowing us to truly appreciate how deeply we are intertwined with nature. It was our home, the only place that offered true peace and tranquility. We stayed there for a couple of hours, enjoying the serenity of the night. Our conversation ebbed and flowed as we talked about everything and nothing. I hadn't realized how much I missed feeling so at peace, how little things like a long brunch with family and friends, a leisurely walk in nature, or simply looking up at the stars could bring a sense of contentment so pure. These were the things that truly mattered, the things that made life rich, simple, and deeply fulfilling. They didn't cost anything, but they were worth everything. By the time the clock struck 2 in the morning, I felt the weight of the night settle in, as much as my soul yearned to stay outside. Basking in the tranquility, my body was too exhausted to keep up. I stood reluctantly and said goodbye to Nicholas, my heart heavy as I made my way back to my room, where I lay down in my bed. The softness of the sheets felt comforting, but it didn't take long for my tired mind to succumb to the peaceful embrace of sleep. It had been a day full of simple joys, and the night had wrapped me in its quiet beauty. I drifted off almost instantly, feeling grateful for the small moments that made life extraordinary. Maximus POV. It was 9 in the evening when I finally finished work, the weight of a demanding and exhausting day at the office pressing down on me. At least Chris and I had managed to clear up all the pending issues and wrap up the current cases. A small victory after such a long day. Despite the exhaustion, the night outside was beautiful. The stars sparkled brightly in the sky, and even though the moon was absent, the view was still breathtaking. I decided to go to Adelina's room and invite her dinner. I linked the gazer, instructing them to prepare a meal for two in the garden, with candles and flowers to create a more intimate setting. I figured Adelina hadn't eaten yet, but even if she had, I hoped she would not mind keeping me company. As I made my way down the corridor, I found myself admiring the beauty of the garden through the large windows. Then, something caught my eye: a figure sitting on one of the benches. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It seemed harmless enough, but as I got closer to the window, one of them was Adelina, but the other was Nicholas. Anger surged through me in an instant, flooding my veins with a fiery heat. My emotions spiraled out of control. For the first time in years, since my mother had left us, I felt a deep, gnawing sense of disappointment, betrayal, and rejection. Why the hell is she so comfortable with him? Why is she more at ease with this fool than with me? The thought was like a punch to my gut, and I couldn't shake the growing sense of jealousy and frustration. Is there something between them? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The questions raced through my mind, each one gnawing at my sanity. I knew I was letting my jealousy cloud my judgment, but I couldn't help it. I had seen how attached Nicholas was not just to Jake but also to Adelina. Could there be a hidden agenda behind all this? Was there a chance that Adelina was part of a larger scheme, a plot to undermine me? Was this some elaborate plan to take my pack away from me? Could she be a traitor, working alongside Nicholas? The thought hit me like a ton of bricks. When I thought about how badly I had treated her in the beginning, how cold and dismissive I had been, it made sense. At least on some level. I couldn't ignore the possibility that she had a motive. The deal, the acceptance of all my terms without any real protest, was it all part of a larger plan to gain my trust? To betray me from within? I clenched my fists, my nails digging into my palms as I fought to control the storm raging inside me. My breath came in shallow bursts, my mind spinning with the worst possible scenarios. I had to know. I had to find out what was really going on between them before it was too late. Questions swarmed my mind, each one more insistent than the last. I couldn't focus. My head was a whirlwind of chaos. Letting my emotions take control was the last thing I needed right now. But I couldn't shake it off. I knew all too well the consequences of letting myself lose control. The last time I allowed my emotions to dictate my actions, it ended in disaster. It cost me more than I was willing to admit. So, I made a silent vow never again would I allow myself to spiral like this. I had to pull myself together, regain my composure. With a sharp exhale, I linked the gazer, instructing them to cancel the dinner in the garden. The thought of sharing a peaceful meal with her after everything that had happened seemed ridiculous. I needed to clear my head. A walk in the forest would be the only thing to calm the storm inside me. Drive KO. 2 needed the space. Hours of wandering the woods, trying to drown out the turmoil, left me with a sense of temporary relief. But when I finally returned to my bedroom, the anger was subsiding, yet there was still something gnawing at me. Something heavier. Back in my chest refused to fade. The night had passed in a haze of whiskey and cigarettes. I spent it alone, trying to numb the confusion that kept swirling around me. No amount of alcohol could make the thoughts go away. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. When morning came, I woke with a pounding headache, the familiar ache of a hangover twisting my insides. I should have stayed in bed, but that wasn't an option. The responsibilities of being an alpha always waiting, relentless, demanding. As I walked out of my room, I almost wished I hadn't. Adelina was there, smiling like nothing was wrong, her face glowing with happiness. She was humming some song, her steps light and carefree, and in that moment, it irritated me more than anything. I had always loved seeing her smile, loved how her presence could light up a room. But today, it felt like a dagger to my chest. Because I knew where that smile came from. I knew who had put that dumb smile on her face. The thought made my blood boil, the jealousy clawing its way to the surface. How could she be so happy with him? Why was she like that with me? Good morning, Maximus. Her smile wide, her eyes sparkling with something I couldn't place. Morning, I muttered, my tone flat, almost dismissive. I couldn't hide it anymore. I was angry, irrationally angry, and I couldn't pretend otherwise. What's wrong? You don't look so well. Her voice tinged with concern. She cares about you. Draco's voice echoed in my mind. A hint of amusement there. She's worried about you. I didn't need him reminding me of that. It was real. Yeah. Right. I don't buy it. She's just being polite. And that's exactly what irritates me more. She doesn't care. She's just playing the part. I shook my head, trying to push away the inner conflict. My voice came out sharper than intended. Nothing. Her gaze softened, but there was something else there to disappointment. It twisted something inside me, but I couldn't allow myself to care. You should stay in bed if you don't feel well, she suggested, her voice carrying a tenderness that, for some reason, only added fuel to the fire. She's being nice, too damn nice to someone who's done nothing but treat her like an afterthought. I can't do that. In an alpha, I have responsibilities. You know, to my agent extraordinaire, mythical. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My words dripping with coldness, more out of habit than intention. She faltered for a moment before nodding, her shoulders slumping slightly. Oh, I see. Then what about breakfast? Will you join me? Her offer wasn't just for breakfast. It was an invitation, a gesture of care. But all I could focus on was the nagging thought that it was me she wanted to spend time with. It was Nicholas. And that truth felt like a weight I couldn't shake. No, thanks. I don't have time to lose, I replied curtly, the words harsh, even though part of me wished I hadn't said them. She gave me a small nod, her face falling into a quiet disappointment before she turned and walked away. And just like that, I was alone again, feeling more frustrated and restless than I had all morning. I headed to my office, each step dragging with the heaviness of what I had just done. I knew I was being rude, even cruel, and yet, I couldn't stop. My emotions, my pride, everything was tangled up, and I couldn't get a clear view of anything anymore. But one thing was certain, I couldn't keep pretending like nothing was wrong, not when everything inside me was screaming otherwise. Adelina SPOV, I woke up feeling lighter today, a sense of calm and inner peace settling within me. It was as if the weight of the past few days had lifted, even if just for a moment. I followed my usual routine, but there was something different about today. I was officially stepping into some of Luna's responsibilities, and despite everything that had happened, I couldn't help but feel a bit of excitement. I had to eat well, keep my energy up for what lay ahead. As I made my way out of my room, I hummed softly to myself, the tune from a song I'd been singing all morning still dancing in my mind. It was a simple song, but it gave me an unexpected sense of joy, like the universe was in sync for once. I wasn't paying much attention to my surroundings when I accidentally bumped into Maximus. Startled by the sight of him, Maximus looked rough, unshaven, his shirt wrinkled, dark circles beneath his eyes that made him appear exhausted. He looked like someone who hadn't slept in days. Good morning, Maximus, I said cheerfully, trying to brighten the moment. But he barely reacted. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, he replied, his tone flat, almost distant, like he didn't even care. I couldn't help but frown, a wave of concern washing over me. What's going on with him? Something wasn't right. Maximus was never this detached, It was unlike him to show any signs of vulnerability. But now, it seemed like there was a storm brewing behind his eyes. "What's wrong? You don't look so well." My voice laced with concern. I was sure if he would open up, but I had to know. It was like him to just let it go without at least acknowledging it. "Nothing," he said coldly, as if brushing me off with a simple word. But I could tell something was off. His response lacked its usual strength, and the way he avoided eye contact only added to my suspicion. "You should stay in your bed if you don't feel well," I suggested gently, hoping he'd take the hint. It was to critique I was simply worried about him, but Maximus was stubborn, more stubborn than anyone I knew. "I can't do that. In an alpha, I have many responsibilities. You know," his voice taking on a more rigid, authoritative tone, but something about his response felt like a wall, like he was pushing me away. "Okay, man. I know you have a lot to do, but my advice was for your own sake." Oh goddess, what's wrong with him? The thought echoed in my mind, but I held it back. There was nothing I could do to help if he was willing to open up. I tried again, hoping to ease the tension. "Oh, I see. Then, what about having breakfast? Will you join me?" I made the offer lightly, hoping he'd at least agree to sit down and get something to eat. Maybe it would help him feel better, or at the very least, we could talk for a few minutes. "No thanks. I don't have time to lose," he replied, his words indifferent, his posture stiff. But I was taken aback by his cold response. My heart sank as I tried to hide my disappointment. I had hoped he would at least share a moment of kindness, but it was as if the distance between us had only grown. "Okay. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." My voice quieter now, feeling both confused and a little hurt by his rejection. Why was he acting like this? I couldn't understand it. I had tried to be friendly, even if I wasn't sure what his mood was about. That's how short his good behavior lasted after all. I thought bitterly, why do I keep doing this? Why do I keep expecting something different from him? The frustration built in my chest. But this time, I refused to let it consume me. What did I really expect from him? The thought stung. After everything that had happened, after everything he had put me through, why was I still clinging to some shred of hope that he might change? I had learned early on just how much Maximus could hurt. He was unpredictable one moment, achieved to show glimpses of something softer, and the next, achieved to remind me of why I kept my distance. Now the good Maximus is gone, back to his old ways, like nothing ever happened, but something inside me shifted. I was going to let this get to me again. I couldn't. I wouldn't. I was done allowing his mood swings and coldness to drag me down. I had too much to focus on now, too many responsibilities. The pack needed me, and I needed to keep my head on straight. I won't let his bad behavior affect me. Not anymore. I repeated the thought in my mind like a mantra. I'm stronger than this. I won't take it anymore. And with that, I turned away and continued on my way, doing my best to shake off the storm inside me. But deep down, I knew it wouldn't be the last time Maximus would test my resolve. Chapter 30 for lunaticking over Adelina SPOV. I started my day with a quick stop at the coffee shop, a much-needed boost before heading to my new office. 2 weeks had passed since I found my replacement at the hospital, and since then, I'd been working tirelessly to sort through the pending issues and familiarizing myself with the dynamics of my new role. My office was located between Maximus and Chris' offices, as they had told me yesterday, climbing the stairs to the first floor, where the offices of the high-ranking wolves were located. I passed by Maximus' office. It was strange he hadn't spoken to me in days. I didn't understand it, but I was about to chase after him for answers. If he wanted to avoid me, that was his choice, and I was going to force him into any conversations. If HE's trying to ignore me, I'll respect that, I thought to myself, but there was a small part of me that wished HED at least give me some clarity. I shook off the thought and pushed forward, finally reaching my own office. The door opened, and I stepped in, only to stop in my tracks. The office was absolutely breathtaking. Sunlight poured through the large windows, bathing the room in a warm, golden glow. The space was modern, with sleek white furniture and minimalist design that made the room feel spacious and open. Soft greys and whites dominated the color palette, creating a common, sophisticated atmosphere. My eyes were immediately drawn to the desk made of clear glass. It reflected the surrounding light and gave the entire space an airy feel. Two white leather armchairs sat comfortably in front of it, offering a welcoming space for visitors. On the walls, abstract paintings in muted tones added a touch of artistry to the professional setting. Behind my desk, a panoramic window opened to a breathtaking view of the forest. It was quiet, serene, and a kind of environment I could see myself getting lost in during long workdays. I stood there for a moment, soaking it all in. Whoever had designed this office knew me far better than I expected. It feels like they took every detail into account: my tastes, my need for peace, the balance of functionality and beauty. I had no complaints. I was more than satisfied with how everything looked. The office was exactly what I needed: a place where I could feel comfortable, a sanctuary amidst the chaos of the Pact's inner workings. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Kishut's enthusiasm. We spend so much of our time in our workspaces. They should be a reflection of who we are. I took a deep breath and made my way to the desk, sinking into the comfortable chair. As I turned on my computer, I allowed myself a moment to admire the view once more before diving into the work that awaited me. There were plenty of files scattered in front of me, each representing a different tissue that needed my attention. As I sifted through them, my mind started to organize the priorities. My first order of business was a change that had been long overdue: the adoption process for orphan pups. The current background checks for foster families were insufficient, and the system needed a complete overhaul. In my old pack, we were small enough that everyone knew each other, so background check wasn't as crucial. But in a larger pack like this, it was essential that each foster family be thoroughly vetted. I was going to let another pup end up in the wrong hands just because of outdated processes. Another issue that had been nagging at me was the role of she-wolves in the pack. It was clear to me that there was an overwhelming gender bias. Very few women held high, ranking or senior positions. This was a problem. Women today were educated, skilled, and more than capable of handling positions of power, yet they were being undervalued and restricted to lesser roles. I couldn't stand by and let that continue. The pack needed to evolve, and I would push for the changes needed to ensure that every wolf, regardless of gender, had an equal shot at leadership. And then there was the issue of the Ungazer. Ungazer were often seen as the lowest tier of the pack, treated as nothing more than servants to the higher-ranking wolves. But I knew better. Ungazer were essential to the day running of the pack. They took on the crucial tasks that kept everything functioning smoothly. Without them, the pack would fall apart. They deserved to be treated with respect and given the same privileges as everyone else. I was determined to ensure that their contributions were recognized, and that they received the same recognition and opportunities as any other wolf. I paused for a moment, thinking of the weight of these issues and the changes I wanted to make. There's so much to do, and the work is only just beginning. Taking all of this into account, I knew that I needed to present a clear plan to Maximus and the other high-ranking wolves. It would be a hard conversation, but it was necessary. These problems couldn't be swept under the rug any longer, and I was going to back down just because some wolves were resistant to change. With a sense of determination, I began to draft a presentation, carefully outlining each issue and proposing viable solutions. The pack deserves better, I thought to myself. It's time for things to change. And as I worked, I couldn't help but wonder how will Maximus react to all of this. I had no illusions about his attitude toward change. But one thing was clear: I was going to let his stubbornness or arrogance stand in the way of progress. I had a mission, and I was prepared to fight for it. Maximus POV. It has been nearly a month now that I've been avoiding Adelina. The silence between us has become almost deafening, but I can't bring myself to break it. My spies have come up empty, providing no evidence of her involvement in any plot against me, despite the fact that she spent so many hours with Nicholas during his stay here. Infuriates me. The way she enjoys his company, the way she smiles at him, the way she laughs as if he were the only one who could make her feel at ease. It drives me wild. I can't stand it. I should be the one she confides in, the one she seeks out, not him. And yet, she spends all that time with him. What does that mean for me? The logical part of my mind knows it doesn't mean anything. But the rest of me, the part that has been hardened by years of power, control, and relentless dominance, that part can't let it go. I have no proof, no solid reason to believe Shess betraying me, but the jealousy gnaws at me relentlessly. Every time I think about her laughing with Nicholas, every time I think of them talking for hours in the garden, my blood boils. I can't stand how easy it is for her to be with him. What is it about him? Nicholas has left now, a week ago, but the damage has already been done. We barely speak anymore. My conversations with Adelina have become so strained, so forced. We share meals together, lunch or dinner, but it's nothing more than a formality, a mask we put on for the pack. Our discussions rarely stray from the business of the pack, the responsibility Shess taken on as Luna. And now, Shess telling me that in the upcoming week, she'll present a plan for changes, modifications in various areas of the pack. Shess been working on it for some time now, and while part of me is curious to see what it contains, the other part of me is bracing for something I won't like. I can already feel the tension building, knowing Shess about to challenge things, push for changes I'm not sure I'm ready to accept. What if it's just another one of her schemes? What if Shess trying to shake things up so she can step into a role she isn't supposed to have? Shess proven herself to be capable, but is she truly doing this for the pack, or for her own gain? I've always been protective of the power I've worked so hard to build. I don't want anyone, even someone as brilliant and determined as Adelina, rocking the foundation I've laid. Shess so intelligent, so damn persuasive, and I can't help but wonder, is she trying to take control of the pack from me? I need to see this plan. I need to know what Shess thinking, where her mind is at. But at the same time, I can't shake this feeling of unease, this nagging suspicion that there's more to her than what she lets on. As much as I want to keep my distance, as much as I tell myself I should stay detached, I know deep down that I can't. There's something about Adelina, something compelling that keeps drawing me back in, no matter how hard I try to avoid it. Shess always been like this, hasn't she? A mystery I can't quite solve, a challenge I can't beat. I hate the fact that I don't know where I stand with her, that I can't let my guard down. Not now. Not when everything I've built could be at risk. I'll see what she presents. I'll listen carefully, but I'll be prepared for anything, because I'm done being caught off guard by anyone, especially her. GTTT the following week in the PAC's meeting room. Adelina SPOV. Today was the day. The day I would present my restructuring plan to Maximus and the other high-ranking wolves of the pack. There was no going back now. I knew that as Luna, I had the authority to enforce the changes I wanted to make. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Maximus trusted me to take on this role, and I had had every right to implement the reforms I saw fit. But I also believed in the power of dialogue. Rules should be discussed, not imposed without consideration. And that's exactly what I plan to do today, present my ideas, listen to their concerns, and hope we could find common ground. I took a deep breath as I dressed in my black suit, mentally preparing myself. The weight of the responsibility I had taken on as Luna was heavy, but it also felt right. This was where I belonged, in this position, making the changes I had always believed were necessary. Still, I couldn't shake the anxiety that bubbled in my chest. Despite practicing my speech for hours yesterday, My stomach churned with nerves as I walked down the hallway toward the conference room. As I stepped into the room, my heart raced. The high-ranking members of the pack were seated around the large round table, all eyes turning to me. Maximus was at the head of the table, his powerful presence filling the room. Chris to his left, the rest of the elders scattered around, and there was an empty chair to Maximus' right, waiting for me. I took a deep breath, pushing aside my nerves, and greeted them all with a firm good morning. I could feel their eyes on me as I made my way to my seat, but I held my ground. I set up my laptop, adjusted the materials in front of me, and stood before them. The weight of the moment settled over me. This was at the beginning of something new for the pack. I wasn't here just to follow tradition. I was here to challenge the status quo, to make things better. And though a small part of me feared resistance, I was going to back down. Today, in here to present the new restructuring plan, focusing on 3 areas that need immediate attention. As you can see, the plan is divided into 3 main pillars. I began. The first concerns the Umgazer and their rights. The second focuses on the position of she-wolves in the pack. And the third, most importantly for me, is the improvement of the adoption process. I felt the eyes of the pack members shift as I started diving into the details. I spoke about the necessity of treating Umgazer with the respect they deserved, of ensuring that the women of the pack were given the opportunities to lead, and of overhauling the adoption process to make sure it was safer and more thorough for the pups in our care. I explained how these changes would not only improve the quality of life for all pack members, but would also position us as a forward-thinking, progressive pack. For an hour, I laid out my vision, confident that the changes I was proposing were for the greater good. And then, just as I was beginning to feel the momentum building, an elder interrupted. "What is all this nonsense about Umgazer right?" His voice harsh and full of contempt. "Maximus, are you aware of what Luna is talking about? Do you agree with her?" I felt my breath catch in my throat, but I didn't let the interruption rattle me. I had anticipated resistance. The elders had always been set in their ways. They were more comfortable with tradition than chained, but I wasn't backing down. Maximus didn't immediately respond. The elder went on, his voice dripping with disdain. "Don't you see that her plan goes against the very foundation of the rules that have been in place for centuries? This isn't how we operate. We're wolves, not some charity." A cold silence settled in the room. I could feel the tension building, a palpable heaviness in the air. But then, to my surprise, Maximus stood up. His voice was calm, but there was an undeniable authority in it that cut through the elders' objections like a blade. "I believe that while Luna's suggestions may seem radical to many of us," Maximus began, his eyes sweeping over the table, "I have to admit that they are appropriate in exactly what the pack needs in order to renew itself and continue running smoothly." His words hit me like a rush of warmth. For a moment, I thought I imagined the hint of approval in his gaze. But then his next words brought me back to reality. "We are one of the most powerful packs, not just in North America, but around the world," Maximus continued, his voice steady and unwavering. "However, many of our day management processes are outdated. I will be king in a few months, and we will be a royal pack. We can't operate on deprecated processes that have been abandoned by many packs long ago. We must be pioneers and set the example for others to follow." His words resonated with me, fueling the fire inside me. This was the reason I had fought so hard for these changes to modernize, to challenge the outdated practices that held us back. I wasn't alone in this fight, and Maximus, my alpha, was standing by me, supporting the plan. "That's why I entrusted our Luna to prepare and present to you this restructuring plan," Maximus finished, his gaze locking with mine for a brief moment. I curled and felt the rush of relief that washed over me. I had expected pushback, but with Maximus' support, I felt more confident than ever that my plan could be implemented. This was just the beginning. I wasn't going to let anyone, not even the elder who had interrupted me, stop what was needed for this pack to thrive. The winds of change were blowing, and I was about to let them die down. The room fell into chaos. Some of the pack members clapped, their approval evident, while others grumbled in disapproval, their harsh words growing louder by the second. Arguments began to fly from every corner, their voices rising in volume and intensity. The tension in the air was palpable, and for the first time since I became Luna, I realized just how deeply conservative this pack was. It was the progressive, forward-thinking group I had hoped to work with. This was a community entrenched in tradition, its members clinging to outdated beliefs that they weren't ready to let go of. The discomfort gnawed at me. I felt isolated, almost as though I were an outsider in my own pack. The excitement I had felt earlier, the hope of making real change, was starting to crumble under the weight of their resistance. For a moment, I even questioned if I had made the right decision to present the plan in the first place. That was when Maximus spoke again. His voice was commanding, carrying the full weight of his alpha status. Silence. And in that one word, his alpha power radiated through the room like a force of nature. It was immediate, every voice silenced, and the room became still. His dominance was absolute. Thank you, I thought to myself, relief flooding me. Maximus was the anchor I needed in that moment. He was just the alpha of the pack. He was the one who could bring order to the chaos, who could command respect from even the most resistant members. Maximus turned his gaze to the room, his posture tall and unwavering. I think there's no use arguing with each other, he began, his tone measured yet firm. As we all know, Luna has the power under our law to impose any rule she sees fit, provided she has my approval. Regardless, she called this meeting because she values your opinions. She wants to hear from each of you. This shows respect for the pack and for your thoughts. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You will respect her, as you would me. His eyes met mine then, and there was a soft intensity in them, compassion, understanding, and strength. It was the support I needed more than anything. Now, Una, if you're done with your presentation, what do you want us to do? His question, gentle yet assertive, cut through the tension like a knife. I felt a swell of gratitude and, perhaps for the first time in the meeting, I allowed myself to breathe again. Maximus' words had reinvigorated me, reminding me that he was on my side, that he saw the value in what I was trying to do. This was our pack, and together, we would lead it into a brighter future. I stood up, my body suddenly feeling stronger, more resolute. My original desire, I began, my voice clear and firm, was to present a plan that improves many things that have worked in an antiquated way up until now. I want to cover the gaps in the system and optimize it for the betterment of everyone. I paused for a moment, looking around the room. Every eye was on me, some with skepticism, others with cautious curiosity. In no way, I continued, did I want this plan to create controversy or discord. I believe that any decision made by a leader must be accepted by the majority of the people, because that is the only way to move forward together. My heart raced. This was the moment I had been dreading, the moment I would have to face their judgment. I want you to vote. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Fussing calm into my words. Who is for and who is against my plan? All in favor. Please raise your hand. I sat down and stared ahead, trying to keep my composure. Anxiety twisted in my stomach. I was certain most of them would reject the plan, dismissing it as too radical, too different. A few hands raised timidly at first, and I felt my heart skip a beat. But as the seconds passed, more and more hands began to rise, some with hesitation, but others with growing confidence. My breath caught in my throat when Maximus raised his hand as well. The room was shifting. The pack was seeing what I saw, feeling the truth of what I was offering. The final count of hands confirmed it. The plan had passed, and the majority of the senior members had supported me. A flood of relief washed over me, followed by an overwhelming sense of victory. I had done it. My hours of hard work, the countless late nights, the doubts I had fought through, it had all led to this moment. I stood up again, my voice full of gratitude. Thank you all for your support. I promise you, I won't disappoint you. My words were sincere, grounded in the belief that this was only the beginning. Now, let's get down to business. As I finished speaking, a cheer erupted from the room. Luna. Luna. And it reverberated in my chest like a heartbeat. The energy in the room electric. The applause, the encouragement, the sense of unity that I felt in that moment, it was intoxicating. The euphoria that surged through me made me feel as though I could take on anything. This was my moment. This was what I had worked for. I gave them my widest smile, my heart soaring, and with that, I turned and left the room, Maximus trailing proudly behind me. The weight of the decision was still there, but now it was a weight I carried with pride. I had won the Pact's trust, and nothing would stand in the way of the changes that were coming. I always thought he was my most trusted brother, but he turned out to be the one who pushed me into the abyss. Chapter 35. Elder Eric. Gina's POV. Don't throw me under the bus, I muttered, frustration evident in my voice. I've tried everything I can think of to get close to him, but nothing works. You need to understand, Maximus is a different breed. He is cold, distant, and when he says something, he means it. He demands compliance, and if you don't give it to him, you'll see his wrath. He made it crystal clear the last time he told me to stay away. If I disobey, I'll lose my head literally. I don't know what else I can do. There was a long pause on the other end of the line before the voice responded, low and menacing. You need to find a way to meet with him alone, somewhere private, where no one can see. If Adelina catches you, that's the end of our plan. We need them separated. Do you understand? They're stronger together than apart, and we cannot let that happen. Do whatever it takes. I exhaled sharply, my heart pounding with a mixture of dread and determination. I'll do my best, but there are no guarantees. You know how he is. He won't be manipulated easily. The voice on the phone hardened, a coldness creeping into the words. That answered acceptable. You know the stakes, and you know it's at risk. This isn't a negotiation. We need them apart. They're a threat to everything we've planned. You have to find a way. We're paying you more than enough for this job. I felt a shiver run down my spine, the weight of the task pressing on me. I had no choice but to comply. If I didn't, the consequences would be too severe to even contemplate. I promise, you'll hear from me soon. They'll get it done. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice strained but resolute. I hope so. The voice replied, dripping with cold menace. For your own sake, I hope you do. Maximus POV, I think we can call it a day for tonight. Most of our matters were solved. Let's celebrate it with a drink. Chris adjusted, his enthusiasm evident as he leaned back in his chair. Sorry, mate. I can't. I'm not available, I replied, the disappointment clear in my voice. Oh, I see. You've got something with Adelina, huh? A romantic dinner with your mate is definitely more appealing than winking in a bar with a lonely nut, he said with a playful smirk. You, a lonely nut? Please, don't make me laugh. We all know your extracurricular activities. I shot back, raising an eyebrow. What can I say? I try to do my best. Chris replied cock-eyed ly, puffing out his chest in mock pride. Now go, or you lose the girl. I wish it were that simple. Elder Eric wants to discuss something important with me tonight. He arranged a meeting, and he'll be here any second. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A slight edge of concern creeping into my voice. I suspect what he wants, and am glad I'm not in your shoes. Chris responded, shaking his head. Thanks. How always so encouraging, I said sarcastically, rolling my eyes. I'm sorry, man, but I just can't stand this elder. I don't like any of them, to be honest. But Eric, that guy is a nightmare, so arrogant, so full of himself. I'd leave in a heartbeat if I were you. Chuckling to himself as he stood and headed for the door. I feel you. Man, I'm sick of them too. They always demand explanations, clarifications, like they've got nothing better to do. But unfortunately, I'm obligated to entertain his little requests. I muttered under my breath, the irritation obvious. As if on cue, the door knocked, and one of my guards entered to announce Eric's arrival. I couldn't help but feel the weight of the situation. Sure enough, Eric didn't wait to be announced and strode into the room with all the arrogance of someone who thought the world revolved around him. Good evening. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilgan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Beta, I'm so glad to see you both here tonight, especially since it seems that you, Maximus, have outdone yourself this time. Congratulations, Eric said, his voice dripping with arrogance. I clenched my jaw, trying to suppress my anger as Chris rolled his eyes behind him, clearly unimpressed. Shit, does he want me too? Guess I have a big mouth after all. Chris mind-linked me, his voice thick with sarcasm. I couldn't help but bite back a laugh at his comment. Good evening. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilgan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Trying to maintain composure, Chris followed with the same greeting, adding the word elder as a sign of respect, though I could tell he wasn't enjoying it. I must inform you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilgan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That IVE had a very difficult day, and my time is limited. I continued. Since we're all here, let's get to the heart of it. Shall we? Fine by me, he replied curtly, his face expressionless. All right then. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilgan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Standing straighter. What exactly brings you here tonight? I asked directly, wanting to cut through the usual pomp and get to the point. I detested long, winded speeches and unnecessary details. He leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowing slightly. Maximus, I've known you since you were a newborn. Your father and I grew up together. We were always like brothers. So you understand. What I have to say is very difficult for me, Eric said in a more solemn tone. Please, don't drag this out. Just tell me what you want. I interjected, irritation creeping into my voice. I have a hard time understanding why you would allow and support this woman and making these absurd rules for our pack. His voice now laced with disapproval. I let out a sigh, restraining the frustration bubbling up. Dear Eric, I respect and appreciate both your long-standing friendship with my father and the support you've given me over the years. Your Luna has every right to make the rules she deems fit, especially when those rules are fairer and would improve the lives of many of our pack members. His face hardened, his eyes narrowing as if the words stung. Maximus, do you understand what is at stake here? Don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. Son, he said, his tone taking on a more paternalistic edge. Eric, I think you're overreacting. I responded, my voice steady despite the tension. There's no reason to worry. For the past 15 years, I've proven that I run this pack with wisdom and logic. Do you agree with that? Or did you come here to question my authority? He hesitated for a moment, his jaw tightening, before answering. No, by no means would I question your authority. Maximus, you know very well that I have been one of your staunchest supporters all these years. Then why are you here? Staring him down, my eyes locking with his. What are you trying to achieve with this conversation? Eric didn't flinch. I believe there's absolutely no need to change the rules your father established. They've been in place for centuries and have worked just fine. I fail to see why they need to change now," he said firmly, his conviction clear. "Because they are obsolete," I replied, my voice steady and confident. "And they can't be applied in a modern society." Eric let out a low, almost imperceptible sigh, then leaned in slightly, his gaze softening. "You know, son," he said, his voice taking on a patronizing tone, "you don't need to alter the rules that have been in place for centuries just to win over your mate. There are other ways to do that." He paused, as if weighing his next words. "I can offer you some advice on that. You're overstepping your bounds. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." My voice was cold, laced with authority. "I don't tell you or anyone else an explanation, but let me make one thing clear: this isn't about wooing my mate. Adelina loves and cares for me as much as I do for her. I support her because I truly believe her vision will improve the lives of our pack members. She has already earned their respect and support, and that is the mark of a true leader." Eric scoffed, his expression tightening in frustration. "That's absolute nonsense. And you know it. You didn't have any issues enforcing these rules for years. So, tell me, what has changed now?" "Things do change over time," I countered, my voice sharp with finality. "People evolve, just as the rules governing them must. New needs arise. Different mentalities develop. So tell me, why should we cling to rules that no longer reflect the lives and values of the pack today?" His face turned a deep shade of red as his temper flared. "Honestly, I never thought I'd live to see a woman take you by the balls." He spat. My patience snapped. I stepped forward, a menacing edge to my tone. "Watch your mouth, old man. That's the third time you've crossed the line tonight. If I haven't thrown you into the dungeons yet, it's because I respect your years and the bond you shared with my father. But don't mistake my respect for weakness. I won't tolerate another insult." His fists clenched, his voice shaking with fury. "Are you threatening me?" I met his glare with unwavering intensity. "The hell I am. In your alpha. And I won't tolerate any disobedience or disrespect toward me or my Luna. I've done nothing but strive for the good of this pack, and I won't let anyone, not even you, undermine that." Eric slammed his hand against the table, his voice rising with agitation. "Do you know who you're speaking to, boy?" I stared him down, unflinching. "Spare me your arrogance. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "I'm speaking to an elder whom I've respected and appreciated all these years. And you are speaking to your alpha. Is that clear?" He stepped back slightly, his eyes filled with contempt. "Is this your final word, Maximus?" "Yes," I replied coldly. Eric straightened his posture, his voice lowering but no less threatening. "That I won't be held responsible for what happens next." My eyes narrowed, danger flashing through them. Should I take that as a threat? My tone menacing. "Take it however you wish." Rising abruptly to his feet, I stood up too, closing the distance between us until we were mere inches apart, our breaths mingling as if preparing for a physical clash. "You wouldn't want to make me your enemy." His voice quieter but filled with venom. I smirked darkly, a low growl rumbling in my chest. "I have nothing to fear. By defying my authority, you've already made yourself my enemy. Reconsider your path. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And everything will be forgotten." He hesitated for a moment, gripping the door handle. "You've betrayed your friends and our traditions for the sake of a woman," he said bitterly. "I pity you." With that, he stormed out, the sound of the door slamming echoing through the room. Eric's POV, I stormed down the hallway, my blood boiling with fury. How dare he treat me like this? Who does he think he is? Where have you been? I've been looking for you all afternoon. A voice barked behind me. I turned to see one of my closest confidants, one of the few I trusted in this wretched pack. His expression was sharp, but I had no patience for his tone. I had a meeting with Maximus. I snapped. A meeting? With Maximus? About what? His brows furrowing. I tried to make him see reason. The memory of our confrontation reigniting my anger. I told him the Luna's ridiculous rules would destroy the pack, but he refused to listen. Worse, he threatened me. Can you believe that? Maximus completely lost his mind. It was enough that he dragged this pathetic excuse for a Luna into our pack, ignoring her, cheating on her, and now parading her ideas around like gospel. No, now he wants to impose her idiocy on all of us. I've had enough. Maximus must be stopped. My confidant smirked darkly, leaning closer. Don't worry. His reign will end soon enough. We'll be rid of him once and for all. Skepticism creeping into my voice. How? Every day, he grows stronger, more untouchable. His smirk wide and into something more sinister. There are more than enough people who want to see him fall. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And those people, they've already banded together. Fair force now, working for a greater cause. What cause? Narrowing my eyes, his voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. To restore the old ways, the true ways of the werewolf. To establish dominance over all the weaker species. Vampires. Humans, they'll all bow before us. Maximus is in the way of that future. And once H.E.S. gone, we'll bring back the traditions that made us great. You'll see. Alleluia! I exclaimed, barely able to contain my astonishment. I'd been preaching this for years, but Maximus' father was too weak to enforce it. And now, someone is bold enough to take action. Leopold smirked, his arrogance palpable. That's exactly why we're moving forward. This has been a long time coming. I leaned in closer, my curiosity overwhelming me. If I may ask, who are all these people? Are you with them? His eyes narrowed, his smirk deepening. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I am. What did you expect? Shock coursed through me. But you're one of Maximus' most trusted advisors. You're part of his inner circle, his confidant. And that's precisely what makes me so valuable to the team. Leopold replied smugly. A cold dread crept up my spine. What will happen to you if he finds out about this? If he learns you betrayed him? Leopold waved a dismissive hand, his confidence unwavering. By the time he realizes what's happening, it'll be too late. He won't have the power to stop us. I studied him carefully, my mind racing. Who's behind all this? Who's orchestrating the plan? Leopold's smirk disappeared, replaced with a shrewd expression. It's neither the right moment nor the right place to discuss that. What I can tell you is this: the man leading this movement is incredibly powerful. He comes from a family with influence that stretches far beyond this pack. My heart thudded in my chest as the weight of his words sank in. Why should we trust him? Leopold's voice dropped to a tactile whisper, each word dripping with conviction. Because H.E.S. destined to rule. Soon, he'll be king of the world. Supporting him now puts us on the winning side of history. I hesitated. My thoughts tangled in an uncertainty. What do you need from me? Leopold leaned back, his demeanor cool and composed. Absolutely nothing. When the time comes, we'll tell you exactly what's required of you. Until then, stay vigilant. Keep your ears open, and wait for further instructions. I nodded, though a knees churned in my gut. The magnitude of what it stumbled into was far greater than it imagined. Chapter 36, An Unexpected Kiss. Maximus POV. Sorry to interrupt. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But Luna is outside and wants to talk to you. Shall I let her in? One of my guards said. breaking the silence. I was so absorbed in the file I was reading that I hadn't even noticed him enter. Yes, send her in and make sure we're not disturbed, I instructed, my tone firm but distracted. Yes, sir, the guard replied before leaving the room. A few moments later, Adelina entered. She wore a beautiful white dress, her soft brown hair cascading over her shoulders. She looked ethereal like a vision from another world. Stunning didn't even begin to describe her. Good evening, Maximus. I'm sorry to interrupt. I have something important to discuss with you. It'll only take a few minutes, she said softly, her voice light yet full of purpose. How could I have been so blind all this time? Why hadn't I noticed how utterly breathtaking she is? Every movement she made was graceful, every word she spoke intoxicating. But it was just her beauty. She had a heart of gold, a sharp mind, and a spirit so fierce it commanded respect. And yet, it hurt her. Is that why she seemed happier with others? Why she smiled so effortlessly when she was around Nicholas? The thought of her being in love with someone else, of leaving me, clawed at my chest. No, I couldn't let that happen. I wouldn't let that happen. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Adelina, I could use a break anyway. Please, sit, I said, gesturing to one of the armchairs across from me, keeping my voice steady and calm. She sat gracefully, offering me a small, tentative smile. For a moment, silence stretched between us, thick with unspoken words. Finally, she broke it, her voice hesitant and uncertain. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A little hard for me to start. What I have to say is very important to me, she began, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. What's on your mind? Does this have to do with your lunar duties? Did someone, an elder or another pack member, give you trouble? You can tell me anything, I assured her, leaning forward slightly. She shook her head, her expression softening. No, it's not about that. She paused, taking a deep, steadying breath. Maximus, I came here, first and foremost, to thank you. Thank me. Surprised. You know, she began, her voice faltering slightly. I've told you before that you don't have to pretend we're mates. We both understand the arrangement between us, and I accepted that a long time ago. But yesterday, her voice softened, her gaze dropping for a brief moment. Your support was unexpected. It felt real. She hesitated before continuing, her tone more vulnerable. If you hadn't said what you did, I don't think I would have had the strength to defend my work in front of the elders and everyone else. You gave me the push I needed to move forward. You showed me you could be supportive. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Maybe you care about me. That means more to me than I can put into words. You know, it wasn't my intention to prove anything, I said sincerely, choosing my words carefully. You presented a strong project, and I supported it because it deserved to be heard. You're my Luna, it's my duty to protect you. Any attack on you is a direct attack on me. I paused briefly before continuing. As for the true mate you mentioned, I don't know if I can be that for you, but I am trying my best. I know, she said softly, her eyes meeting mine. I know you're irresponsible and take your role seriously, but I also know you didn't have to do what you did. You confronted your most loyal members for me, and for that, I'm deeply grateful. Her words warmed something deep within me, yet doubt still lingered in the back of my mind. Were her feelings genuine? Was she truly grateful for my support yesterday? Or was this another manipulation as a Nicholas? My thoughts tangled, flooding my mind before I could respond. I think you're exaggerating, I finally said, keeping my tone neutral, even though my heart betrayed me with how much I cared. Like I said, I did nothing more or less than any other alpha would have done in my position. She looked slightly disappointed but nodded. Still, I want to thank you in some way, she said softly. There's really no need, I replied, gently discouraging her. No, mister. You can't get away with it this time. Smiling mischievously, I smiled back and stood up, approaching her slowly. What exactly do you have in mind? My voice dipping into a seductive tone. The tension between us was palpable, the air thick with unspoken desires. Lately, it caught myself smiling whenever I saw her, finding excuses to be near her. I couldn't help but stare at her, breathe in her sweet perfume, or long to feel the softness of her touch. She hesitated for a moment, her gaze locking with mine. Her eyes held questions, uncertainty, and something unspoken, as if she couldn't believe what she was feeling or what she was seeing. I gave her a wide, reassuring smile and gently reached out, letting my hand caress her cheek. She tilted her head into my touch, welcoming it. The sensation was electric, sending sparks through my entire body. Butterflies erupted in my stomach, and for the first time in years, I felt whole calm, even happy. Happiness. That word hadn't belonged in my world for a long time, and yet here it was, flooding my chest with warmth. How could a single touch from her make me feel so alive? It was insane, overwhelming, and completely undeniable. My heart beat louder and louder, as if demanding more. I wanted to hold her tightly, kiss her until the world faded away, but she pulled back abruptly. Adelina stepped away, her composure returning in seconds. Her expression turned serious. There's something else I need to talk to you about. Running a hand through my hair. I hated when she distanced herself like this, but I knew I had to be patient. If I wanted to build something real with her, I needed to earn her trust. I had to fight for her, to keep idiots like Nicholas or any other would be suitor far away. I want to visit my family, she said suddenly. Her words caught me off guard. What? I managed to say after a pause. It's been so long since I've seen them. I want to spend some time with my sister, Stella. She's pregnant, and the baby could arrive any day now. I need to be there for her, she explained, her voice laced with longing. You know I can't leave the pack right now. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My tone firmer than I intended. I know, she replied softly, and I would never ask that of you, but I was wondering if I could go alone. Alone, I repeated, frowning. Yes, alone. Why not? Does it bother you? I hesitated, hating the idea of her being away from me. I just don't like the thought of you being unprotected, I admitted, but I suppose your request is fair. Thank you. Thank you so much, she exclaimed, her face lighting up. It will only be accepted under two conditions, I added firmly. Her excitement dimmed slightly as she asked, what are they? First, wherever you go, you'll be accompanied by your personal guard. They'll be doubling their numbers and assigning high-ranking members I trust to join them. Chris can't go, but Demetrios or Leopold will. Second, you can only stay for 2 weeks. No more. You have responsibilities here, and I need you back. She beamed, her joy returning. I agree to your conditions. Thank you. Truly. When do you want to leave? Trying to keep my voice even. As soon as possible, she said eagerly. Her answers stung. She was so eager to leave, but I swallowed my emotions. If I wanted her to trust me, I had to let her go. Love wasn't about control, it was about giving her freedom. How about tomorrow morning? I suggested, even though the thought of her leaving so soon felt like a knife to my chest. That's perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much, she exclaimed, standing up and closing the distance between us. Before I could react, she leaned in and pressed a quick kiss to my cheek. It was brief, unexpected, and completely wonderful. That kiss sent my heart soaring, leaving me frozen in place. Go pack your things. I'll take care of the rest, I told her, my voice barely steady. She gave me the brightest smile before leaving the room, and even after she was gone, I couldn't stop staring at the door. A whirlwind of emotions churned within me. I hated the thought of her leaving, yet her happiness was all that mattered. I realized then that this wasn't just the bond. This was something deeper, more profound. I was just in love with Adelina. I loved her deeply, completely, and without reservation. Chapter 37, Friend or Foe. Adelina XBOV. The next morning, I woke up feeling happy and excited. I couldn't wait for my trip to begin. The thought of returning home to see my family and friends filled me with anticipation. Since I had packed my luggage the night before, I had the whole morning free. I decided to get out of bed, take a quick bath, and enjoy a hearty breakfast. Once ready, I went downstairs to the Pax restaurant. I ordered an omelette, croissants some filled with chocolate, others with jammy coffee, and some fresh fruit. My appetite was ravenous, and the meal was exactly what I needed. Just as I was finishing my coffee, one of my guards approached to inform me that my entourage was ready and waiting by the SUVs. I stood abruptly, not wanting to keep anyone waiting, and headed for the stairs. Outside the pack house, 10 SUVs were lined up, engines already running. I climbed into the first one, and the convoy started moving. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I couldn't contain my excitement about the journey ahead, but as the hours passed and I was left alone with my thoughts, my mood began to shift. Disappointment crept in as I reflected on Maximus' behavior. He hadn't even bothered to say goodbye or wish me a safe trip. After our conversation yesterday, I had thought we were finally making progress. But once again, it'd been wrong. I hadn't seen him since then, despite trying. Last night, I went to his office at 10 to invite him to dinner. But he was there, and the guards had no idea where he was. Frustrated, I returned to my room and fell asleep without eating. This morning, it held on to the faint hope that he might show up for breakfast or at least stop by to say goodbye. But, once again, he didn't. I don't understand. Yesterday, I was certain I felt something between us. The sparks when he touched my cheek. The butterflies in my stomach, those feelings couldn't have been one-sided. So why is he acting like this today? Why does he disappear or grow distant just when things seem to be improving between us? Maybe it was nothing more than a fleeting moment of weakness on his part. Maybe Maximus doesn't care about me at all. Perhaps it's the bond pushing him to act affectionately. Nothing more. Who knows? And truthfully, I'm not sure I could handle the answer if I ever found out. One thing is certain, I will never figure out what's on Maximus' mind. Just as I was consumed by these thoughts, darkness overwhelmed me. It was late in the afternoon when the guards woke me up. We had finally arrived at the Crescent Moon Pact. The SUVs had crossed the borders a lot earlier, and we still had about 30 minutes to go. As we drove through the familiar lands where I'd spent my entire life, memories came rushing back, playing with my siblings, riding bikes, running through the woods, laughing with friends, going to school, and experiencing my first kiss. The images of my past were vivid, and I felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. When we reached the pack house, Jacob, and my father stood at the front door, waiting for us. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I got out of the SUV and ran to give them all a big hug. They embraced me tightly, kissing me on the cheeks. Oh goddess, I've missed you all so much, I exclaimed, my heart full of joy. We broke the hug, and I looked around expectantly. Where's Stella? Don't tell me I arrived too late. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice dimmed with disappointment. No, she's upstairs resting. My father reassured me. She hasn't been feeling well lately. Is something wrong with her pregnancy? Suddenly worried. Not at all, Pumpkin. It's completely normal for her to feel tired in her condition, he replied. The Pact doctors say she'll give birth very soon. Perfect. You'll be here to meet my new niece. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Excitement lighting up my face. Let's go inside, my father suggested, ushering me toward the house. You must be exhausted from the trip. And hungry, I added with a grin. What a surprise, Jake quipped sarcastically, and we all burst into laughter. After dinner, I went to Stella's room to catch up. We had so much to share, and our conversation stretched into the night. Eventually, we fell asleep together in her bed. The next morning, I spent the entire day with Jake, getting updates on the Pact's affairs. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was my financial plan that had rejuvenated the Pact and made it stronger. I was pleased to see that both Jake and Jacob had made significant progress in several areas. The days passed peacefully, filled with happiness and family moments that made me forget my personal problems. My personal guards were always by my side, ready for anything. I must admit, they were impressively diligent. Maximus called me almost twice a day to check on me and ask how I was doing. But in the last days, there had been no word from him, and to say I missed him would be an understatement. He had gone to the council headquarters to present my new project for the Pact and manage some Pact affairs. I had wanted to present the project myself, but Maximus insisted it was better for him to handle it. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alphas were responsible for such matters before the council, not Lunis. Finally, the day Stella gave birth arrived. Her mate, unfortunately, Cal didn't be with her as he was away in Canada for business. I accompanied her to the hospital and insisted on being in the birthing room with her. The experience was terrifying, painful, and nerve-wracking, but the result was worth it. The baby was perfect. When I saw my little niece and held her in my arms for the first time, my joy was indescribable. She was so tiny and fragile, but her cries were anything but small. After spending almost the entire day at the hospital, I received a message from Jake asking me to meet him at his office as soon as possible. Despite feeling utterly drained, I couldn't let him down. When I reached the door to his office, I was about to knock when I overheard him speaking angrily. Curiosity got the better of me, and I paused to listen. You know, this isn't what we agreed on. His voice tense. How am I supposed to manage this? What you're asking is impossible. Unable to contain myself, I knocked and entered without waiting for permission. Jake quickly hung up the phone, looking startled. His face was pale, and he seemed shaken, as though he'd just seen a ghost. Am I interrupting something? Trying to read his expression. No, of course not. Come in. See, she said, forcing a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. What's wrong? My concerned deepening. Nothing to worry about, sis. Just the usual Pact matters, he replied, though the fear in his eyes told a different story. You know you can count on me for anything, I said gently, hoping to reassure him. He looked down and whispered, I know so. Why did you want to meet me so urgently? What's wrong? I asked again, narrowing my eyes at Jake. I need your help with the interrogation of a rogue. A rogue? Surprised. I thought we were safe from rogue attacks all these years. When did they start again? I've been here for days, and I haven't heard a word about this. We had a small attack yesterday, but I kept it under wraps. I didn't want to worry anyone. Avoiding my gaze, his answer didn't sit well with me. Something about his tone felt off, and an uneasy feeling settled in my chest. Was he hiding something? Or was I just overthinking it? Will you come with me to the dungeons? Jerk asked, snapping me out of my thoughts. What? Now? My exhaustion evident. The sooner, the better, he said firmly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, hearts out thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Jake, I've just come back from the hospital. I'd rather get some rest and eat something first. It won't take long, he insisted. Don't worry. I hesitated, but eventually gave in. Let's go. Jake stood in motion for me to follow. We descended to the basement of the Pact house, where the dungeons were located. Although the location was familiar, much had changed since the last time I'd been here. The dungeons were larger now and far fuller. The air was thick with an unbearable stench, and the conditions were appalling. Filth covered the floors, and the hygiene was non-existent. Jake, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Wrinkling my nose. Why is this place in such terrible condition? Why are there so many prisoners? Are all of them rogues? Things have changed since you left. We're dealing with a lot of problems, he replied curtly. Problems? What kind of problems? Suspicion creeping into my voice. Why didn't you tell me about this? And these conditions are completely inhumane. You have to do something about it. Jake, my disgust was evident, and I couldn't understand and how Jake had let things get so bad. It's easy for you to criticize. His tone suddenly venomous. You're going to be a Queen the Luna of the most powerful pack in the world. It's convenient for you to sit on your high throne and pass judgment. Have you forgotten where you came from? Stunned by his outburst. To our agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What are you talking about? Why are you speaking to me like this? Realizing his mistake, Jake's expressions softened. I'm sorry, he said quickly, his voice quieter. I'm just tired and stressed. I didn't mean to snap at you. You should be sorry, I said firmly, though my voice softened slightly. You know that what you said isn't true. You, of all people, should know me better than that. You're right, he admitted, looking away. I shouldn't have said that. Let's not waste any more time arguing over trivial things. Follow me. I let out a small sigh but nodded. Where are we going? I don't think I've seen this side of the dungeons before. It's a new section, he replied cryptically. You'll see. We walked in silence until we reached a steel door. Jake placed his finger on the fingerprint scanner, and the door clicked open with a heavy mechanical sound. Before stepping through, Jake turned to face me, his expression uncharacteristically tense. He studied me for a moment, his brows furrowed. Something was clearly troubling him, though he didn't say a word. Jake, I said cautiously, what's going on? Why do you look like that? He hesitated before answering. You'll understand soon, he said quietly. Then, without another word, he stepped through the doorway, leaving me to follow. Come on, Jake said, motioning me forward into a dimly lit corridor lined with cells on both sides. The stench of sweat, blood, and decay hung heavy in the air, making me gag. I followed him hesitantly, my footsteps echoing against the cold stone floor. Most of the cells held at least one or two prisoners, their hollow eyes watching me as I passed. We stopped in front of an empty cell, and Jake turned to me with a strange look in his eyes. After you. Gesturing for me to step inside, I hesitated, glancing into the cell. It was dark, damp, and suffocating. The walls were stained with grime, and the putrid smell of blood mixed with mold made my stomach churn. Why are we here? Where's the rogue? Turning back to him with a mixture of confusion and disgust. Don't trust yourself, Jake said vaguely, his tone unsettling. Everything in its time. A sense of unease rippled through me. My wolf stared within, restless and wary. Something was right, none of this was right. Jake, I said sharply, trying to mask the growing fear in my voice. What is this place? Why are you acting like this? Smirking darkly. Is your new home? Before I could process his words, he stepped back and slammed the cell door shut with a deafening clang. What? I gasped, running to the bars. Jake, this isn't funny. Is this some kind of sick joke? Open the door right now. His laughter echoed down the corridor, cold and sardonic. I'm sorry, sis. There's too much at stake. I can't let you go. Too much at stake. What are you talking about? Why are you doing this to me? I've never done anything to hurt you. Desperation creeping into my voice. His smirk faded, replaced by a grim expression. You mated with that moron Maximus and sided with him. Isn't that enough? Yes, my mate. I exclaimed, gripping the bars tightly. What did you expect me to do? Jake, please, let me go. I can't, he said simply, his tone void of any remorse. It's not up to me anymore. My heart dropped. What do you mean it's not up to you? Who's behind this? What's going on? Jake hesitated for a moment before responding. There are a lot of people who want to destroy you, he said quietly. Believe me, this is better for you. Destroy me, I echoed, my voice trembling. Who are these people? What do they want from me? They want you dead, he said bluntly, his eyes hard. I stumbled back, feeling the blood drain from my face. And you think locking me up here will save me? Why won't you let me fight for myself? Because you can't. His voice cold and finer. You're better off here, away from it all. Besides, his lips curling into a twisted smile. Once I become king, I'll let you go. I stared at him in disbelief. What are you talking about? Have you completely lost your mind? How could the alpha of the smallest pack become the king of all werewolves? You can't even touch Maximus stronger than you. His face darkened, and his tone turned venomous. I'm not crazy and ambitious, and I have powerful people behind me who believe in my potential. Unlike you, they see what I'm capable of and support me. Soon, I won't be the alpha of the smallest pack anymore. My stomach churned as he continued, his voice dripping with arrogance. Soon, I'll be the ruler of the entire werewolf world. Everyone will bow to me, and my authority will be absolute. And as for your sad excuse of a mate, Maximus will be gone forever. He leaned closer, his eyes gleaming with malice. I'll make sure of that. I stared at him in horror, my mind reeling. Oh my goddess, I whispered, shaking my head. You've completely lost it. Jake, Chapter 38. Luna is missing Maximus POV. 2 weeks had passed, filled with a whirlwind of meetings and intense discussions with the council and the other alphas. Despite the long hours and the pressure of proving my ideas, I couldn't deny the satisfaction I felt. Many of the alphas embraced my proposals, a crucial step toward my greater goal. Now, finally back home, I allowed myself a moment to breathe. Yet as much as I relished being back, I couldn't ignore the emptiness that came with Adelina's absence. She hadn't returned from Hold Pack yet, and the house felt strangely hollow without her. The only comfort during this time apart had been our nightly phone calls. Hearing her soft voice say goodnight was the highlight of my day, a lifeline that anchored me. But in the last few days, my grueling schedule had robbed me of even that simple joy. It was maddening. I found myself restless, unable to sleep without the sound of her voice. And then there was Nicholas. His sudden departure from the conference still bothered me. Achidi claimed it was due to health issues, but the excuse rang hollow. Something about it felt calculated, as if he were using it as an opportunity to visit Adelina's old pack. The very idea of him being near her stirred a primal jealousy I could barely suppress. I tried to shake it off, trusting my spies to uncover the truth. Still, I silently prayed my suspicions weren't true for his sake and mine. Determined to push these thoughts aside, I decided it was time to call Adelina. Today marked the end of the 2-week period I had allowed her, and I needed to know if she planned to return or intended to request an extension. I picked up my phone and dialed her number. It rang several times, but there was no answer. 10 minutes later, I tried again. Still nothing. A strange feeling crept over me as I stared at my phone. her name glowing on the screen. Adelina never ignored my calls. If she missed one, she'd always call back within 10 or 20 minutes. This was like her, trying to calm the unease building in my chest. I sent her a text, Adelina, call me as soon as you see this. An hour passed, still no sign of her. The uneasiness turned into a gnawing worry, and I decided to call one of her guards. When he finally answered, I wasted no time. Where's Adelina? She's in her room. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The guard replied quickly. She hasn't left all day. She's likely asleep. My grip tightening on the phone. Something about this didn't sit right. Adelina was a light sleeper and always kept her phone nearby. Why hadn't she called back? The guard's words failed to ease my growing dread. My instincts told me something was off, but I tried to reason with myself. Maybe she truly was just resting. Maybe the busy days had taken their toll on her too. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Very wrong. What do you mean by probably? Aren't you sure if she's inside? My frustration spilling over. So I'm on the morning shift. The guard from the night shift reported that she was sleeping. He replied nervously. That made no sense. It was already 10:30 in the morning, and Adelina was always an early riser. My instinct screamed that something was wrong. Go check on her now. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice sharp as steel. I stayed on the line, my ears straining to pick up every sound on the other end. I could hear the guard moving, his steps echoing faintly. After a few tense moments, the noises stopped. When he spoke again, his voice was trembling, sir. The Luna isn't inside. Her bed is untouched, and her clothes and personal belongings are still in the closet. I don't know where she is. I felt a surge of anger, panic clawing at my chest. What do you mean you don't know where she is? I barked. How could you not know? Call the previous shift immediately for a report. Alert all high-ranking Pact members, I want everyone on a FaceTime call in 10 minutes. 10 agonizing minutes later, the call was set. All the members of Adelina's personal guard were present, along with her brother Jake, her father, and Jacob. The tension in the room was palpable, each face marked by concern and unease. I scanned the group, my voice cold and menacing. So, tell me, where is she? Leopold, one of my most trusted guards, spoke first. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He began, his tone hesitant but steady. The last time anyone saw her was in her brother's office. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She has been seen. I immediately called on a FaceTime. Her brother Jake. The weight of anxiety pressing on me. Jake, where's Adelina? I demanded, my voice low but firm. There's no reason to hide her from me. You know I'm her mate, and you can't interfere with this matter. I'm not hiding anyone. Maximus, Jake replied, his tone cold. She was with me in my office yesterday. She wanted to talk about something important, but I don't know where she went after that. I turned to the night shift guards, my patience fraying. Which one of you accompanied her back to her room? They exchanged uncertain glances. And Edward, one of the guards, finally found the courage to speak. No one. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. How is that possible? My anger flared, and my voice grew sharp. Why the hell did you leave Luli alone, won't she? Asked us to do it. One of the guards explained quietly. She asked you to leave her alone. I was seething. Do you not know the rules? The personal guard never leaves her, no matter what. She could ask all she wanted, and it wouldn't matter. No one spoke, they just bowed their heads in fear. avoiding my glare. Everyone, get up, search the entire area and find Luna. You don't stop until you have her in front of you. Is that clear? My voice cut through the room like a whip. Crystal clear. Sir, they responded in unison, their voices tight with tension as they rushed out. I addressed Jake, my eyes narrowing. Now tell me, what did she want to discuss with you? I'm sorry. Maximus, Jake said, his voice shadowed with unease. It's something personal between me and my sister. She shared something with me that I can't reveal. Tell me, or I won't hesitate to make you regret it. Jake's face paled, and he hesitated before speaking in a low, fearful tone. Don't know why, but you wanted to know if the secret underground exit of the Pack house was still working. And what did you tell her? I asked coldly. I told her the truth. They're still open. If you have nothing else to report, you're dismissed, I said flatly, my mind racing. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Adelina's father spoke up, his voice calm but firm. Maximus, I don't believe Adelina would leave like this. It just doesn't fit her temperament. My daughter would never do something like this. Jacob, standing next to him, nodded in agreement. If I may say, I completely agree. Adelina is honest. Simple. She doesn't make secret plans or act behind people's backs. These past days, she showed no sign of wanting to leave. Something else is going on here. We're just as concerned about her disappearance, and we want to help you find her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We know this area better than your team. We can be more effective. Fine. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My tone cold but resolute. Do what you must, but keep me and my team informed. I ended the call, my thoughts racing. It may not be what I think it is. I tried to reason with myself, but the questions kept flooding my mind. Where is she if she didn't want to escape? Was this the real reason she wanted to visit her old pack? Why did Nicholas leave the meeting early? Did they plan this together? Was Nicholas waiting for her somewhere? Had they been working behind my back to deceive me? To abandon me? But why? A voice broke through my turmoil. It was Drive AKO. Wait a minute. Max, you're not thinking clearly. You're letting jealousy cloud your judgment. Something doesn't add up. If she wanted to leave, she would have done it so long before now. When she lost Luna, why would she wait? And why are you involving Nicholas? There's no evidence HES involved in this. Or that he took her. Maybe she's just visiting her niece at the hospital. Don't immediately jump to the worst conclusion. Draco's words hit me, but the fear gnawed at me. Drive AKO. Stop saying nonsense. You heard it with your own ears. She asked the guards to leave her alone. Why would she do that if she didn't want to escape? I replied, frustration creeping into my voice. Maybe she didn't want them to hear the conversation with her brother. Drive AKO countered. Jake told us she asked about the underground exits. Why would she need that information if she didn't plan to use it? I shot back. You're forgetting that Jake is part of the plot that Larry the Omega told us about. Drive AKO reminded me. How do you know Jake is telling the truth? Maybe this whole thing is just a well-crafted lie. No, I said firmly. Bold. He wouldn't do this. Then why now? Why leave like this? She knew she would be free once you became king. It doesn't make sense. Maximus. Because now, Drive AKO, she has something very valuable to me. What? Drive AKO asked, sensing my despair. My heart, I whispered, the weight of the truth crashing down on me. Chapter 39 New Order. Jake's POV. You need to transfer Adelina from the dungeons immediately. Leopold hissed, his voice sharp with frustration. What if the guards find her here? This isn't what the boss ordered. He was clear, send her to the forest. To the abandoned hut. Not keeping her under our noses like this. Watch your mouth. Delta, I snapped. My voice dark and low. Do not forget your position. You're talking to an alpha. My decisions are infallible. How dare you defy me? Leopold's gaze hardened, but he didn't back down. You don't see the risk. If they find her here, you're playing with fire. I've taken precautions. Don't worry. They won't find her, I replied, my tone steely. I've put my most trusted people on guard. Leopold paused, his eyes narrowing. I hope you're right. Because if not, you know the consequences. I leaned back in my chair, annoyed by his persistence. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. Don't ever come to my office again. You'll only raise suspicions. You're risking everything with this approach. Leopold shot back, his voice firm but laced with concern. You know we need to stick to the plan. The boss won't be pleased if he finds out you've deviated from it. I barked. You've said your piece. Now get out of my office. Leopold hesitated, but the command in my voice left no room for argument. He turned and left, muttering under his breath. How dare he question me? I scoffed to myself, the irritation still gnawing at me. The boss this, the boss that, who cares about that weakling? If he were truly as powerful as they claim, he wouldn't need so many people working for him. He'd handle things himself, like I did. He was nothing more than a pathetic, incompetent fool. The door creaked open and Joanna, my secretary, to my agent extraordinaire, Marianne Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing and patient enthusiasm. Her voice polite but urgent. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alpha Maximus of the Drive AKO pack is on the phone. Should I put him through? Rolling my eyes. Yeah. Put him. Let's see what the arrogant bastard wants now. I took a deep breath and grabbed the phone, bracing myself for whatever tirade Maximus was about to unleash. Alpha Maximus. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Forcing a smile into my voice. What a pleasure to hear from you. How can I help you today? His voice came through the phone, cold and commanding. It's been 3 days, and we still have nothing on Honor. I want results, and I want them now. I raised an eyebrow, my patience wearing thin. Why are you telling me this? Maximus, your team's the one you should be scolding. My team stopped looking yesterday. Who gave you permission to do that? Who did you inform? Maximus's voice hardened, the usual arrogance edging into fury. I don't need permission. Maximus, I'm an alpha, and I do what I want with my pack. I'm not going to waste time, money, or resources chasing after a lost cause. Lost cause? Your sister? Are you completely out of your mind? Maximus shouted, his anger seething through the phone. What the hell are you doing? The obvious, I replied coolly, my voice calm despite the heat rising in Maximus's tone. My sister left of her own will. Why bother looking for her? If she doesn't want to be found, she won't be. I respect that. What is all this nonsense? Maximus growled, his voice low and dangerous. I leaned back, feeling the weight of his anger but remaining calm. The truth. Maximus. The truth. You know just as well as I do that you and Adelina were never really mates. It was an arrangement between you two. Nothing more. You've mistreated her, ignored her, and even abused her. Did you expect the bond to magically make her fall for you? Maximus's breath hitched on the other side of the line, but I didn't give him the chance to interrupt. Get real. My sister is in love with someone else, someone who truly loves and cares for her. She doesn't love you and she never will. She finally left with the one her heart desires. I let the words sink in, feeling the surge of satisfaction. Don't blame anyone else for this. This is your mistake. Maximus, you chased her away. You drove her into the arms of someone else. Before I could say another word, the line went dead. I stared at the phone in my hand, a slight smile pulling at my lips. What an idiot, I muttered to myself. Soon enough, they'll be rid of him and his ridiculous demands. Maximus POV, Chris. Inform all our teams in the Crescent Moon Pact to return. I mind, LinkedIn. Tell them that the search for Luna has come to an end. Let me guess. We found her. Thank goddess. Where is she? Is she safe? Chris' voice was filled with relief. Almost hopeful. No, we haven't found her. Then why stop the search? Because I'm sure now that she ran away with another man. Maximus, what are you talking about? I don't believe this. If she ran away, why did she put so much effort into those projects for the pack? Why was she so diligent with her duties? And her personal belongings? She left everything behind. She did all that to keep us from suspecting her plans. As for her belongings, she left them behind because she no longer needed them. What? You think she doesn't need her ID or passport? How will she travel? By car? I replied, my voice cold and firm. Maximus, you're not seeing things clearly. Jealousy is clouding your judgment. I'm not jealous. You hear me? I'm not jealous. Anger rising in my chest. After a moment, I took a deep breath, my voice more controlled. What is the obvious? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. All signs point to her being kidnapped. Chris said seriously. Stop trying to justify her actions. She betrayed me. She betrayed the pack. She deserved no mercy. Even her brother won't waste time searching for her. Why should I? Because she's your mate. And deep down, you know she didn't run away with another man. You know better than anyone. That's bullshit. And you know it. Stop sugarcoating things. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We all know the truth. Then if you know the truth, tell me this when you were in a coma. Why didn't she leave? No one knew you were mates then. She could have gone back to her old pack, and we would all have let her. Why didn't she? Because she wanted to be my Luna first. She wanted to make me weak. How could she have known you would wake up? How could she have known you would make her your Luna? Until then, all she had received from you was indifference and mistreatment. Why this? Why that? Stop asking questions. Just do as I say. Tell everyone there's no Luna in the Drive AKO pack anymore. They'll do it. But you need to understand you're about to make a huge mistake. I didn't ask for your opinion. Now go. Inform the guards. Don't let anyone disturb me. Chris slammed the door behind him. He was furious. So was I. I was done with his lectures. He didn't understand. He never did. Maybe HE is right. Maximus. Draco's voice echoed in my mind. His assumptions are based on logic. We've never felt Adelina as cheating. You need to reconsider. I never marked her. Drive AKO. And just probably far enough away for me to feel anything at all. Now, can you all leave me alone? I don't care anymore. I really don't. Just leave me with my cigarettes and my whiskey. The weight of everything, the unanswered questions, the betrayal, the endless fight pressed down on me. I let out a long, shaky breath, the quiet hum of the room doing little to ease the storm raging inside me. My mind kept circling back to Adelina. Where was she? Why did she leave? And most of all, why couldn't I shake the feeling that everything was slipping out of my control? The silence stretched on, but it was suffocating, too heavy to bear. I could still hear the echoes of Chris' words in my head, the doubt creeping in, making me question everything. You're about to make a huge mistake. I didn't want to listen to him. I didn't want to listen to anyone. But the fear of losing her, of being wrong, it gnawed at me, relentless. I reached for the bottle of whiskey on my desk, pouring myself a glass and trying to drown it all out. If only for a moment. The burn slid down my throat, But it didn't quiet the storm. I can't keep doing this, I muttered to myself. But I didn't know how to stop. At the same time, somewhere in the woods, Leopold SPOV, I waited in the small hut deep in the forest, the familiar scent of the earth and trees surrounding me. It was a place where I met with the members of the new order and organization with a singular, ruthless goal to make werewolves the supreme rulers of the world, wiping out every other species that stands in our way. And to do that, our leader must become king, the ultimate ruler with the power to bend the rest of the world to his will. But there's a problem. Maximus drive AKO. His beliefs and the way he leads his pack stand in direct opposition to everything we want to achieve. He runs his pack with strict discipline. Yes, but he insists on coexisting peacefully with humans and other species. He doesn't want to dominate them, doesn't want to eradicate them. He believes they deserve the same rights as werewolves. And that is why HE sent our way. The council and many of the alphas have rallied behind him, and HES quickly becoming the leading candidate for king, a title he doesn't deserve, and one that threatens to dismantle everything we've worked for. We can't allow him to take the throne. Our leader, on the other hand, is perfect for the role. Ruthless, and possessing a deep disdain for anything human. He embodies everything we need to rise to power. His leadership skills are unmatched, his resolve unshakable. I've been watching him for years, and not once have I seen a sign of weakness. He is our king in waiting, yet his family refuses to acknowledge it. They're blind to his potential, unable to see the future he could bring to our kind. He'd sent him a message an hour ago, telling him I needed to speak with him urgently. Achius always quick to respond, and sure enough, within 10 minutes, his wolf form emerged from the shadows, sleek and powerful. He shifted to his human form, his features still tense with worry as he approached me. "It's so important that you couldn't wait." His voice low but laced with suspicion. I could feel the unease radiating off him, but I kept my composure, masking the urgency of the situation with a facade of indifference. Time was running out, and the choices we made now would seal our fates. "I'm sorry, sir. I wouldn't bother you if it was so urgent." I apologized, my voice steady despite the storm brewing inside me. "Then don't waste any more time. Tell me what's going on," he replied, his tone firm, his eyes narrowing as he assessed me. "Alpha Jake has lost his mind. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Keeping my voice low, he wants to keep Adelina in the dungeons and refuses to move her, no matter the risks. Have you explained to him the danger HE is putting everyone in if they find her there? His voice was sharp, his patience thinning. "Yes, sir," I answered quickly, and he still refuses to cooperate. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Unfortunately, yes, sir. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." My frustration clear in my voice. "Then you need to get her out of there. Now," he ordered, his voice cold and commanding. "Send a team of 5 men immediately. Get her here. You have 2 hours. No. Understood?" "Yes, sir," I replied without hesitation, knowing the stakes. "Good. Notify me once the mission is complete." I nodded, turning on my heel, ready to carry out the order that could change everything. Time was slipping away. There was no room for failure. I once believed in his love with all my heart, only to be pushed into the abyss of despair by him. Chapter 40 Drive AKO was always present. Chris POV. It's been 2 weeks since Adelina's disappearance, and Maximus is still stuck in the same downward spiral, drunk, moody, and locked away in his office. Achius neglected everything, his duties, and even himself. From the moment he wakes up until he finally passes out, if he even manages to sleep, Achius drowning in alcohol, I just don't understand it. It's so obvious that Adelina was kidnapped, why can't he see that? She convinced she left with another man. Some people are right when they say jealousy is a man's worst counselor. I still have a small team working in the shadows, searching for Adelina without Maximus knowing. Unfortunately, we found nothing. It's as if the Earth swallowed her up after her visit to Jake's office. I'm starting to suspect Jake might be hiding her somewhere in the pack house. But we can't just barge in there with search during the would spark a war between the two packs. And that's the last thing we need right now. I sent Leopold out to cautiously investigate the situation. Archias, one of the few I can trust to be discreet and thorough. He knows how to handle things without drawing too much attention. I'm hoping that he'll find anything that can point us in the right direction. Maximus is a wreck, and time is running out. If we don't get answers soon, it could be too late for Adelina. The search for her feels like it's slipping through our fingers, and the tension between the packs is growing thicker by the day. Despite my ongoing search for Adelina, I'm faced with another pressing issue. The council has decided to move the skirmishes up by 2 months, and they just sent us the invitation. I was on my way to deliver it to Maximus' office. The event is scheduled for 2 weeks from now, and all candidates for the throne will participate in honor of the outgoing king. For Maximus to take part, he needs to be sober. But honestly, I highly doubt HS in any condition to even consider it. Since Adelina's disappearance, Archias become a shell of the man he used to be. It's like HS lost not just his mate, but himself. I really hope that, for once, he'll listen to me, pull himself together, and reorganize. If he does, not only could he find Adelina, but he might still have a shot at the throne. I knocked on his office door, but there was no response. Maximus, are you inside? My patience thinning. Go away. I do not want to see anyone, he replied slowly and with great difficulty. He was clearly completely wasted. Open the damn door. Max, it's urgent. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Irritation creeping into my voice. I was fed up with this. Go away. I don't give a damn what you have to say, he yelled from inside. But I do. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And with a frustrated kick, I broke the door open. What the hell are you? Man, he asked in surprise. His voice slurred. You're so drunk. Come on. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Trying to lift him out of the chair. He didn't cooperate, but I managed to drag him to the bathroom, shove his head under the sink, and turn on the faucet. He immediately started yelling and growling, his eyes turning pitch black, and his wolf's voice emerged deep and guttural. Thanks. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was about time. I couldn't stand him any more in this mess. Drive a KO. Maximus Wolf. To my agent extraordinaire, Mythical Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sounding both relieved and irritated. Drive a KO. Is that you? Shocked. Why are you so surprised? Drive a KO is wasn't, he replied cock ILY. But how? I wondered, still trying to process everything. Long story short, I'm not affected by Maximus' condition. I'm always in control, no matter how he feels. I just prefer not to take over unless I absolutely have to. And now is one of those times. As you can see, Archias did want to hold it together. Have you found anything new about Adelina? Drive a KO asked, his voice tinged with concern. You know, I'm still looking for her. Surprised by how much Drive a KO seemed to know. Of course I do. Don't confuse me with this imbecile, he said smugly. Before continuing, so, what did you find? Sorry, Drive a KO. Absolutely nothing. She's alive and close. I can feel it. I've told this idiot 1,000 times to shift and let me look for her. But he stubbornly refuses. Drive, AKO said, frustration seeping into his voice. I understand. Can you please give control back to Max now? I need to tell him something very important. Even if I do. She is too groggy to understand or remember anything the next 2 days. Just tell me instead. Drive, AKO replied. The invitation for the skirmishes arrived. If he wants to become king, he needs to confirm his participation or he'll lose the right to compete and, eventually, the right to the throne. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My worry growing. Send the confirmation. Drive, AKO ordered firmly. Even if I do, how am I going to get him to participate in the skirmishes? He can't compete in this state. I pointed out, frustration building in my voice. Do not worry. He will be ready by then. Drive, AKO reassured me, his tone unwavering. How can you be so sure about it? My frustration growing, because I've had enough of this nonsense. I didn't spend years facing every challenge just to end up with a drunk, washed up alpha. I am pure lichen. For goodness sake. I have a destiny to fulfill. I won't tolerate his stupidity anymore. It's time to show the world who the true king is. Drive, AKO said, his voice filled with determination. As soon as possible. Search in the forest between our borders and crescent moons. But that area is huge, and my team is too small to cover it. Even with them working day and night, we won't be able to cover it all. I protested. I know that. Take as many warriors as you need. Just find her. Drive, AKO ordered But what about Maximus? You know how he'll react if he finds out. I hesitated, concerned about the consequences. Do not fret. Beta. Max will never know. I will erase the memory of our conversation today. Do not worry about that. They'll keep him busy with the skirmish training. Do you have anything else to add? Drive, AKO asked, his confidence unshaken. No, Alpha. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Feeling somewhat reassured, though still uneasy. Then go. I'll take care of the rest, he said with certainty. And somehow, his calm resolve eased the tension in my chest. Earlier in the morning at Delina SPOV, 2 weeks had passed since I was imprisoned by my own brother. So many days of constant thinking. Yet I still couldn't make sense of Jake's behavior. How had he become this way? And, more importantly, why? Fortunately, I was treated with relative kindness and well, fed by the guards. I knew most of them, and I could tell they didn't agree with my unjust imprisonment. But what could they do? They couldn't disobey their alpha to save me, and they were all too aware of the consequences that would follow. And what about Maximus? My faithful mate, my lifelong companion. Did he even care about me? Did he notice my absence? Or had he already moved on? Did he return to Gina or find someone else? Perhaps I was wrong. Maybe he was out there looking for me. But if he was looking, why hadn't he found me yet? For goodness sake, I was that far. It'd been under their noses for 2 weeks now. The thought of it made me want to scream in despair. Delina, you need to calm down. Stay focused if you want to get out of here. My wolf urged, trying to steady my nerves. You're right. Feeling the weight of my emotions. I just need to conserve my energy and hold on to hope. Eventually, someone will find me. At least, I hope they will. Or maybe Jake will realize what HES doing is wrong and set me free. If neither of those things happens, he'll have to escape on my own. If I get the chance, I have to seriously consider that option. In the end, I might be my only savior. I fell into a fitful sleep, my mind swirling with endless possibilities. But then, the sound of approaching footsteps broke through my dreams. I immediately closed my eyes, pretending to sleep, while silently observing every movement. The footsteps stopped, and the door to my cell opened. Two tall, muscular men dressed in black entered, their faces covered with hooks. They seemed unfamiliar. They weren't from Crescent Moon of that. I was certain, but they were definitely wolves. Without a word, they grabbed me by the arms, dragging me down the hall. I knew I didn't have the strength to fight them off, though I didn't resist. Even if I did, I knew I couldn't escape without being caught. There were too many guards around. I would be caught again. And worse, I'd probably be tortured. The van jerked as it began to move, and I could feel the tight grip on my wrist as they continued to hold me. I remained still, trying to gather my thoughts. The darkness around me was suffocating, but I couldn't let fear overtake me. I had to stay calm. The unknown men and their silence made my heart race with anxiety, but I couldn't afford to show any weakness. Where are you taking me? Trying to piece together what was happening. I didn't want to panic, but it was hard to ignore the overwhelming sense of dread gnawing at me. I could hear their steady breaths, and even though I couldn't see anything, I knew they were watching me, probably waiting for me to make a move or say something. I wanted to speak, but I also knew it would get me nowhere. They didn't answer my questions before, they certainly wouldn't now. I focused on my breathing, reminding myself that staying calm was my best chance for survival. My mind raced back to Maximus, to the hope that he was out there looking for me. Did he even know I was gone? Had he already given up on me? No, I couldn't believe that. I had to keep the hope alive. No matter how dark it seemed, I needed to believe that someone would come for me. I just didn't know when or how. The only thing I could control now was my own resolve. After what felt like an eternity of bumping along the uneven road, the van finally came to a stop. My stomach churned from the rough ride, and the nausea was overwhelming. I had no idea how long we had been traveling, but it felt like time had stretched on endlessly. The van door creaked open, and a rough hand gripped my arm. "Get out," one of the men ordered, his voice cold and authoritative. I tried to stand, but with my vision still blocked, I stumbled. I could barely make out anything. I was dragged again, my feet dragging along the uneven ground. I felt the shift in the air. The temperature was cooler. We were in a forest. I could smell the pine trees and hear the distant chirping of birds, though I couldn't make out the details. My mind raced. Where was I being taken? I felt grass brush against my bare feet as they continued to pull me forward. They eventually made me sit in a chair, roughly tying my hands with rope. The handkerchief was removed from my face, and I blinked in the dim light of the cabin. I was alone for what felt like a long time, but time was a blurry concept in my current state. The cabin was old, neglected, with the musty scent of dust in the air. It was dim, with just 2 flickering oil lamps hanging from the ceiling, casting long shadows. There was a table in the center of the room surrounded by worn-out chairs, and a half-destroyed fireplace in the corner. It felt like a place lost in time. I began scanning the room when the door creaked open. The harsh daylight poured in, blinding me for a moment. I squinted, trying to make out who was entering. When the door finally closed behind the figure, my breath caught in my throat. Standing in front of me was a tall, dark man. He was dressed entirely in black, his strong build unmistakable. But it was more than his physical appearance that shocked me, it was the recognition. He was a man I knew well, someone I had once admired for his intellect and his ambition, the same man I had trusted in the past. But now, in this moment, I was sure if he was my savior or the one who had orchestrated my capture. The man's gaze met mine, and I couldn't shake the cold feeling in the pit of my stomach. What was he doing here? Was he here to help me, or had he played a part in this nightmare? Chapter 41, Divine Invention, Maximus POV. I had no idea what time it was, but I was certain it was way too early in the morning when Drive AKO woke me up harshly and without mercy. I'm too tired to get up and train. Drive AKO. Leave me alone. I groaned, barely able to lift my head from the pillow. You mean to drunk? Drive-ko retorted, his voice sharp. Get up right now. Maximus, I won't let you ruin my chance to become the king of all werewolves because of your stupidity. His words cut through the fog in my mind, but I didn't have the energy to care. How cold-hearted are you? Drive-ko. Aren't you hurt by Adelina's betrayal? How can you act like nothing happened? Adelina didn't betray us. You're either damn stupid to see the truth. Now get up, or I'll make you. You can't run from me. I hate you. Drive-ko. You always know how to piss me off. I muttered under my breath, frustrated and exhausted. Flattered. Max, Drive-ko replied smugly. Now up. Before I could argue further, I found myself being forced out of bed. His control over my body was frustrating, but I knew better than to resist. The following days became a relentless routine, dictated entirely by Drive-ko. Every morning, I was forced to run 14 laps around the training field, pushing my body to its limits. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Kushut's enthusiasm. I had to train with the warriors in both weapons and physical combat, switching between human and wolf form. By the time I finished, usually around 11 am, my body felt like it was ready to collapse. All I wanted was to crawl back into bed and sleep for days. But Drive-ko had other plans. If I wanted him to leave me in peace, I had to go to my office and office all the pending matters. No rest, no reprieve, just work. I took a quick shower and dragged myself to my office, where the grind continued. And so, that became my daily routine. During the time I was locked in my room, Chris managed most of the Pact's issues, and I had to admit, he handled them with great success. But Drive-ko was right, this couldn't go on. I couldn't keep burdening him with my responsibilities. As the beta, he had enough on his plate. Eventually, he'd have to take back control or Drive-ko would force my hand. And in the end, it was his will that would prevail. There was no point in resisting anymore. I let him take charge because, frankly, it gave me a way to forget about my problems. I didn't want to think about Adelena's betrayal any longer. My spies brought unsettling news besides Adelina. Nicholas was also missing. He never returned to his pack after leaving the council. They lost track of him immediately after his departure. It couldn't be a coincidence. Those two must have been planning this together from the start. All the time they spent in my pack, they were plotting their escape. I feel so stupid for trusting her, for giving her my heart. And she threw it away without a second thought. That this was the first time someone I loved had left me. It happened when I was just a kid. I was 10 years old when my mother left my father and me. She just walked away, without a word, without any explanation. How could she do that to me? To her only son? Whatever issue she had with my father, she should never have abandoned me like that. What kind of mother does that? After she left, nothing was the same. My father became violent, aggressive especially toward me. I reminded him too much of her. I was the spitting image of her. And every time he looked at me, it was a reminder of her betrayal. And that's what I paid for. For 5 years, I endured torture, abuse, and neglect. Nothing I did, no matter how small, escaped his wrath. It didn't matter if I was good or bad, my punishment was always severe. When I turned 15, I reached my breaking point. I couldn't take it anymore. I challenged my father. I fought him, defeated him, and ended his life. In that moment, I became the alpha of the Drive-ko pack. It was a moment of liberation not just for me, but for every member of the pack. They were all relieved to see him go, and I took my place as their leader. In the last few years, my father had completely lost his grip. His decisions were irrational and intolerable. He imposed severe penalties for the smallest offenses. To my fellow pack members, his death was a salvation from a ruthless tyrant. It became one of my responsibilities to my people. For several hours I was buried in my work, When the door swung open, Gina walked in, looking well, groomed with heavy makeup and her hair perfectly combed. "Good evening, babe," she said in a seductive tone, striding toward me. I paused what I was doing, raised my head to look at her, and asked coldly, "What do you want?" "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I came to tell you how much I miss you. I can't stand seeing you like this. Why are you torturing yourself over that ungrateful woman?" she said sympathetically. A few months ago, I might have fallen for her feigned concern, but not anymore. I knew exactly what kind of woman she was, and I wouldn't let myself be fooled again. If you came here to talk about Adelina, you can leave now. I snapped. Why are you being like this? I didn't come here to talk about her. I love you, and I can't stand being away from you. Your situation hurts me deeply. Oh, how full. Drive AKO interjected. Funny how she never showed up when you were a drunken mess every day. Now, she comes around when you're pulling yourself together, working hard, when she realized you still have a chance to become king. What a hypocrite. While Adelina isn't. She did everything to prove that she cared about me, only to run away with another man at the first opportunity. I contradicted. She didn't run away. Drive AKO growled. You didn't look for her enough. You're a fool. Maybe right now, while you're busy flirting with this bimbo. She's being tortured or mistreated. Sure, tortured and abused, while she's getting kissed and caressed by her lover. How can you accuse her so easily? Driving AO barked. If something was happening, we would feel it. We don't feel a thing. First of all, I never marked her, so I can't sense what she's feeling. Second, if she's far away, I can't feel her betrayal either. Now can we please move on? I've done everything you wanted me to today. What's wrong with you? Drive AKO scolded. Why do you always end up with women of zero morality like Gina, but abandon your mate at the first chance? You're a complete moron. His words stung, but I couldn't take his nagging anymore. He was insufferable, especially when he kept defending that traitor. I didn't cling to women with no morals, but I couldn't ignore the pain Adelina's betrayal had caused me, and I had no intention of continuing to mourn our lost relationship. Gina approached me with her signature seductive stride. As she came closer, she removed her coat, revealing nothing but red lingerie. She climbed onto my lap, starting to caress and kiss me. Though I didn't want to use her to hurt Adelina, I let her continue. I wanted to get some sort of revenge, make Adelina feel the same way I did. But deep down, something inside me loathed the whole act. Suddenly, a wave of disgust hit me, and I pushed Gina away. She didn't give up easily and tried to embrace me again. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted us. I shoved her away again, pointed to her coat, and ordered her to leave. She protested, but I gave her a hard look, one that made her comply without a word. As she walked toward the door, one of the guards entered. "Alpha, there's a woman out there who wants to speak with you. She says it's urgent. Can't you see that I'm busy right now? Send her to the beta's office." I scolded. "I'm sorry. So the beta left an hour ago, and the woman insists on speaking only with you. Then bring her in," I told him irritably, then turned to Gina. "Get out. I'll call for you later." She nodded and exited the office with that alluring stride of hers. This woman never gives up when she wants something. I was straightening up my office when I heard the door slam open. "What the hell? Who dares to enter my office like this?" "Maximus Drive AKO. We meet again," a familiar female voice echoed. It was Sonia. The sorceries. "Sonia, what are you doing here?" Surprised. "I told you I would come when you needed me the most." Arrogantly, "As you can see, I do not need you," I told her dismissively. "You do, despite what you say. What do you want?" "I don't have time to waste." "Me neither. You are in grave danger. The enemies are all around you. Keep your eyes and ears open. She warned me. What is all this nonsense? I argued. You must find your match before the skirmishes. If you don't, all will be lost. The world, as we know it, will become a sad memory. We don't have much time, she said in an eerie voice, her eyes already turning grey, signaling that the goddess was within her. Thank you for your concern, but you came here in vain. You obviously don't know the latest news. My mate left with someone else. She betrayed me while I made her my Luna. She left me when I needed her the most. This is how things turned out. What salvation are you talking about? Listen to me. Maximus, appearances can be deceiving. You have to find her before the skirmishes. Look in the woods. The big wolf is always hiding in the woods. He lurks in the shadows, waiting to pounce. I cannot reveal more. In the end, the enemies will prove to be friends. And the friends, enemies. Bowing her head, when she lifted it again, her eyes were normal. Abruptly, she stood up, turned around, and left the room without a word. I was left there, speechless. I didn't know what to believe. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Drive AKO. And now Sonia were all convinced that Adelina had been abducted. Could they be right? And if so, who took her, and what do they want from her? Do I have enough time to find her and save her? Chapter 42 in a disadvantaged Adelina SPOV. The door closed with a soft click, and the man walked up to me, his presence commanding the room. He stood directly in front of me, casting a sideways glance that felt as though it pierced through me. I raised my head, and when I realized who it was, my breath caught in my throat. My mind went blank, and for a moment, I couldn't speak. How could it be him? Hello. How nice to see you again. How are you feeling? His voice dripped with feigned sweetness, completely interrupting my train of thought. You. The word barely escaped my lips as I tried to process the shock. What are you doing here? I'll explain everything soon. But first, let me apologize for the way you arrived and the accommodations. Unfortunately, circumstances are complicated. I hope you are comfortable. A forced smile spreading across his face. Oh, yes. So terribly sorry. What's all the fuss about? This place feels like a 5-star hotel. Is he blind? Or is he messing with us? My wolf muttered inside my mind. The sarcasm clear in her voice. If you wanted me to be comfortable, you could at least untie me. I promise I won't try to escape. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Keeping my voice calm, despite the growing unease. Oh yes. Yes, I'm really sorry. I was so eager to see you that I completely forgot. He replied, his words slipping out too quickly, clearly rehearsed. He took a step forward and began loosening the ropes binding me. I stood up slowly, stretching my stiff limbs, wincing from the soreness that had settled in my back and wrists. The skin around the ropes was raw and red. You know, I wanted to see you sooner, but your dear brother didn't want to help me out, so I had to take matters into my own hands, he said with an unsettling smile, his eyes glinting with something that made my skin crawl. And now, here you are. A strange feeling tightened in my chest. Something I couldn't quite place. His words held a hidden undertone, as if they were masking something darker. The way he looked at me, so cold yet filled with unspoken meaning, sent an icy shiver down my spine. What do you want from me? I managed to ask, my voice barely above a whisper. Isn't that obvious? I want your company. But the smoothness of his words did little to convince me. Nice way to ask for someone's company, I commented, rolling my eyes. I leaned back slightly, crossing my arms. What are you really after? I think I've answered that question before. My dear. His irritation clear. But of all people, why me? You've never shown me the slightest interest. What is it that you're after? Why now? Why like this? My mind racing with confusion and suspicion. From the first time I saw you, I was mesmerized by you. He replied, his tone serious, almost too sincere. Yeah, right, I muttered, disbelief lacing my words. In telling you the truth, you have to believe me, he insisted, trying to convince me with a pleading look. If you wanted me, why didn't you show me anything? What did you expect? Why let my brother imprison me? Why didn't you save me? You bring me here and tie me up like this. I snapped, the anger bubbling to the surface. Too many questions, and so little time to answer. Ma petite. His tone mocking. Just start over. Frustration rising in me. I'd always hated being called that, but hearing it from his lips felt like a betrayal in itself. It made my skin crawl. It pissed me off. Sometimes, I can't figure out where I find the strength to act like this. What's wrong with me that challenge him even when I'm at his mercy? I must have completely lost my mind. I want you by my side. I've been in love with you since the first time I met you. He confessed, his voice soft but steady. We are on fire. Baby, if only Maximus were here to see how stupid he was to underestimate us for so long. The world wants us, my wolf declared triumphantly, her voice echoing in my mind. Hold your horses. You mean a psycho? I taunted, my sarcasm laced with disbelief. Yeah, sure. Maximus is definitely going to be very jealous, I added with a smirk. My wolf growled in frustration, retreating to the back of my mind. Oh goddess, not only do I have to deal with this man's madness, but now my wolf is sulking too. Right, and why didn't you say anything until now? I asked suspiciously, narrowing my eyes at him. I cowered. It was too soon, and I didn't have the courage to tell you. Then, because Maximus appeared in your life, he admitted, his gaze softening slightly, as though he were genuinely explaining himself. If what you're telling me is true, then why show up now? And most importantly, why this way? I demanded, still unconvinced. Because you needed me. Adelina, that's why. I rescued you. Don't you see? He said shamelessly, almost as if he believed his own twisted logic. If you rescued me, then why am I still tied up in a cabin in the middle of nowhere? I shot back, the frustration and confusion growing within me, because I don't want you to suffer any harm. Many people are looking for you, wanting you dead, he said with a confident smirk, as though he held all the answers. You don't want me to suffer any harm, yet here I am, tied up. It doesn't make any sense. I trailed off, shaking my head. Nothing about this situation made sense. He didn't answer immediately but shot me an angry look, his expression revealing how much he disliked my tone. I refused to let it affect me, keeping my focus sharp as I pressed on with my questions. And who are all these people who want me dead? Keeping my voice steady. Maximus and his men. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Who else? He replied with a self-satisfied grin. Achius got an entire team out looking for you. Achius ordered them to kill you when they find you. Why? My mind racing. Deep down, I didn't believe a word he said. Maximus might be dangerous. Yes, but kill me. That seemed extreme. That's his plan. My wolf interjected, her voice laced with disbelief. I pushed the thought aside, but still felt a knot of unease in my stomach. You're Eli. If Maximus wanted me dead, I would be long gone by now. I'm more useful to him alive than dead, I said proudly. Really? Girl, that's your argument. Pathetic. My wolf scoffed, sounding as frustrated as I felt. Shut it. I snapped at her mentally. Don't you see? My wolf went on, ignoring my frustration. This guy thinks you're an imbecile and that he can manipulate you however he wants. He must be crazy for thinking that, especially with a brilliant wolf like me in your head. I groaned internally, rolling my eyes at her cocky attitude. She had a point, but that didn't make the situation any less maddening. Adelina, I'm your friend. You have to believe me. I'm telling you the truth. Taking a step closer, his eyes almost pleading. You have a strange way of showing friendship, I retorted, stepping back slightly to put some space between us. Please, you have to understand. Desperation creeping into his voice. I'm in love with you. I want to protect you. I want to make you my queen. I couldn't help myself. I didn't know you were already a king. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sarcastically raising an eyebrow. I'm not yet, but I will be soon. With you by my side, he said seriously, as though it was a done deal. I've put too much into this plan to lose you now. You mean, you're behind all this? The realization hitting me like a ton of bricks. You're the one who orchestrated all of this. You're the one who fooled Jake into imprisoning me. I never forced him to do anything. Shaking his head as if I were misunderstanding. H.S. so delusional. Thinking H.S. better than everyone else and that he deserves to be king. It's ridiculous. Can you imagine? Jake, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He isn't even fit to be alpha of a small pack. For goodness sake, while he is, give me a break. What a jerk. My wolf muttered in the back of my mind. I ignored her for the moment, still grappling with what H.E.D. said. Okay, I can understand Jake's grandiose plans. But why you? You're one of the most successful werewolves. Why do you want to become king? Why do people keep trying to get more and more? He asked rhetorically, his gaze lingering on me with an unsettling intensity. I stared at him, completely speechless and frozen. My mind was whirling, too many emotions and thoughts clashing at once. Say something. Girl. My wolf chided again. That's why he thinks you're an idiot. Would you stop doing that? I shot back mentally, my patience fraying. She sighed, retreating into the back of my mind, while the man in front of me raised an eyebrow, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. The answer is simple. Ma petite. His voice dripping with smugness. I didn't reply. I stood there, silent, my mind struggling to make sense of everything. His presence, the whirlwind of information, everything was a blur. I wanted to escape, to shut it all out. But I couldn't. I see you're having trouble finding it. His voice taking on a mocking tone. Let me help you. It's one word. 5 letters. Can you guess what it is? I stood there, still in shock, my brain failing to process any of it. I stared at him, unable to form a coherent thought. This couldn't be real. I had to be dreaming. I'm really not in the mood for games. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. After what felt like an eternity, he flashed his idolic smile. The word is power. Ma petite. I want the ultimate power. I want what I've been deprived of all these years. Just because I was the 3rd child in my family. My brothers, though incompetent, received the highest positions without doing a damn thing. Unlike me, who worked so hard to get here, I must take the position that's rightfully mine. I must be king. It'll change the world we live in. Yes, it was you the palace was waiting for so long to function. What a moron. My wolf snickered in my mind. Clearly unimpressed. I was starting to feel the same way. The entire conversation was growing tedious and, frankly, was getting on my nerves. I just wanted to escape all of this. I took a deep breath before addressing the man in front of me. You've already achieved so much. Why would you want to throw it all away? You could do so much from where you are. You have the ability and resources to change things. You don't have to be king to make a difference. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. trying to reason with him. He snapped back, his eyes flashing with anger. Oh, you think your mate is more capable than me? Is that what you're saying? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His fist clenching at his sides. No, I never said that. I replied quickly, trying to calm the situation. But he was listening. Please, don't treat me like a fool. I know how much you support him, despite the way he mistreated you. He continued, his voice dripping with disdain. I felt a spike of irritation. You blame Maximus for everything, but you treat me no better than he did, considering the situation you've put me in. His expression darkening. You're a bit of a goofball, aren't you? Ignoring his insult, I stood my ground and demanded, what do you want from me? I already told you. You just don't pay attention. I want you to be my queen. The frustration evident in his tone. I stared at him, incredulous. What makes you think I want this position? He leaned in closer, his eyes narrowing. If you don't accept, I have no reason to keep you here. I stared back at him, unflinching. Okay, then let me go, because I clearly don't want to be queen. His face twisted in anger, his eyes narrowing into dangerous slits. I never said I would set you free. A chill ran down my spine. Then what are you going to do with me? Impatience and fear rising in my chest. His voice became cold and calculated. If I'm not going to have you, then no one will. I'm going to keep you here forever. I shook my head, my heart pounding. You can't keep me here forever. Then I'll kill you. That way, I'll be sure you won't open your mouth, he said flatly, as if it was the most logical thing in the world. My breath caught in my throat. What? Why would you kill me? I haven't done anything to you. I protested, desperation creeping into my voice. He just looked at me, his eyes cold and unfeeling. You're Maximus' mate. It'd be a complete fool to let you go back to him. Tears of frustration welled up in my eyes as I pleaded with him. Please, let me go. I won't tell anyone. I swear. I won't say a word. Stop begging, he said dismissively, his voice colder than ever. I've made my decision. A wave of panic hit me as the walls seemed to close in around me. Let me go. You risk someone finding me. What if someone, or Maximus, finds me? My voice trembling with fear. Clearly unmoved. Then they'll find you too late. That idiot will never do it. I've cast a magic potion around the perimeter of the cabin, he said with a twisted grin. This potion reduces one scent so their mate can never find them. So don't get your hopes up. Even if H is looking for you, he will never find you. And if your mate can't find you, imagine how difficult it will be for others. So decide whether you'll come with me or not. My mind was still numb from everything that had happened. This man is insane. He orchestrated all of this just to become king. What is it with male werewolves these days? Why does everyone want to be king? And why does he want me by his side as his queen? There are so many other wolves. For goodness sake, why did he have to choose me? Where did I get myself into? Chapter 43, Searching for Her Maximus POV. Demetrio, I need you to prepare a research team of 1 warriors and 1 scout ASAP. I want you all in the training field in 10 minutes. I linked Demetrio. I had tried linking with Chris several times, but I couldn't reach him. It was like the land had swallowed him whole. Right away. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Demetrio replied, and I severed the link. I tidied up my desk and gathered the supplies I needed for the search. I would find her, no matter what. Sonia was right. I had to search the forest. If Adelina had left with another man, I would have felt it. But no. For days now, I had felt nothing. Chris and Sonia were right from the start. Adelina had been kidnapped because of me because they wanted to hurt me. I was right. Too, you know. Not that you ever mentioned me. My wolf, Dive KO, chimed in with a hint of sarcasm. I told you from the beginning that you didn't run away. But of course, the big bad alpha was waiting for the goddess's intervention to finally believe it. Not now. Drive KO. We have work to do, I replied firmly. Well, don't say I didn't tell you, he muttered back, clearly annoyed. I rushed out of my office, ready to head downstairs when I heard Gina's irritating voice behind me. Maximus, my love, I was coming to you. We were in the middle of something. Where are you going? I didn't answer her at all. I didn't even bother to look back. I kept walking. She followed me, yelling at me, until I reached the last step of the stairs, and she tripped, falling on top of me. I turned around and shot her a stern look. Why are you following me? Can't you see I'm busy? Leave me alone. I snapped at her. She pouted and walked away, grumbling. I couldn't believe I had been so blind, so ready to fall into her trap again. What was wrong with me? Why had I acted so stupidly? This same question has been bothering me for days. Draco chimed in with a venomous tone. I can't accept the fact that my human alter ego is such an idiot. Okay, Draco, fair enough. I got the message. I'm a total idiot for thinking Adelina betrayed me. Is that what you were dying to hear? I retorted. I guess something like that. Though it's not enough, he confessed. Now can we focus on finding Adelina instead of blaming each other? We weren't blaming each other. You can't blame me for jinxing, as I didn't do anything wrong. Draco countered. Now take your excuse and go save my beautiful mate. I made my way down to the training field, where the research team was already lined up and waiting for me. Hello, everyone. You are here today because you are the best and only hope to find and save our Luna. You will be divided into 4 groups and scattered to the 4 corners of the forest. You will search. You will not stop until you find her. Demetrio's team will go east, and mine west, respectively. Make me proud now. Yes, Alpha. They all responded in unison, shifting into their wolf forms. Demetrio organized the teams into their respective groups, and we all waited for the signal to begin. I took my team and headed toward the forest. We traveled for a while, and then Draco insisted on taking over. He caught a faint scent of familiar one, and he was certain it belonged to Adelina. I gave him control, and he started running at full speed. The others tried to follow behind, but Draco was unstoppable. After half an hour of running, we reached a part of the forest filled with tall pines and firs. I had never been here before. I scanned the area but found no signs of humans or werewolves. I sent our scouts to investigate further. An hour later, I received word that they had found a trail about 2 kilometers away. On this trail, they found tracks both human and wolf. The trail led to a dirt road where fresh tire tracks were found. According to the scouts, the tires didn't belong to the usual trucks that carried timber. They were from an SUV. That was definitely interesting. I ordered my team to take a closer look at the area to see if they could find anything else. Draco was growing more and more impatient. The scent he had picked up earlier had disappeared, and no matter how much he sniffed around, he couldn't find it again. His frustration only increased, and I could feel the agitation coursing through him. He wanted to run, to tear through the forest in a blind rage, but we had to stay focused. There was still work to do. I decided to follow the dirt road with a small group, hoping it would lead to something, but it quickly ended at hill, forcing us back to square one. We had already spent the entire day searching, and now night was quickly approaching. I gave the orders some warriors were to set up camp in a nearby clearing, while others would go hunting. I chose to join the hunting party. Draco's fury burned inside me, and he didn't hold back on his anger. He blamed me for not starting the search for Adelina sooner, and his frustration made him reckless. He tore through the forest, his instincts taking over as he hunted. Draco single, 2 wild boars, and 3 wild goats, more than enough to feed the group. Yet, he refused to stop. He pushed himself to the limit, determined to prove something to himself. Even if I had to force him to rest, I eventually ordered him to stop. Draco, you need to rest. We'll need you at your full strength tomorrow. Reluctantly, he let me have control again. With the hunt finished, we made our way back to camp, where a large fire was already blazing in the center. It was a welcome sight, and I could see that the warriors were preparing the meat. We didn't technically need the fire to cook, but I thought it would be better to eat like civilized beings, rather than like wild animals. The night sky was breathtaking, even without a moon. The stars seemed to stretch endlessly, like an ocean of diamonds scattered across the dark velvet sky. The atmosphere around the campfire was relaxed, with jokes and stories floating through the air, bringing a sense of camaraderie. But I couldn't fully enjoy the moment. My thoughts kept drifting back to Adelina. Was she out there, somewhere under the same sky? Was she thinking of me? Had she eaten anything today? Was she okay? I couldn't shake the worry gnawing at me. I knew it would take time, but it felt like we should have found her by now. Every moment felt like an eternity. Do you think she sees the same sky? Almost to myself, staring into the fire, Draco remained silent for a moment, as if considering my words. Then, in a softer tone than usual, she might be out there, looking up at it, just like we are. But we'll bring her back. Maximus, we will. I nodded, but the doubt still lingered in my chest. Would I be able to find her? Could I bring her back safely? All of these questions swirled in my mind until exhaustion finally took over, and I fell asleep by the fire. The weight of my thoughts and the pressure of the search left me drained, but I couldn't afford to rest for long. The next morning, we were back at it, determined to find any trace of Adelina. We decided to head up the hill to check what was beyond it, hoping it might offer some clue. Unfortunately, our efforts were in vain. There was nothing of importance there. We spent the entire day searching, covering every inch of the area, but still no sign of her. Frustration began to gnaw at me, and just as I was beginning to lose hope, one of my scouts contacted me that night. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I've found something, he said urgently. His voice was laced with a mixture of excitement and caution. I need you to come here. I'll send you the coordinates. I immediately told him to stay put and give me the exact location. It wasn't far from where I was, and within minutes, I was on my way. My heart was pounding in my chest as I pushed through the dense woods, the darkness of night surrounding me like a cloak. I had no idea what I was going to find, but I was ready for anything. When I arrived, I saw it a small, old abandoned cabin hidden among the trees. The structure was weathered, its wooden walls covered in moss and vines. It looked like it hadn't been touched in years, but something about it felt significant. My instincts screamed at me that this could be the breakthrough we had been waiting for. I approached cautiously, signaling to the rest of the team to stay alert. This could be a trap, or it could be the key to finding Adelina. I wasn't taking any chances. Adelina SBOV. The weight of the situation pressed heavily on me, and I could feel my pulse quicken with every passing minute. 2 days had passed, and I still hadn't come up with a solid plan. The deadline was looming, just one more night until the final decision had to be made. I couldn't keep letting this go on, but every option seemed to trap me in a worse nightmare than the last. The thought of becoming his queen sickened me to my core. Just imagining future with him made my skin crawl. Yet if I chose that path, my life would be dictated by 2 miserable outcomes. If he succeeded, I'd be bound to a man I could never love, forced to live a life I despised. Maximus would cast me aside. I would become a traitor in his eyes, a disgrace to my pack, stripped of everything, and to me, that seemed worse than death itself. The suffocating silence of the room matched the chaos in my mind. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't think clearly. Every scenario I tried to play out ended in failure. My thoughts were tangled, and all I could focus on was the ticking clock. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That was the only thing that made any sense. But how? I was tied to this chair with ropes that bit into my skin, in a place I didn't recognize. I didn't even know how far I was from the pack, or if there was anyone looking for me. The odds were stacked against me, and I could feel the desperation clawing at my chest. If only I could break free. If only I knew where I was. I closed my eyes and tried to calm my racing heart, thinking of any possible way out. It was 3 a.m. when I heard a strange noise outside. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I assumed the guards were just changing shifts, laughing and teasing to pass the time. But then the sound shifted. There was no mistaking it now. It was a fight. The sounds of struggle, grunts, and maybe even a few curses. Who was fighting? What was going on? Were they just arguing? Or was it something worse? The second option seemed more likely. The chaos outside made my heart race with anxiety. Should I try to do something? Could I do something? The truth was, there wasn't much I could do. I was tied to a chair, helpless. All I could do was wait. The commotion continued for a few agonizing minutes before it suddenly stopped. Silence. The only sound now was the echo of heavy footsteps approaching the door. I tensed, holding my breath, as the door was slammed open. It fell to the floor with a crash. My eyes widened as a large figure entered, dressed all in black with a hood that shadowed his face. His movements were steady, purposeful as he closed the distance between us. He stopped right in front of me, and then, in a low, almost relieved voice, "To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm." Finally, before I could react, the world around me spun into darkness. Chapter 40 for the list Maximus POV. In the cabin, there was an old table, a few weathered chairs, and a half-destroyed fireplace in the east corner. It had clearly been abandoned for years, but there were signs that someone had stayed there recently. We couldn't tell if it had been Ardelina or someone else, as the scent had already faded, leaving only an unsettling emptiness. We found food scraps, 2 torn black t-shirts, and a half-destroyed bed. The place was a mess. Whoever had been here wasn't human. No human would have survived in such a desolate and dangerous place. My men, I swept the area around the cabin, but we found nothing. Unfortunately, the rain from the previous night had washed away any tracks that might have been there. Nothing. Nothing. Nothing at all. Where did she go? Draco's frustrated voice echoed in my mind. She couldn't have disappeared like that. Sure, I picked up her scent. I didn't respond. I was just as disappointed. For a moment, I thought we were so close to finding her, but none of the other teams had come up with anything significant either. It felt like we were back at square one. We have to abandon the mission. Sonia was wrong, I said to Drive AKO, my voice heavy with resignation. We've searched every inch of the forest and found nothing. Absolutely nothing, no. Drive AKO retorted angrily. We can't give up. I can still feel her close. I know she's near. You've been saying that for 3 days. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My frustration creeping into my tone. But so far, we haven't found the slightest clue that Adelina was ever here. You have to understand, continuing to search here is pointless. It's getting us nowhere. We have to keep on, Draco insisted stubbornly, his frustration only growing. I was about to respond when I received a mind link from one of the border guards. Alpha, the Lupos brothers from Italy have requested permission to enter our territory. They'll be in your office in about an hour. They say it's urgent. What do you want us to tell them? Lupos. That's the last thing we need right now, Draco muttered under his breath. What do they want? I don't know, but something tells me they're not here with good intentions, I replied to Draco, before immediately mind linking the border guard. Let them in, but don't let them roam around a territory alone. Send guards with them once they pass the gates. Tell Chris and Leopold to meet them at the border ASAP. The response that came back wasn't what I expected. So Leopold has been missing since yesterday. We don't know where he is. What are you saying? Why wasn't I informed about this? I snapped, irritated by the lack of communication. Beta ordered us not to inform you. He said you had a lot to handle and didn't want to distract you from the mission. Achia's been looking for him since yesterday. I let out a frustrated sigh, the weight of everything bearing down on me. Mind, link him to stop what Achia's doing and head straight to the border to meet the Lupoes. We'll discuss this later. Let the Lupoes pass through, but make sure the pack is ready to receive them. They'll be there in an hour at the most. Yes, Alpha, the guard replied, and I cut the link. As soon as the connection ended, I turned to Draco. I have to deal with the Lupoes now. But you know what? In not giving up on finding Adelina, we'll keep searching, even if we're sidetracked for a bit. Draco remained silent for a moment.
His earlier kindness subdued by my resolve.
But we'll find her. Maximus. We won't stop until we do. I quickly gathered the team and informed them that the search mission was officially over. The weight of the decision hit me like a thunderbolt, and I could see the disappointment in their eyes. Some of them wanted to continue, to keep searching for their Luna, but I couldn't allow it. There was no point in carrying on when I knew it was futile. The fact that I had to make this call still gnawed at me. I never expected Adelina to be loved by so many so quickly. It made me proud of her. But I had to face the truth. The trail was cold, and the search was only dragging us deeper into frustration. I shifted into my black wolf, the fur deep midnight shade that matched my mood. With one last glance at the pack house, I headed toward the heart of the pack, ready to face what awaited me. Back at the pack house, everything was prepared for the Lupoes' arrival. The rooms reserved for this day were immaculate, fit for royalty, as they deserved. I made a quick stop for a shower, scrubbing away the fatigue and frustration of the long days. I dressed in my black suit sharp and coldly professional and headed for my office. I needed to be composed, especially with what I knew the Lupoes were going to bring. As I settled into the chair behind my desk, the guard's mind linked me, informing me that the Lupoes were already outside. The tension in my body grew tighter, but I kept it under control. They were here now. I would have to face them and whatever message they were bringing. A moment later, the two brothers walked in, flanked by a single guard. Their eyes were tired. I could see the weight of whatever news they carried hung heavily on their shoulders. I stood to greet them, offering a nod in acknowledgement. Welcome to my pack, Alpha and Beta Lupoes. It's been a while since I last saw you. What brings you to my doorstep? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Motioning for them to sit, they took their places, their expressions grim as they sat down. Hello, Draco, Alpha Lupo said with a half smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. It really has been a long time. It's nice to see you, though I'm afraid the reason we're here won't be pleasant for you. Pleasant or not, I want to hear it. What's going on? I responded, my tone a mix of curiosity and impatience. Always so laconic, Beta Lupo muttered under his breath. Before Alpha Lupo continued, we are here to warn you and provide you with some vital information, Alpha Lupo said, his voice steady but filled with an urgency that made my pulse quicken. Warn me? About what? My brow furrowing in confusion. Your Luna is in great danger, Alpha Lupo replied, his gaze sharp and filled with concern. Why are you telling me this? Now fully on edge. We've received reliable information, Beta Lupo cut in, his voice dark with worry. Your Luna will be kidnapped and killed. This act will weaken you and ensure you caught in the upcoming skirmishes for the throne. I was silent for a moment, the gravity of their words settling in. Do you know who's behind this? I finally asked, my voice cold with dread. Recently, we came across disturbing intel about our brother, Mario, Beta Lupo said, his face twisted in a mix of disbelief and anger. Mario, I echoed, unable to comprehend what I was hearing. What does he have to do with all of this? Alpha Lupo leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. What my brother's trying to say is that Mario is behind this whole scheme. HES working with someone else. Someone who means to take your Luna. You need to protect her from him. HES a threat to everything you hold dear. I shook my head in disbelief. If Mario was behind this, then it was worse than I could have imagined. If you know so much, then you must also know that our Luna has been missing for 2 weeks now. I told them coldly, my frustration leaking into my words. Oh my goddess. Beta Lupo's voice cracked in shock. We're too late. Where is she? What happened to her? Her whereabouts have been unknown for the past 3 days. I replied, trying to keep my voice steady despite the turmoil inside. But why do you think Mario is involved? What makes you so sure? Beta Lupo looked at his brother, then back at me, his eyes filled with urgency. Because Mario's been plotting for the throne for years. He explained. But this isn't just about power. HES willing to do anything. Anything to break you and claim the throne for himself. Your Luna is a piece on his chessboard. And if we don't act fast, we may never see her again. My thoughts were spinning, the weight of their words hitting me harder than I expected. I could barely focus on the rest of their explanation as the truth sank in. Mario was just a threat to my throne. He was a threat to the one person it's sworn to protect. Where's Mario now? My voice steady but barely containing the rage bubbling beneath the surface. The room was quiet for a moment as the Lupos exchanged uneasy looks. We don't know exactly, Alpha Lupo said quietly, but we know HE is planning something big. And if you don't act quickly, you'll lose everything. Damn it, I muttered under my breath. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. Mario had been playing this game for longer than I knew, and now I had no choice but to face him head-on. We'll find her, I said finally, my voice steely with determination. And when we do, Mario will pay for what HE has done. We don't think, Draco. We're sure, Alpha Lupo said firmly, his gaze unwavering. We've been following Mario for almost a year now, and we've uncovered disturbing truths about him. Unfortunately, HE is not the man he claims to be. What truths? My voice steady but my heart racing with unease. Mario is the leader of an underground organization called the New Order. Beta Lupo interjected, his voice grim. Their goal is to make wolves the only species on Earth,
destroying every other race in the process.
There are many wolves who believe that werewolves are the most powerful species and that it's their destiny to dominate the world. I took a sharp breath, trying to process the implications of their words. Why would Mario do something like that? What does he stand to gain from all of this? Power, Alpha Lupo replied bluntly. He wants to be the king, Draco, not just of wolves, but of the world. He believes that werewolves are the superior species, and he will stop at nothing to make that a reality. But his life so far doesn't reflect that. HE has been a doctor helping humans and wolves alike. All kinds of people. I counted, still struggling to connect the dots. Are you sure Mario is behind all of this, and not someone else pulling the strings? Unfortunately, we are absolutely sure, Alpha Lupo said, his tone heavy with certainty. We've gathered all the incriminating evidence we need to expose him. The time for speculation is over. We just need to arrest him, and we will bring the truth to the council. I leaned back in my chair, trying to digest the magnitude of what they were telling me. Then who else could be involved? Someone close to him. Tell me who you suspect. Beta Lupo leaned forward, a thought crossing his mind. What about Nicholas, the Alpha of Winterwood's pack? At the mention of Nicholas, both Lupos exchanged a knowing glance before Alpha Lupo spoke. How absurd. Of course not, he said with a slight chuckle, though it was one that didn't reach his eyes. Nicholas is with us. She is the one who uncovered Mario's secret plan in the first place. Are you sure? The words felt foreign, as if they didn't belong in the conversation. Nicholas, my old enemy and ally to the council. Still he couldn't be trusted. The idea seemed unfathomable. How can you be certain? I wondered aloud. Positive. Draco. Alpha Lupo reassured me, seeing the doubt in my eyes. Nicholas is one of our most trusted allies. He was the one who warned us about your Luna's kidnapping. She has been helping us track Mario for months, ever since we got wind of the New Order's activities. The disbelief settled in my chest like a stone. But how did Nicholas learn all this information? Why didn't he come to me? Oh, it's a very long story. Alpha Lupo began, his voice grim. The short version is that Mario caused the death of Nicholas Luna when he was a doctor at Winterwood's Pack Hospital. Mario's explanations for her death didn't convince Nicholas, and it sent him on a mission to uncover the truth. What he discovered left no room for doubt. Feeling the weight of the revelations. And where is he now? My heart racing with worry. Alpha Lupo sighed, his worry palpable. At Alpha's annual meeting, Nicholas received a message from his team. He asked for permission to investigate further and left to follow up. We haven't heard from him since. I felt a pang of concern. So, HE has been gone for days now. This doesn't sound good. What else do I need to know? Alpha Lupo hesitated before speaking again, clearly troubled by what he was about to say. There's something more. Alpha Draco. Many high-ranking members of your pack are also members of the New Order. We've managed to compile a list of names of those involved. This list has been distributed to every pack and every alpha. The council demands that they be tried and imprisoned. Aichil ran through me. Can I see the list? Beta Lupo nodded and handed me a folded sheet of paper. I unfolded it quickly, scanning the list of names. My eyes widen with disbelief as I read down the page. Over 200 names from my pack were on it. I felt a wave of nausea rise in my chest. The betrayal, the deceit, it was overwhelming. Some names didn't surprise me, I had suspected them, but there were others I never would have imagined. Elder Eric. Leopold, my own rusted people. I couldn't believe it. Elder Eric. Leopold. My voice shook with the weight of the question. Are you sure about them? Absolutely. Both Lupos said in unison, their faces solemn. I felt my pulse quicken as my world began to unravel. I couldn't fathom how many of my closest allies were betraying me. This was more than just a few rogue wolves, it was a conspiracy within my own walls. Guards. I bought. My command was sharp. And within moments, 2 of my guards rushed into the room. Alpha, they both said in unison. I turned to the guard on my right. You take this list, make a copy of it, and bring it back to me as soon as possible. I then looked to the other guard. Find Demetrio and Chris. Bring them here immediately. I can't reach them via mind link. Any questions? No, Alpha. They both responded in unison. Dismissed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice cold as the reality of the situation settled in. They nodded and left quickly, their footsteps echoing in the corridor outside. Alpha Lupo cleared his throat. If there's nothing else you need from us, we would appreciate some rest. It's been a long, exhausting journey. I nodded, my mind spinning with everything it just learned. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You'll have to Ongaze escort you to your rooms. I linked the Ongazer, instructing them to take care of the Lupos and ensure they were settled in. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. I added, before turning back to the task at hand. As the Lupo brothers left the office, I felt the weight of the situation pressing down on me. The air in the room was thick with tension. I could barely think straight, let alone process everything that had just been revealed. Several minutes passed, the silence in the office almost unbearable. The door opened, and Demetrio stepped in. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilburn, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You called. His voice steady but carrying a hint of urgency. I looked up at him, feeling the gravity of the moment. Demetrio, you need to see this. I handed him the list of names, my hands still trembling slightly. Yes, Demetrio. Where is Chris? My voice edged with concern. Demetrio shifted slightly, his expression tense. Unfortunately, I don't know. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I haven't seen him since yesterday afternoon. He seemed restless and was heading toward the woods. Did he tell you why he was heading there? Trying to piece together the situation. He shook his head. No, sir. But he looked like he was in a hurry. It was odd. I nodded, the concern growing. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Take this list. I want every wolf whose name is on it caught in prison immediately. Do it quickly and keep it all under wraps. Only take the most trusted with you. And Demetrio, I added, my voice hardening. Before you make any moves, read the list thoroughly. Understand who you're dealing with. Demetrio's brow furrowed as he scanned the list, his eyes pausing for a moment. Leopold, Elder Eric. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Do you want us to catch them too? Yes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice tight with determination. Catch them all. Don't leave anyone off. At first. And be sure to keep it quiet. We can't afford any mistakes. Understood. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Demetrio responded, his tone resolute. Anything else? I took a breath, considering the situation carefully. Have you found Leopold yet? No, sir. No sign of him. Keep searching. You're dismissed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My mind already racing ahead to the next steps. And make sure to keep me updated. No delays. Yes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Demetrio replied before quickly turning to leave, his footsteps echoing in the hallway as he set off to carry out my orders. I leaned back in my chair, my mind whirling with everything that had happened in such a short time. This was no longer just about a rogue group within my pack. This was about a dangerous conspiracy, one that reached deeper than I ever imagined. I had to find Chris and Leopold fast. The situation was escalating, and I couldn't afford to let anything slip through my fingers. I was in prison for what felt like an eternity. And finally, someone came to rescue me. Chapter 45, saved by the Bernardina SPOV. I slowly came to, realizing I was in the back seat of a car. My surroundings were unfamiliar, and I could see about 8 men dressed in black sitting in the front seats. Their expressions were unreadable, their focus elsewhere. I glanced at my watch without thinking it was a habit when I was stressed. It was 7:30 in the morning. Apparently, I had slept through the night after the door was broken down. I turned to look out the window. The landscape passed by in a blur, the forest stretching endlessly on either side of the dirt road. Tall trees loomed over us, their dense branches creating a canopy that blocked out most of the light. The air felt cooler. As we moved deeper into the woods, I felt a sudden sense of unease. What's going on? Where am I? Is this some kind of dream? My voice shaky. "You're in a minibus," my wolf responded, her tone flat, offering no comfort. "Right," I muttered to myself. "Great. Again with the men in black. Taking me somewhere." I glanced at the men in front of me, trying to get their attention. "I'm sorry, sirs. Where are we going?" My voice steady, but they didn't acknowledge me. Not even a glance in my direction. Were they ignoring me on purpose? Or was I really that invisible? "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm," I muttered, almost under my breath. Nothing original. Just another typical kidnapping. Some people like to complicate things. My wolf chimed in dryly. "Why bother taking you somewhere when they could have just killed you at the cabin? After you gave Mario his answer. Less hassle. No witnesses. Just a place to bury the body." "That's exactly what I needed to hear," I said sarcastically, rolling my eyes. "Your ear realmer, Al Booster. Just being practical," she retorted. "You know I'm right. Don't blame me when we're surrounded by a bunch of idiots." "Yes, I know. You're full of assets," I muttered, feeling the weight of the situation settling in. The minutes dragged on, and my nerves continued to simmer just below the surface. An hour passed, and the vehicle finally slowed. We were approaching what seemed like the borders. The forest gave way to a stretch of cleared land. But as we passed through, the guards didn't stop us. They barely even glanced at us as we drove past, clearly expecting us. A sinking feeling gnawed at me. We continued driving for another 10 minutes, the landscape shifting as we headed farther into unfamiliar territory. The air had grown distinctly colder, and the vegetation around us felt thicker, more oppressive. Eventually, the vehicle came to a halt in front of a large house. It was unmistakably a pack house, though I couldn't tell which one. Why had they brought me here? Was this Mario's doing? It was clear they weren't taking me to just any pack house. It had to be important. I felt an unsettling sense of dread welling inside me. The moment the vehicle stopped, the men in black began to exit without a word. One of them opened my door and grabbed my wrist, yanking me out of the car with little effort. One thing was certain: the pack was in the north. The air had grown colder, and the dense forest around us felt different from anything I had encountered before. The car came to a complete stop, and the men in black began to exit. One of them opened my door, grabbing me by the wrist and pulling me out of the car. "Get out." His voice clipped, as though it was the most natural thing in the world. I was too stunned to resist at first, but my instincts kicked in, and I pulled back slightly, trying to break free of his grip. It was no use. He was stronger than me, and within moments, I was on my feet, being ushered toward the imposing house. "Where are we?" I demanded, finally finding my voice. "What do you want with me?" The man didn't respond. He shoved me forward with a silent command, his grip never loosening. The moment we stepped past the threshold, I saw more men, more wolves. I assumed standing in the shadows, their eyes locked on me with cold indifference. They didn't move to stop us. They didn't need to. The house was grand, much larger than I expected, with towering walls and thick curtains drawn over the windows. Everything about it felt imposing, like the kind of place where dark deals were made. But which pack was this? Who was in charge here? My thoughts raced as I was escorted through the halls. There was a sharpness in the air, a sense of danger I couldn't shake off. Was this all part of Mario's plan? What was waiting for me here? The answers, I knew, were somewhere in the shadows, and I was about to find them. We passed through the grand hall of the house, and the hallway stretched out before us, leading toward an elegantly carved iron staircase. The hall was lined with exquisite paintings, each framed with ornate gold, and every corner was filled with exotic plants, their vibrant colors contrasting against the more somber tones of the walls. The greenery seemed out of place in such an intimidating setting. Who keeps tropical plants in a place like this? but immediately dismissed the notion. My mind had a way of fixating on odd things when I was anxious. And right now, anxiety was my constant companion. I barely had time to absorb the surroundings before the men were hurrying me up the stairs. Betrayal led the way, his steps firm and measured, while the others followed closely behind, their pace quick and deliberate. There was a weight in the air, a palpable sense of urgency, and I could feel every step tightening the knot in my stomach. Where were they taking me? What did they want? We reached the second floor, and they stopped in front of a set of double doors. The carvings on the doors were intricate and mesmerizing depictions of wolves in battle, their features bold and fierce, making it clear that whoever lived behind these doors commanded power. The craftsmanship was so precise, so deliberate, that it almost seemed alive. But again, there was no time for admiration. Beta knocked once, and a voice from inside responded with a firm, "Come in." That voice. It hit me like a wave, rushing through my thoughts. I knew that voice. It was familiar to familiar, but I couldn't place it. My mind scrambled, trying to recall where I had heard it before. But the details were slippery, fading in and out like fragments of a dream. A cold shiver ran down my spine, and my heart skipped a beat. What was going on here? The doors swung open, and I was ushered inside. The two men accompanying me bowed their heads respectfully, addressing the man behind the desk. I kept my gaze low, my eyes darting to the side. Direct eye contact with an alpha was never a good idea, especially not in a situation like this. It was a challenge, a provocation, and the consequences could be severe. I avoided looking at him for as long as I could, focusing instead on the heavy oak furniture, the sharp scent of leather, and the oppressive silence that hung in the room. But despite my efforts to keep my distance, my curiosity gnawed at me. Who was this alpha? And why did his voice feel like a key to a door I was ready to open? The atmosphere was thick with authority. There was no room for questions or uncertainty here, and I had a sinking feeling that whatever was about to unfold would change everything. "Please." See, this voice was calm, almost soothing, but it sent a shiver down my spine. I knew that voice. There was no mistaking it. I hesitated for a moment, before sitting in one of the plush armchairs before him. My heart was pounding in my chest as I tried to control the whirlwind of emotions inside me. Oh my God, it can't be him. Stunned, my mind was racing, piecing together everything that had led me to this moment. I stared at him, struggling to find my voice. "Look at me, Adelina." That command, soft yet firm, made my heart leap. I slowly raised my eyes, and as they met his, the flood of realization crashed over me. Every guess I had made, every fleeting thought, every distant memory confirmed. I exclaimed, a mix of surprise and relief flooding my chest. "Yes, Adelina," he said with a gentle smile, "and I can't tell you how glad I am to see you here, safe and sound." I felt a wave of emotion, but it was quickly replaced by frustration. "Oh my God, not you either," I burst out, feeling a mix of anger and confusion. "What do you want from me? Why are all the men imprisoning me to become kings?" I accused, my voice sharp with accusation. He looked at me, bewildered. "What are you talking about?" "Maximus, my brother, Mario Lupo, you all seem to think you can imprison me, either because you're evil or because you're trying to be kings. You all do it for my sake. But why? What do you all want?" The words tumbled out in frustration, and I found myself trembling with the weight of it all. He raised a hand, shaking his head. "I haven't imprisoned you, Adelina, and I don't intend to. I'm your friend, and I'll prove that to you." He paused, giving me a small smile. "Besides, I don't want to be king. I don't think I could handle the responsibilities of an alpha, let alone being king." My brows furrowed as I listened, my heart slowly starting to calm. "Then why am I here? What do you want from me?" The aggression in my voice was gone, replaced by genuine curiosity. He leaned forward, his expression softening. Please relax. I understand that you've been through a lot these past few days. But remember, I'm your friend, and no one here is going to hurt you. His voice was gentle, reassuring. Do you understand that? I nodded slowly, a mix of emotions swirling inside me. I was still overwhelmed, still uncertain, but his sincerity, his calmness was hard to ignore. I felt my body relax slightly, but a wave of embarrassment washed over me. I shouldn't have reacted that way. I muttered, hanging my head in shame. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He said with a kind smile. You've been through so much. I understand. He paused for a moment before continuing. Now, let me answer your questions as best as I can. I took a deep breath, still uneasy, but I needed answers. Why am I here? I asked again, more calmly this time. He sighed deeply before answering, his tone steady. You're here because one of my teams rescued you last night. We've been searching for you for weeks with no luck. We were almost ready to give up when I received a tip from a spy in your brother's pack. The message said you were imprisoned in the dungeons of your old pack. I sent my man to check it out. He confirmed the information and began tracking your movements. I blinked, shocked. Wait, you've been looking for me this whole time? He nodded yes. We had been trying to track you, but everything went dark until we got that tip. My man followed the black van that took you, and we were able to track your new location. He paused for a moment, his expression serious. We observed the area for 2 days, watched the guards, noted when you had visitors, everything. And last night, we made our move. You hit at the right time. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Still trying to wrap my head around it. I am speechless. I should probably thank you, Nicholas, and apologize for my earlier behavior. He smiled warmly. You don't need to thank me. I'm just glad you're safe now. It's a pleasure to have you here. I shifted in my seat, my thoughts racing. But why do you have spies in my brother's pack? Aren't you and Jake allies? The smile faltered slightly on his face, replaced by a more serious expression. Yes, to an extent, but there's something you don't know about your brother. Adelina. I leaned forward, hanging on his every word. What do you mean? Your brother has been recruited by a criminal organization called the New Order. His voice darkening. This organization is made up of high-ranking wolves from various packs, and they have one goal: to make our kind the rulers of the world and destroy all other species. To stop this plan, the council formed a team to monitor every movement of the members involved. I was one of the people they hired. Some of the group joined the organization as spies to gather more information. And now we have everything we need to take them down. My heart sank as the words hit me like a punch. Jake, yes, part of it. I whispered, the weight of the realization sinking in. Yes, he said quietly, a deep sigh escaping his lips. Unfortunately, your brother is involved. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. What are you going to do to them? Dreading the answer. The council wants them imprisoned and tried. Their punishment will be determined according to the crimes they've committed so far. Some of them, unfortunately, will be executed. The weight of his words hung in the air, heavy with the implications. I felt my stomach churn. Executed. My brother. My mind raced. Thoughts jumbled as I tried to make sense of it all. I had been betrayed by so many, but the thought of my brother meeting such a fate was something I could barely grasp. Do you think my brother will be one of those executed? My voice wavering with worry. I had no love for Jake after everything he'd done imprisoning me, abusing me, but death. That was something else. Nicola's face softened, his eyes showing a sadness that mirrored my own fears. I really don't know. Adelina, he said quietly, but the council won't take that decision lightly. I nodded slowly, the silence between us heavy with the unspoken. I didn't know what to feel, any more relief that I was free. Dread for what might happen to my family. I guess we should wait, I muttered. But there was something else gnawing at me. What about Mario? Don't you worry that he'll find me here. Aren't you afraid of him? Nicola's looked confident. Almost calm. There's no such possibility. The council guards will catch him in a few hours. But even if they don't, I'm not afraid of him. They'll fight him to protect you. His words were reassuring. But the truth was, Mario was dangerous. I knew he wouldn't stop. Not while I was still alive. But hearing Nicholas speak with such certainty made me feel a little safer. I can't thank you enough. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Feeling a weight lift off my chest, Nicholas smiled warmly, as if my gratitude was nothing more than a natural response. But tell me, do you need anything? His tone shifting to a more practical one. My thoughts turned to Maximus. It was time to confront the unknowns, to finally learn the truth about him. I needed to know if what Mario had told me was real. Yes, Nicholas. I want to learn something very important. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Trying to steady myself, gathering all the courage I had, Nicola's curiosity piqued, and he leaned forward slightly. Tell me what it is. I took a deep breath, my heart pounding. It's about Maximus. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice firm but laced with hesitation. Nicola's brow furrowed. What about him? I swallowed hard. Did he look for me? The question hung in the air, though I feared the answer. Did he even care? Nicola sighed, his gaze softening with sympathy. I know he was looking for you with your brother's help. But after a week, he suddenly stopped. The spies told me your brother had something to do with it. My chest tightened as a rush of anger surged through me. Nevertheless, he should have kept looking for me. I snapped, my frustration rising. Nicholas didn't offer any further comment, simply shrugging as if to say there was nothing more to be done. I took a moment to compose myself. I have arranged your stay if you want to rest, Nicholas said quickly, his voice suddenly shifting to a more practical tone. Let me call an Omega to show you your room. I shook my head, not wanting to retreat into solitude just yet. No, it's not necessary. I don't want to rest right now. My stomach growled as if on cue, reminding me just how long it had been since I last ate. It'd just like a hot cup of coffee and something to eat, because I'm really hungry. Nicola's expressions often in understanding. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm really sorry for my indiscretion earlier. Where are my manners? Shaking his head as if to himself. Your breakfast will be ready in 10 minutes. Where would you like to eat it? I smiled slightly, appreciating his kindness. If it's not too much trouble, I'd prefer to stay here, in your office. Clearly pleased. No trouble at all. I'm glad to share my office with such pleasant company. His smile was warm, and it eased the tension that still lingered between us. A sense of calm settled over me as I realized that, for the first time in days, I felt safe. At least here, for the moment, I could breathe easy. Chapter 46, The Ultimate Fight. Maximus POV. In the last 2 days, my most trusted men had worked tirelessly to round up every traitor whose name appeared on the list. We had detained so many that we were forced to send a number of them to prisons belonging to other packs. The council had made it clear that no one was to be mistreated or tortured. Everything had to be carried out by the book. They insisted that the trials commence in 5 days' time, at each pack, with at least one member of the council present to ensure fairness. The courts would determine the severity of the punishments based on the crimes committed, but I had made it clear that if they let any of the traitors off too easily, I would take matters into my own hands. I would not stand by and watch my pack's enemies go unpunished. Alpha, Mario Luco is on the phone. Do you want me to cross the line? Gemma's voice broke from my thoughts. Cross the line immediately. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My tone cold and direct. The phone crackled as Mario's voice filled the line, dripping with arrogance. Maximus Draco, what a pleasure to hear you again. I didn't waste time on pleasantries. Where's my mate? Luther, I demanded, my voice sharp. A sickening laugh echoed on the other end of the line. Oh my, the big bad Alpha is starting to worry about his mate. How fool, considering the fact that you didn't give a damn about her a few days ago. His voice dripped with sarcasm. I clenched my jaw, trying to keep my temper in check. If you called me just to judge me, you can hang up now. My patience wearing thin. An unnerving sound. You can't scare me with words. Maximus, I'm not like the others. I'm not afraid of you. I leaned forward, the anger bubbling to the surface. I'm running out of patience. Luca, where's she? The line went quiet for a moment. Then Mario's voice came, low and deliberate. If you want to see her alive again, you need to meet me at the Sacred Rock, but you have to come alone. My mind reeled. The Sacred Rock. I hadn't expected him to take her there. Not after everything that had happened. You expect me to believe that all this time you've been hiding her at the Sacred Rock under my nose. I'm not stupid. Lupo, I replied, skepticism lacing my voice. Mario's tone shifted, a smugness creeping in. I never said you would find her there. I told you to come meet me there if you want her back safe and sound. His words sent a chill through me. I cowed and afford to trust him blindly. Not after everything he'd done. How do I know you're not lying to me? How do I know you won't harm her even if I come? Trying to read between the lines of his words. Mario's laugh echoed again, but this time it was darker, almost mocking. You'll just have to take that risk, won't you? He taunted before abruptly ending the call. I stood frozen, my heart pounding, a mix of frustration and dread rising in my chest. My thoughts churned like a storm. Was I making the right choice? Should I trust him enough to walk into this trap? Or was this all part of his sick game? I clenched my fists and forced myself to breathe deeply, trying to steady the onslaught of emotions threatening to overtake me. No matter what tricks he had up his sleeve, I was going to bring Adelina home. I cowed and afford to let him win. Gamma, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice resolute. Prepare my things. I'm heading to the Sacred Rock. I sent a quick mind link to Chris, telling him my plans. He responded immediately, urging caution. He wanted to send 2 teams to shadow me, keeping hidden and only intervening if absolutely necessary. But I refused. I couldn't risk putting Adelina in further danger. This was my responsibility. She was my mate, and I was going to face whatever came head on. With that settled, I grabbed my keys, my phone, and my sword, the weight of it a familiar comfort, and headed straight for the Sacred Rock. This was it. Adelina would be in my arms again tonight. I made a silent vow to Artemis herself that I would not fail her. After 15 minutes of tense driving, I reached the dead end leading to the narrow path toward the Sacred Rock. The area was eerily quiet, and my senses were on high alert. I took slow, measured steps, scanning the surroundings for any sign of movement, any hint of hidden warriors. Nothing. My senses were sharp, and I knew it was just my instincts I had allowed drive a KO to take over, sharpening my focus, heightening every sense. I reached the clearing, and to my surprise, the Sacred Rock stood in solitude. There were no guards, no signs of a trap. I cautiously surveyed the area for a few minutes, but found nothing. It didn't sit right. Why had he led me here if no one was around? Are you looking for me? The voice was sudden, cutting through the silence like a knife. I spun around, instinctively reaching for my sword. From the shadows of the surrounding bushes, Mario emerged, his smug expression barely visible in the low light. "Where's Adelina?" I demanded, my voice low and menacing. Draco's voice rumbled in my mind, his tone concerned. "Why didn't we notice him before?" "I don't know. But this isn't good. Stay alert. He never plays fairly," I warned, my grip tightening on the hilt of my sword. Mario flashed a grin, clearly enjoying the tension. "Nice to see you too, Draco." His voice had a playful undertone, but I could hear the edge beneath it. The mockery. "I'm not in the mood for games. Tell me where Adelina is, or you won't live to see another day." I snarled, stepping closer, my gaze unwavering. Mario smirked, clearly enjoying the power he held over the situation. The big bad alpha is getting angry. What do I do now?" he taunted, before his expression darkened. "Did you really think he'd just tell you where Adelina is? Draco, you're a fool to believe it given that easily. You must really think you deserve to be king. But you're nothing more than an idiot." I was done with his games. "Tell me where she is. You promised to release her as we agreed. Answer before I lose my patience." I unsheathed my sword in one swift motion, the cold steel glinting in the sunlight. Mario's eyes flickered to the blade, but he remained unfazed, still playing his sick game. "You think you scare me? This is all just a game to you, isn't it? The longer you drag this out, the more you'll regret it." The wind howled through the trees, and I tightened my grip on the hilt, prepared to do whatever it took to bring her back. "Where's Adelina? Did you set her free as we agreed?" "Tu es agent extraordinaire, Weyland Noben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I repeated, my voice now deadly calm, the warning clear. I wasn't going to let him toy with me any longer. Not after everything he had put us through. I had one mission, to get Audie back, and nothing was going to stop me. "I never agreed to anything with you." Mario spat, his voice dripping with venom, and without warning, he drew his sword. "You are a disgrace," I retorted, my anger flaring. In an instant, I lunged at him with all the force I could muster. The clash of steel filled the air as we began to fight. I led the charge from the very beginning, and despite his skill, I was faster and more precise. Each strike I delivered found its mark across his arms, shoulders, and ribs. He tried desperately to evade, using every trick in the book to break my rhythm, but he was no match for me. The battle raged on for almost half an hour. Mario's moves became increasingly frantic, his sword swings clumsy. It was clear he was tiring. I saw my opening. I ducked under his wild swing, disarmed him in one fluid motion, and sent his sword flying through the air. That's why I'm the best candidate for the position of king. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Standing tall, my chest heaving with pride. But before I could savor my victory, I heard a sharp whistle. It sliced through the air like a razor, and before I could even react, something sharp and cold struck me in the back. I gritted my teeth, instinctively reaching for whatever it was. It was an arrow, barbed and deadly. I tugged it from my skin, bringing it up to my nose to smell it. The unmistakable stench of wolfbane and silver burned my nostrils. It was poison, poison that could kill any wolf in an instant. But I was no mere wolf. I was a lichen. I glared at Mario as I pulled the arrow free, feeling the poison already working its way through my veins. His smirk only widened. "Did you really think I would play fair? That's why I deserve to be king, because I never leave anything to chance." His voice dripped with arrogance as he moved closer, launching himself at me again with renewed ferocity. I could feel the poison spreading rapidly, my body growing heavier with every passing second. My muscles screamed in protest, and I knew I was running out of time, but I wasn't about to let Mario see me weak. I let my leg inside take control, my vision sharpening, my instincts heightened. Even as my strength faltered, I would fight until my last breath. But Mario was done. His attacks came harder. Each blow felt like it could be the one that finished me. The poison was working its magic, clouding my thoughts, making my limbs sluggish. But Draco's will kept me fighting. The lichen blood inside me was my only chance now. I stumbled back, my head spinning. My breath ragged as I leaned against the trunk of a nearby tree to steady myself. The dizziness was overwhelming, but I couldn't afford to let it consume me. Mario didn't give me a moment's respite. As soon as he saw me falter, he shifted into his wolf form. His beast was far more vicious than he could ever be in human form. I braced myself, ready for whatever he had planned. The wolf was upon me, teeth bared, claws slashing. I tried to dodge, but my reflexes were slow, my movements sluggish, and the poison was making everything feel distant and surreal. It was the first time I'd fought a wolf in human form, but never had I fought one my body betrayed me with every second that passed. Even as Drive AKO pushed forward, lending me strength, the poison continued to sap my energy, draining me more than I could replenish. I had fought too long and too hard, and the edge was fading fast. My legs were shaky, and my vision blurred, but I couldn't afford to give in. Mario's wolf pressed me harder, knocking me to the ground. I hit the dirt with a painful thud, my body aching, the cold poison crawling through my veins like fire. I gasped for air, struggling to find the strength to get back up, but it felt impossible. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps. Mario shifted back to his human form, towering over me with a smug look on his face as I struggled to regain my footing. Drive AKO. His tone cruel and confident. These will be your last minutes alive before I send you to meet your ancestors. Any last words? He taunted, his eyes drinking in the sight of my struggle. I could barely breathe, barely move. The poison had taken hold, but as I looked up at Mario, I refused to let him see how close he was to winning. My pride, my strength, and my love for Adelina kept me fighting through the haze of the poison. I couldn't let him win. Not like this. Not after everything we had been through, yes. I managed to rasp, my voice barely a whisper. Every word felt like it took every ounce of strength I had left. My body was falling apart, trembling uncontrollably as I struggled to hold myself together. The poison coursed deep through my veins, making every movement feel like an agonizing fight. Yet I knew I couldn't stop. Not now, not with everything at stake. But Mario was relentless. He saw my weakness, and like the predator he was, he took advantage. Every strike he delivered was a brutal reminder of how close I was to my end. Cuts, bruises, and bites marred my body, but Drive AKO couldn't heal me, not with the poison spreading like wildfire through my blood. My vision blurred, and everything seemed to spin. When Mario finally paused, no doubt to catch his breath, I seized the moment. A mocking smile on his lips. I'm a civilized wolf. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Kishut's enthusiasm. I'll grant your last wish before I kill you. I took a labored breath, summoning whatever was left of my resolve. I inhaled sharply, trying to focus. Go to hell, Luther. The words barely left my mouth before I pushed myself up, drawing on every last bit of willpower. I couldn't fall. I would never be a coward. My fists and feet began to fly, fueled by pure defiance. I struck him with everything I had left, my claws digging into his flesh, teeth sinking into his skin. For every punch, every kick, every hit, I felt the weight of my fury lift me up, pushing me beyond my limits. I forced him down, slicing deep into his abdomen. I felt his resistance weakening, his movements becoming sluggish. This was my chance to survive, to turn the tide. But just as I thought victory might be within reach, My strength evaporated. The poison had drained me too far. With a feral grin, Mario capitalized on my weakness. He kicked me with all his might, sending me crashing to my knees. My head hung low, sweat dripping down my face. Every breath was a battle, and I couldn't tell if it was the poison or my own exhaustion that kept me from falling entirely. Mario stood above me, the sight of my struggle evidently thrilling him. Who would have thought? Maximus drive a KO, the strongest wolf in all the packs, kneeling before me. This sight is worth 1,000,000 gold pieces. He raised his sword, its gleam flashing in the moonlight, ready to end it all. I could feel myself slipping away. The exhaustion, the pain, the poison, it was all too much. I would have accepted it. Maybe it was time to let go. But drive AKO wasn't finished. Deep inside my mind, urged me not to give up. You have to fight. Get up. Finish this. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I thought it was just a desperate plea, a final cry from the wolf inside me. But then, he said something that made something shift within me. Audalina's life depends on you. The words pierced through the haze of pain, and suddenly, it all clicked. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The desperation, the need to protect her, it's urged within me like a tidal wave. And just like that, I felt a surge of strength unlike anything I had ever experienced. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The weakness, the dizziness, all of it was gone in an instant. I stood tall, stronger than ever, my body no longer betraying me. My senses sharpened, my fury ignited, and Mario's eyes widened in disbelief. No, this can't be, he whispered, stunned by the change. But it didn't matter. I was beyond reason, beyond mercy. I was ready to end this. The battle raged on, and with a few swift moves, I had him down. I straddled him, my hands gripping his throat. Tell me where Audalina is, I demanded, my voice low and dangerous. His eyes darted frantically as I slowly squeezed the life out of him. Struggling to speak, but I was about to let him go easily. Tell me where she is, I repeated, my grip tightening. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His voice barely a whisper. Dead. Drive AKO. The words hit me like a hammer. Dead? No, I couldn't believe it. But the shock only fueled my fury. The moment I heard those words, all hell broke loose. My anger, my grief, my desperation, they all merged into a primal force that consumed me. I began to hit him, to kick him, to beat him until his body gave way to my rage. Each punch, each strike, was a release. I heard his bones crack beneath my fists, felt his body give in to the relentless assault. But I didn't stop. I couldn't, not until he was nothing. As his breath grew weaker, I grabbed his head and snapped his neck with a single, brutal twist. And then, everything stopped. The power that had surged through me left as quickly as it had come. My legs gave out beneath me, and I collapsed to my knees. The adrenaline faded, and the exhaustion hit me like a tidal wave. My head hung low, and darkness closed in around me. Chapter 47 Upside Down Maximus POV. I woke up slowly, my senses returning one by one. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Everything felt blurry, disorienting, like I was waking from a deep, heavy sleep. I blinked a few times, trying to focus, and then the familiar scent of antiseptic hit my nose. A hospital room. I was in a hospital room. As I became more aware, I realized I was lying in a bed. The soft blankets wrapped around me, and the steady beeping of medical equipment filling the air. Ines entered the room, her face softening when she saw me awake. "You're finally awake." Her voice gentle but filled with concern. "You've been out for 3 days." I blinked, trying to grasp the weight of her words. 3 days. I had no recollection of the time. "Beta Chris brought you here after finding you in the forest," she continued. "You were unconscious, and it was touch and go for a while. The poison was severe, but we had the antidote. You're lucky he found you where he did." It was then that a surge of gratitude washed over me. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He hadn't listened to me. He hadn't followed my orders. And for once, I was glad. I was glad he followed his heart. That he made the decision to save me, even when I had been too stubborn to do what was necessary. I was exhausted, my body felt like it had been through a wall. And in many ways, "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." The struggle, it had all taken its toll, but I needed the sleep. It had been one of the side effects of the poison, a deep sleep that had taken me into an almost unconscious state. My body had been shutting down, but the antidote had reversed much of the damage. And now, I was here. As my mind started to clear, another thought surfaced, bringing with it a surge of hope and excitement. Adelina. I mind-linked Chris asking for her. Chris told me that she was safe. She was found. That was all H.E.D. said. He had been careful with his words, leaving out the details, and that left a flicker of doubt in my mind. But still, the fact that she was alive, that she was safe, that was all that mattered. She would be here tomorrow. And with that, Drive HKO and I both felt a rush of anticipation. We could feel her presence already, even from afar. We could almost smell her intoxicating scent, hear her soft voice. I wanted to pull her into my arms, hold her, and never let go. I wanted to tell her everything I hadn't been able to before, everything I should have said. I would show her how much I missed her, how deeply I cared for her. There would be no more mistakes, no more hesitation. I would prove to her that I was worthy of her love, that I was ready to accept her into my life. Wholeheartedly, in the quiet of the room, I finally allowed myself to admit something I had been holding back for so long. I love her. It was just about the bond, or the mate connection. It was so much deeper than that. I had spent so many years telling myself that love was a weakness, that a mate was something to fear, something that would always let me down. My father had ingrained those beliefs in me, telling me that a mate would eventually betray me. He had made me believe that love would make me vulnerable, make me weak. But Adelina had shown me something entirely different. She had shown me what it meant to truly love and be loved. She had proven to me that a mate was something to fear, but something to cherish. Even after everything I had done, all the mistakes I had made, she still cared. She still believed in me. She never gave up on me. And now, I knew the truth. I couldn't live without her. She was my other half, the missing piece of my soul, and I couldn't wait to share the rest of my life with her. Once she was here, we would complete the bond. We would mark each other, and the world would know that we were meant to be. And I could already see it in my mind, our future together. A home filled with laughter and love, a life of happiness and joy, puppies running around, filling the house with energy and light. We would have it all. The past no longer had a hold on me. The mistakes, the doubts, the painful memories, they couldn't control me anymore. It was time to move forward, to embrace the future with her. It was time to love her fully, without hesitation or fear. And this time, nothing, and no one, would tear us apart. The hope of seeing her again, of making things right between us, filled me with a sense of peace I hadn't known in a long time. I had been given a second chance, and this time, I wouldn't waste it. I would be the mate she deserved. I would be the man who would cherish her for the rest of our lives. I was lost in these thoughts when I heard a soft clearing of the throat from the doorway. I looked up to see Dr. Suarez standing there, clipboard in hand, a look of mild surprise on his face. Good morning. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He greeted me respectfully, though his voice held an undertone of something else, something like uncertainty. Good morning, Dr. Suarez. I responded with a polite nod. To what do I owe the honor of your visit? He blinked at me, clearly taken aback by my courteous tone. It was rare for anyone to speak to him with such respect, but I wasn't in the mood to ignore the good news that was about to come. After a brief moment of hesitation, he composed himself and continued. Well, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I just wanted to inform you that the results of the tests we ran over the past few days are encouraging. You're recovering well, and barring any unforeseen complications, you should be discharged by tomorrow morning. A wave of relief washed over me, and I couldn't help but smile. At last, some good news. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Feeling the weight of everything that had happened finally begin to... Dr. Suarez scribbled something in my chart before leaving, his face still a bit stunned by my uncharacteristic response. The next morning, I woke with a sense of anticipation bubbling in my chest, though it was tinged with an underlying anxiety. Drive AKO felt it too. The night had been restless. It tossed and turned, unable to shake the memories of everything I had done wrong with Adelina, the hurt I had caused, the mistakes that had pushed her away. Regret gnawed at me, but amidst the doubts, there was hope, the hope that she would come back to me, that I could make things right. I would apologize for my actions, for the times I had hurt her, and I would ask for her forgiveness. It was all I wanted to show how much I loved her, how deeply I had changed. Still, there was that strange feeling in my gut, a sensation that something was amiss, as if some shadow loomed just out of reach. I quickly pushed the thought away, not allowing it to cloud my mind. I took a quick shower, shaved, and dressed in clean clothes, focusing on the task at hand. Today was about Adelina, about setting things right. After gathering my things, I thanked the medical staff for their care and made my way out to the parking lot. Chris had left the Jeep for me the night before, and as I slid into the driver's seat, a sense of urgency pushed me forward. I needed to see her. I needed to make sure she was all right, that she was truly coming back to me. The drive to the Pack house was a blur of thoughts, but nothing could distract me from the hope that burned brightly in my chest. Upon arrival, I stepped out of the Jeep and made my way toward my office, but before I could reach the door, Demetrio appeared, blocking my path. Alpha, the trials are scheduled to begin tomorrow. His tone respectful but carrying the weight of responsibility. The 2 council members arrived yesterday and have requested to see you. Would you like me to inform them of your arrival? I paused for a moment, considering. No, not yet. I need some time alone to gather my thoughts and sort out the matters at hand. I'll see them later. Understood. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Is there anything else? Are the warriors continuing their training? Twice a day. Sir. Good. I want you to form another team. This team will consist of only our top warriors. They will patrol the borders alongside the regular border guards from now on. Demetrio gave me a curious look, but his respect for me kept his question polite. Yes, Alpha, but why so much control at the borders? Is there something we should be concerned about? I'm not concerned about anything. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice steady but firm. In being cautious, better safe than sorry. If there's nothing else, you're dismissed. He nodded quickly and left, but his puzzled look lingered in my mind for a moment longer. Everything was falling into place. The trials were set to begin, but my focus was elsewhere. It was all leading to one moment, when I would see Adelina again. I had no time to waste. Nothing would distract me from that. I was ready to face whatever came next. Whether it was the trials or the return of the woman I loved, nothing would stop me now. I had been holed up in my office for about 3 hours when one of the guards entered, informing me that Adelina had already returned and was in her room. He asked if I would grant her permission to speak with me. My heart nearly leapt out of my chest at the news, and I immediately told him to let her know she was welcome to come to see me anytime she wanted. But my relief was quickly replaced by irritation when I realized how long it had taken for him to deliver this news. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I barked at him, my voice carrying the full weight of my alpha authority. Nunes' wish. Bowing his head low in submission, his response tempered my anger, though only barely. If Adelina had requested it, I cowed and fought him. With a growl, I waved him off, muttering about his luck this time. He quickly left, sparing himself the brunt of my frustration. Now I was left to wait, and waiting was torture. The thought of seeing her again, of being near her, consumed me. Drive AKO. My wolf was even more impatient than I was. His constant urging to go to her room and claim her was nearly impossible to resist. I had to use all my strength to hold him back. The image of marking her, of making love to her, was vivid in my mind, but I cowed and let myself act on it. Not yet. This had to be done right. Then, at last, I heard it a soft knock on the door. My heart slammed against my ribcage, and my breath hitched as her intoxicating scent seeped through the door. She was here. The joy that surged through me was indescribable. My heart raced as though I were a teenager about to meet his first love. And for a moment, I cowed and didn't speak. I had to clear my throat before I could whisper, "Come in." The door creaked open, and there she was. Timidly, she stepped into the room, wearing a long, light pink dress patterned with delicate white flowers. Her hair was tied back in a simple ponytail, but she looked breathtaking. When her deep brown eyes met mine, I felt like the ground beneath me had turned to liquid. My legs threatened to give out, and my guilt washed over me in waves. How could I have been so blind? How could I have treated her so poorly? How can you be so stupid? Drive AKO snarled in my head, his disapproval biting. I ignored him, to focus on the woman standing before me. "Hello, Maximus," she greeted softly, her voice like a balm to my weary soul. "Welcome back, Adelina," I managed, rising to my feet and gesturing for her to sit. I accompanied her to the armchairs near my desk, and she hesitantly took a seat in one while I settled into the opposite chair. But as I sat, I noticed something that made my chest tighten. She was uncomfortable. Her body language was stiff, her posture guarded. She was uneasy being near me, and it tore me apart inside. Drive AKO growled restlessly, his frustration mirroring mine, but I forced myself to remain composed. The silence stretched between us, thick and heavy. It was unbearable. Finally, I cleared my throat to break the tension. "Would you like some coffee?" Desperate for anything to make this less awkward. "Yes, I would," she replied softly, giving me a faint smile. That small smile was like a lifeline, and I latched onto it. I mined, picked the gaze out to bring us coffee and some croissants, then turned my attention back to her. "I can't tell you how happy I am that you've returned," I said earnestly, leaning forward. "You can't imagine how much I've missed you." Her response was like a slap to the face. "No, I can't," she said inferiorly, her tone void of any warmth. I felt like the air had been knocked out of me, but I didn't let it show. Years of being an alpha had taught me to mask my emotions, to never let anyone see my vulnerability. But her words cut deeper than I cared to admit. Why did she say that? Did she truly believe I didn't miss her? I pressed on, determined to make things right. "Now that you're back, I want you to know that I've decided to do things differently this time," I began, my voice filled with conviction. "Everything will change." "It'll change," I'll spend more time with you. I'll take care of you. I'll be the perfect companion. We'll do everything together, spend time. Create memories. Maximus, she interrupted sharply, her voice cutting through my rambling. Before you say anything else, I need to tell you something. The determination in her eyes froze me in place. Her tone was firm, her expression serious. Whatever she was about to say was going to be easy, and it took all my strength not to interrupt. I opened my mouth to speak, but she silenced me with a stern look. For the first time in years, someone had rendered me completely speechless, and I obeyed her unspoken command. I leaned back in my chair, my heart pounding in my chest, and waited for her to speak. Whatever she had to say, I could feel it was going to change everything. Maximus, I'm here only to inform you about my plans. Her voice steady and formal, as if addressing a council meeting rather than her mate. Wonderful. We want the same thing, I replied eagerly, leaning forward in anticipation. I'm listening. Her gaze didn't waver. As you know, my brother is imprisoned and will likely remain so for years and sentenced to death. My father and I can't leave our pack leaderless. There's no one else left to take the role. Don't worry about that, I reassured her. I'll handle it. It'll appoint a new alpha for your old pack. Her expression didn't change. There's no need for that, she replied coolly. Oh, so Richard will take over again? Puzzled. No, she said, her tone unwavering. I will. You what? I blinked, taken aback. I will take over, she repeated firmly. I've been leading the Crescent Moon Pack as its alpha for the past 3 days, and I intend to continue doing so for as many years as necessary. The shock hit me like a punch to the gut. You an alpha? What nonsense is this? I scoffed before I could stop myself. Her lips curled into a faint, humorous smile. Your reaction doesn't surprise me. I didn't expect anything better from you. Her confidence cutting like a blade. You misunderstood, I said quickly, realizing my mistake. It's not that I doubt your ability. I know you're incapable, but you have responsibilities as my Luna and the future Queen of Werewolves. You won't have the time or energy to handle both. You know that. That's exactly why I'm here. Her eyes locking with mine. In resigning from the title of Luna and the responsibilities that come with it, I want my freedom back. Maximus. Her words hit me like a thunderclap. You want? What? What are you talking about? You can't be serious, I exclaimed, my frustration boiling over. I'm very serious, she replied, her voice as firm as stone. But we had an agreement, I protested, the words spilling out before I could think. My chest tightened painfully. That agreement is no longer valid, she said bluntly. You've defeated all your enemies. It's clear that you'll be the next king. You don't need me anymore. Her words felt like a dagger twisting in my heart. But I do need you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice breaking. You can't leave me, Adelina. Not now. You have no idea how much I need you by my side. Maximus, you don't need me. Her tone colder than ice. You never did. We were never meant to be together. Nothing between us was ever as it should have been. Stop pretending to care, it won't change anything. I'm not pretending, I said desperately. I'm pouring my heart out to you. I meant every word I said. Yes, I was wrong before. I made mistakes, terrible mistakes. But I've changed. Adelina, I want you by my side. As my mate, I want to love you, adore you, make you happy. I want us to have a life together, to raise pups together, to face everything as one. I'm sorry. Her voice devoid of emotion, but our priorities don't align. Just give me a chance, I pleaded. One chance is all I ask. You'll have your chance. Her tone softening slightly but still distant. But understand this, you no longer have an advantage over anyone else. And from this moment forward, I am a free woman. If you want me, you'll have to earn me. And be warned I can flirt with any man I choose. Her declaration ignited a firestorm in my chest. That's ridiculous. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You'll never allow such a thing. Her gaze sharpened, her eyes like daggers. I'm not here to ask for your permission, Maximus, she said coolly. I'm simply informing you. She stood abruptly, her posture rigid and commanding, as though she had already assumed her alpha title in every way. As she turned to leave, I sprang to my feet and grabbed her arm, stopping her. The intensity of her glare could have felled weaker men, but I refused to let go. Listen to me, I growled, leaning close enough that my breath tickled her ear. I won't let you go so easily. Adelina, you're mine, and you'll have you in my arms again. Sooner or later, you'll come back to me. She yanked her arm free with a strength that startled me and left without another glance. As the door slammed shut behind her, I stood frozen, her scent lingering in the air like a bittersweet reminder of what it just lost. I may have lost the battle, but I would not lose the war, not when it came to her. The moment I put on the crown, the crowd cheered, but I felt lonelier than ever. Chapter 48: The Skirmishers. Maximus POV. The skirmishers had arrived, and though I was still devastated by Adelina's rejection, I managed to throw myself into rigorous training during the preparation period. I had to admit, I was in the best shape of my life, physically sharper, mentally tougher, and more determined than ever. Leaving Chris in charge of the pack, I set off with Dimitri and elite warriors to represent us. The stakes were high, with numerous alphas competing for the crown and the title of king of all werewolves. Each of them had their strengths, their own reasons to believe they were destined for the throne. I knew the competition would be fierce, but I was confident. Both Drive AKO and I had trained relentlessly, and we had something the others lacked: purpose. The skirmishes were divided into 3 grueling rounds. The first round was intellectual, testing our knowledge of the kingdom, its history, politics, finances, and the intricacies of pack dynamics. Many faltered, unprepared for the depth and complexity of the questions. But not me. My grandfather had been a renowned scholar, penning the most significant books on werewolf history. HED grilled me on our lineage, our legacy, and our responsibility since I could walk. Passing this round was almost effortless. The second round demanded skill contests of agility and strength, from foot races across treacherous terrain to precision-based challenges. I excelled in every event. My months of training paid off as I claimed victory after victory, leaving no doubt about my physical capabilities. But the third and final round was the true test of the battles. It was down to 4 contenders: Ivan, alpha of the largest pack in Russia and one of my closest friends; Hodgie, one a Chinese alpha whose mastery of martial arts was second to none; Nicholas, the ruthless and cunning alpha of the Winterwoods pack; and me. The battles were organized in pairs. Ivan would face Nicholas, while I was matched against the Chinese alpha. The winners of these matches would face off in the ultimate fight for the crown. The rules dictated that we fight in our human forms. Shifting into wolf form was forbidden, as it would tilt the balance unfairly in favor of some contestants. While I would have preferred to fight as Drive AKO, my wolf strength was unparalleled. I respected the rules. I had trained my human body tirelessly for this moment, and I was ready. My battle with the Chinese alpha was nothing short of brutal. His speed and precision were unlike anything I had ever encountered. Every strike I launched was countered, every move I made anticipated. His martial arts skills were extraordinary, and I quickly found myself on the defensive. Frustration began to creep in. Blow after blow landed, sapping my strength and resolve. Was this how it would end? Would I fall here, before I even had the chance to claim the throne? Draco's voice growled in my mind, filled with impatience and determination. Let me take control. Let me show him what we're capable of. I hesitated. This was my battle, our future. But as round after round ended in stalemates, I realized I had no choice. I relinquished control to drive a KO, and what happened next was nothing short of extraordinary. I barely remember the details. Drive a KO moved with a fluidity and ferocity that left even the spectators in awe. His strikes were faster, more precise, more calculated than anything I could have mustered on my own. The Chinese alpha fought valiantly, but it was clear he had met his match. Within 40 minutes, Drive a KO delivered the decisive blow, and the Chinese alpha fell to the ground. The crowd roared its approval, but all I could think was this: I should have trusted Drive a KO sooner. He was born for this, destined to be king. Meanwhile, Mykolis had defeated Ivan in his match, and now it was down to the two of us. The final battle. We entered the circular arena, the tension palpable in the air. Mykolis and I faced each other, both of us radiating power and determination. The gong sounded, and the fight began. We circled each other cautiously, each looking for an opening. The rules were clear: stepping outside the circle meant instant defeat. Mykolis was the first to strike, his attacks swift and relentless, but I had anticipated his aggression, parrying his blows and countering with my own. The battle was fierce, each of us pushing our limits. It was clear to everyone watching that I was gaining the upper hand. Mykolis fought hard, but my training and Draco's influence gave me the edge. That's when it happened. I felt a sharp pinch on my right ankle, subtle but undeniable. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. I thought it was a stray pebble or an accidental scrape, but moments later, a wave of dizziness washed over me, and my vision blurred. What was happening to me? My movement slowed. My strength faltered. Mykolis noticed immediately, a sinister grin spreading across his face. I struggled to steady myself, but my body wouldn't obey. Poison. The realization hit me like a blow to the chest. Someone had sabotaged me, and I was now at their mercy. The crowd's cheers blurred into a distant roar as I fought to remain upright. Mykolis closed in, sensing his advantage. My mind raced, but my body betrayed me. I stumbled, struggling to stay within the circle. Drive AKO howled furiously in my mind, his rage echoing through every fiber of my being. I couldn't lose. Not like this. But as darkness began to creep into the edges of my vision, I knew I was running out of time. You've been poisoned. Likely arsenic. Drive AKO growled in my head, confirming the creeping suspicion gnawing at me. Damn it. That bastard. He knew he couldn't beat me fairly, so he resorted to this. I cursed inwardly. I can purge it from your system, but I need time. Your body has antibodies from the training your father put you through. This isn't the first time you faced arsenic. You just have to hold on. Understood. Drive AKO. Do what you need to do, I replied through gritted teeth. When I was a boy, my father had poisoned me with small doses of arsenic periodically to build my immunity, a barbaric but effective method to prepare me for moments like this. It was a dark and twisted gift, but now, it was the only thing keeping me from collapsing entirely. Dizziness threatened to overtake me. My knees buckled, and I hit the ground hard. The crowd erupted in jeers and boos, their earlier support vanishing like smoke in the wind. Meanwhile, Mykolis stood tall, a smug grin plastered on his face as he basked in their adoration. My head was spinning, my breath shallow, but Draco's voice was there, steady and grounding. Relax. I've got this. Just hold on a little longer. He reassured me. The referee began counting, his voice booming over the noise of the crowd. Turn 9. Mykolis leaned over me, his sneer widening as he mocked. The big, bad Maximus. Reduced to nothing. How pitiful. I clenched my fists. fury bubbling under my skin as his next words slithered into my ears. "I'll tell you what. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." His voice oozing malice. "When I'm crowned king, your mate will make a fine addition to my collection. Adelina will warm my bed every night, and you'll make sure to satisfy her in ways you never could." The words ignited something primal in me. My vision turned red as rage surged through my veins. "Adelina is mine," I roared internally, the claim echoing in my very soul. 7-6. The referee's count dragged on, each number a knife slicing into my resolve. Nicholas stepped back, grinning viciously, savoring my apparent defeat. "Soon, she'll forget all about you. I'll make sure of it." That was it. With a growl that tore from my throat like thunder, I forced myself up, every muscle screaming in protest. The dizziness fought to pull me back down, but I refused to yield. My legs trembled, but I stood. The crowd's reaction was deafening. A roar of renewed shouts for my name reverberated through the arena. Their faith reignited. Nicholas's grin faltered, his smug confidence replaced with a flicker of doubt. Before I could regain my footing fully, Nicholas launched himself at me, a whirlwind of punches and kicks. His attacks were relentless, desperate to finish me off before I could recover. Each blow sent shockwaves through my already battered body, but I focused on defense. I raised my arms, guarding my head against the barrage. My breath came in ragged gasps as I absorbed hit after hit, each one testing my endurance. My thoughts turned to Adelina, her smile, her strength, her defiance. The image of Nicholas laying a single hand on her was all the motivation I needed. Minutes passed as Nicholas hammered me relentlessly, his blows raining down like a relentless storm. All I could do was dodge, barely keeping up as my body screamed for rest. My vision blurred at the edges, my breathing grew ragged, and my legs felt like they were made of lead. My stamina was draining fast. I needed to act, and I needed to act now. Through the chaos of his attacks, I focused on one thing, his movements. They followed a pattern, a rhythm I could almost hear. 3 quick, punishing strikes, followed by a sharp intake of breath, and then 2 more powerful hits. That pause, that fleeting moment of vulnerability was my window. I just had to time it perfectly and throw him off balance. I find head lift, making him follow me, his eyes locked on what he thought was my next move. He bit the bait. That's when I struck a fierce right, hooked to his unprotected head. The sound of the impact echoed through the air, and Nicholas staggered back, stunned. This was my moment. I didn't let up. Blow after blow, I attacked with everything I had, each punch fueled by adrenaline and desperation. My strikes came fast, merciless, leaving him little time to recover or regroup. Minutes felt like hours as I pushed myself beyond my limits, my mind blank except for the singular goal of bringing him down. With one last devastating uppercut, Nicholas crumpled to the ground. His body was battered, covered in bruises and cuts. I wasn't in much better shape. I was bleeding, my muscles screaming in agony, but I didn't care. I had done it. The referee began the count. 10-9. Nicholas didn't move. He lay there, his body motionless. The referee reached the final number, paused dramatically, then raised his arm toward me. "Maximus Drive AKO is the winner," he shouted with all his might. The crowd erupted into cheers, their voices a deafening roar that echoed through the arena. "Maximus! Maximus!" they chanted, a sound washing over me like a wave of triumph. But inside, Draco's voice growled, cutting through the celebration. "They should be chanting my name, not yours. You don't deserve this win. All you've done for months is drink, while I carried your sorry ass. But fine, Maximus." I ignored his scorn, too overwhelmed by the crowd's energy. When the arena quieted, the former king stepped forward, his voice loud and commanding. My loyal people, I present to you our new king. All bow to Maximus *AKO, the rightful ruler of all werewolves. I welcome you, Maximus, and wish you strength and prosperity during your reign. Long live the king. The crowd cheered in unison, repeating the words like a mantra. I waved at them, my chest swelling with pride, though exhaustion weighed heavy on my limbs. Now that we've taken the throne, let's bring our mate back. *AKO urged impatiently in my head. One thing at a time. *AKO. One thing at a time, I reassured him. Then, everything went black, and I collapsed. The celebration, the night of the skirmishes, was filled with festivities. Alphas and their companions celebrated with abundant food, drink, and music. The ballroom was alive with energy. Laughter echoed off the walls, and beautiful women mingled among the victorious. Despite the revelry, I felt strangely detached. My warriors, Demetrios included, were having the time of their lives, each with a woman at their side. I, however, sat alone, nursing a drink. It is the king's duty to remain faithful to his queen. Draco's voice rumbled sternly in my head, as though sensing the temptation in the air. I don't plan to cheat on Adelina, but is it so wrong to enjoy someone's company for the night? Nothing would happen, I reasoned. Don't make me repeat myself. *AKO growled. If Adelina finds out, we're doomed. I won't let you risk what little chance we have with some meaningless distraction. Fine. You win. *AKO. Sometimes you're worse than a nagging elder, I muttered internally, finishing my drink. The hours dragged on as I watched others indulge in the festivities, laughing and dancing while I remained a solitary observer. By the time the celebration began to wind down, it was nearly 3 in the morning. Most of the guests had retired, leaving the ballroom quiet and nearly empty. That's when Ivan, the Russian alpha, approached me with his trademark mischievous grin. What are you doing here all alone, Maximus? Raising a brow, heading to my bedroom, I replied, my voice heavy with exhaustion. To our agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. He laughed. What happened to the Maximus I used to know? The one who always stayed out the latest, drinking and laughing until the sun came up. I found my mate. I can't keep fooling around. Ivan scoffed. Nonsense. Back home, we say, once a naughty, always a naughty. His words drew a reluctant laugh from me. You know me too well, my friend, I admitted with a small smile. We stood there, sharing a moment of camaraderie, before I finally gathered the courage to ask him something that had been gnawing me. Ivan, why didn't you fight Nicholas? You could have been king, you know. Ivan gave a casual shrug, leaning back against the wall with his trademark grin. Man, sometimes it's wiser to give up a battle than to fight for something you know is already lost. Your wolf was a force of nature today, Maximus. It'd be a fool not to recognize his superiority. I saw how badly *AKO wanted the throne. Being king doesn't suit me. I'm more a man of pleasures than responsibilities. I couldn't help but chuckle. Then why did you even come here in the first place? I came for the experience, he said with a twinkle of amusement in his eyes. And, of course, to see my best friend win the throne. What else? I rolled my eyes. You're unbelievable. How could you be so sure I'd beat Nicholas? Ivan's expression darkened slightly. Nicholas is nothing compared to you, Max. And, to be honest, I suspect he used less than honorable methods to try and win. I stiffened, my eyes scanning the room instinctively. Wolves were still lingering nearby, chatting and drinking. I was sure who I could trust yet, and this was a topic I wanted to discuss openly. This isn't the time or the place to talk about that, I said sharply, cutting him off. Ivan nodded in understanding, though his jaw tightened. Whenever you meet me, don't hesitate to call. I'll support you no matter what. I placed a hand on his shoulder. Thanks. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's good to know I have true friends around me. Ivan's grin returned, his mood lightening. I've known you for years, Max. I know what you're capable of. You're the right man for the throne, and I'm certain you'll accomplish everything you set your sights on. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I just hope I don't disappoint you. You won't. He waved off my concerns. You're going to be the best king we've ever had. Now, enough serious talk. Tell me, when did you find your mate? How did that happen? The mention of Adelina caught me off guard. I hesitated for a moment before answering. I found her during my last tour of the packs. Ivan leaned in closer, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Who is she? Don't leave me hanging, spill the details. She's the daughter of an alpha. I admit it, but when I first met her, I thought she was one of the Ungazer. Ivan's eyes widened, and then he burst into laughter. Seriously? Oh man, please tell me you didn't treat her like shit. I groaned, already regretting bringing this up. Sorry to disappoint you, but your hopes are misplaced. He grinned mischievously. What did you do to this poor girl? Beast. Rubbing the back of my neck. I'll tell you everything. And so, I began recounting the story of how I met Adelina, and from the initial misendings to the mistakes it made along the way. Ivan's reactions were dramatic, ranging from mock horror to exaggerated laughter, which only fueled Draco's growing irritation. Aegeus mocking our mate. I won't stand for it. Drive AKO growled in my mind, his tone brimming with anger. Relax. Drive AKO. It doesn't mean any harm. I reassured him, though his growls continued as I spoke. The time passed quickly, our conversation alternating between teasing banter and heartfelt moments. Eventually, we both agreed to call it a night. As I made my way back to my room, Draco's voice echoed in my head, his tone stern and relentless. I told you your old ways would come back to bite us. If you'd treated her better from the start, she wouldn't have walked away. My exhaustion starting to catch up with me. You're like a broken record. Drive AKO. Can we save this lecture for another time? No, we can't. You're the king now. You idiot. You need to act like it. The first thing you must do is win back our mate, and do it as soon as possible. Drive AKO. If I want to have the strength to win her back tomorrow, you need to let me get some sleep. I'm exhausted. There was a long pause before he finally relented. But don't waste time. We make things right with Adelina. Yeah. Good night. Drive AKO. Good night. I rolled my eyes at his grumbled response and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a dreamless sleep almost instantly. Chapter 49a. All in vain. Maximus POV. The day of my coronation as king of all wolves has finally arrived, and a strange anxiety churns within me. It's not that I didn't expect to win the skirmishes. I knew I was prepared, that I was capable of achieving this. But the truth is, none of it feels real. Nothing feels significant. Without Adelina, my life feels like a hollow victory. It's as though a shadow looms over everything, dimming the celebration. I thought it'd be filled with pride, with joy at the prospect of leading our kind. All I feel is this gnawing emptiness. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The festivities, the crown, they all feel weightless without her by my side. I can't shake the thought that she should be here with me, standing proudly, the queen by her king's side. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She's an alpha. By tradition, she must be here, it's expected. A symbol of approval, of loyalty. But she hasn't come. A month has passed since I last spoke to her. She's been swallowed up by her responsibilities as alpha, a role she's grown into with remarkable ease. From what I've heard, she's done an extraordinary job. In just a short time, she transformed her old pack, implementing structural changes that increased efficiency and profitability. Her tactical mind and keen leadership have earned her the respect of other alphas, many of whom refer to her as the calm power of force that gets things done with quiet, unassuming authority. Every morning, I send her flowers, the ones I know she loves. Beautiful roses in varying shades, chocolates, pieces of jewelry, or handwritten cards with verses of love. I thought maybe, if I showed her how much I care, she might return to me. But every time I reach out, whether by phone or text, there's nothing. No response, just always too busy or unreachable. And the silence between us stretches like a growing chasm I can't seem to cross. The worst of it came during the Alphas meeting 2 weeks ago at the Silverwoods Pack. It was the first time I had seen her in person since the skirmishes, and even though the room was full of leaders, my eyes kept drifting toward her. She was a vision, poised, composed, and radiant in a way that only she could be. She spoke with such authority, her words cutting straight to the heart of every issue. Her proposals were sharp and fair, and you could feel the respect in the room for her. There was no question in my mind she would be an excellent queen, but the more I watched her, the more I felt the distance. She was surrounded by people. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But it wasn't just that. She actively avoided me, or at least, it seemed that way. I couldn't help but feel a pang of rejection as I caught her looking away every time our eyes met. Deeper than I wanted to admit. She was the same Adelina I once knew. This woman had become someone untouchable. My heart ached with a longing I couldn't express. I wanted her. I wanted her by my side. Not just in my dreams but in the waking world. I wanted to touch her, to hold her, to feel her warmth next to me again. Her beauty consumed my thoughts, especially in the quiet moments when I allowed my mind to wander. The thought of her body, soft and warm, stirred something deep within me, an undeniable hunger that was all-consuming. The curve of her neck, the delicate arch at her back, the feel of her skin beneath my fingertips. My breath quickened, but before I could lose myself to the thoughts, the door to my chambers opened with a sudden crash. Chris stepped inside, breaking the spell that had fallen over me. Maximus, his voice cutting through the haze in my mind. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I blinked, trying to shake off the remnants of my longing thoughts. I forced myself to focus on the reality around me, the crown, the responsibilities, the throne, but all I could feel was the absence of the one person who mattered. Right, I muttered, wiping my hands down my face as I steadied myself. Let's get this over with. Chris raised an eyebrow. You sure you're ready for this? I nodded, but it wasn't with conviction. I'll do what I must. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Though the words felt empty, I was sure if I was ready for the title, the throne, or any of it without her beside me. Good. Let's make it official. Then, Chris replied, his voice firm, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something crucial was missing from this picture. Adelina, where are you? Third person POV. The ceremony took place in a hall fit for royalty, a place where power and tradition seemed to bleed into every inch of the walls. The grandeur of the royal palace's ballroom was unmatched, and it exuded an air of majesty that seemed to be woven into the very fabric of the kingdom itself. The throne room had been transformed into a space that practically pulsed with life and anticipation. Draped in red and gold, the official colors of our kingdom, creating a lavish contrast against the marble floors. Rich, deep crimson carpets were meticulously laid across the floor, guiding every guest toward the imposing golden throne that stood in the center of the room. The throne itself was a work of art intricately carved with ornate details, gilded in gold, and flanked by the proud coats of arms of the Draco Pack. Every corner of the room was festooned with the finest decorations, vases filled with blood, red roses, and Alexandrian flowers, their delicate petals adding an ethereal charm to the space. On the left-hand side, a buffet laden with every conceivable delicacy, exquisite sweets, savory hors d'oeuvres, and an array of intoxicating drinks tempted the guests as they mingled. The high-ranking wolves began to file into the room, their elegant tuxedos and evening dresses creating a sea of shimmering fabrics and sharp cuts. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Betas and lunas gathered in small clusters, exchanging words and business, their voices a quiet hum that blended into the atmosphere. Omega wolves darted between groups, their movements a blur as they served drinks and catered to the needs of the guests. From somewhere deeper in the hall, the soft strains of classical music floated through the air, the orchestra play in perfect harmony with the mood of the occasion. There was an air of excitement, of unity, as everyone waited for what was to come. When the room was at its peak, the sound of trumpets suddenly pierced the air. Silence fell like a blanket, as the council members, dressed in robes of fine velvet and brocade, entered one by one, each stepping into the spotlight with an air of quiet authority. Following them, the former king and queen made their entrance, their regal posture a testament to years of leadership. The high priest of Artemis, our goddess, our guide, walked solemnly in front of them, his robes trailing behind him, signaling the sacredness of the moment. And it was his turn. Maximus, the new king. The moment the doors opened, all eyes turned. He entered the room with a slow, deliberate grace, his presence alone commanding the room. He wore the traditional royal uniform, his white jacket adorned with gleaming metals, reflecting the soft light of the chandeliers above. His pelts were tailored perfectly, with a single white stripe running down the sides, a symbol of purity and rank. A golden dagger rested on his belt, the handle decorated with 3 small emeralds that glinted in the light. As he stepped into the room, the air seemed to shift. It was not just his appearance, it was the sheer weight of his power that filled the space, an almost tangible force that made everyone unconsciously bow in reverence. The room held its collective breath, recognizing that the one who now stood before them was a leader not only by title but by the very essence of his being. His aura was a force unto itself, rich with dominance, wisdom, and something darker, something primal. The council members, seated to the right of the throne, stood as one, acknowledging the presence of their new king. The former king and queen settled into their elevated seats, a show of respect for the position. Though their own time had passed, the high priest moved to stand before the throne, his hands clasped, waiting for Maximus to approach. With a steady, unwavering pace, Maximus walked toward the throne. Each step was calculated, measured, as if he were walking into the very heart of his destiny. The high priest began to chant softly, the ancient words asking for the blessing of Artemis, a prayer to guide the new king on his path. The room fell into an almost reverent silence, the weight of the moment settling over everyone present. When Maximus reached the throne, he stopped just a few feet away. The high priest extended a ceremonial knife to him, its blade gleaming in the soft light. Beside him, a golden cup was held out. With calm precision, Maximus cut his hand, his blood dripping down in 3 deliberate drops. The room was still, all eyes on him as he spoke the sacred words of the oath, his voice steady, yet laced with the gravity of the moment. I, Maximilian Augustus, drive KO, he began, his words ringing clear through the silence. Swear under blood oath to serve my kind as best I can, to protect the kingdom and its subjects from any potential threat with my own life, and to ensure peace and prosperity among us. His voice was a vow, a promise that settled deep into the hearts of all who heard it. The weight of the words hung in the air, powerful and unyielding. His oath had been taken, there was no turning back. The kingdom had a new king. The high priest, with a solemn yet steady hand, placed the crown upon Maximus's head. The golden circlet gleamed as it settled, signifying not only the physical weight of the crown but the immense responsibility that now rested upon his shoulders. The room seemed to hold its breath, the moment stretching longer than time itself. "I present to you your rightful king," the high priest declared, his voice carrying with reverence through the hall. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. The applause was deafening, a unified sound of adoration and respect that filled every corner of the room. "Hail the new king. May the goddess bless him and protect him. Maximus, Maximus, Maximus," they chanted in unison, their voices rising in a collective roar that echoed through the grand halls of the royal palace. Maximus stood tall, his gaze sweeping over the sea of faces below him, some familiar, others new, but all now under his reign. The weight of their gaze settled on him like the crown on his head, but he stood unflinching. He was king now, and he would wear that title with the strength that had led him here. Raising his hand, his fingers glimmering with gold rings, Maximus called for silence. The room obeyed immediately, the noise of the crowd falling to a hushed murmur. It was a stark contrast to the deafening applause that had just reverberated through the air. Calm yet commanding, filled the silence as he began to speak. "Members of council, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Lunars and betas, ladies and gentlemen," he began, pausing for a moment, as if gathering the weight of his words. His eyes moved over the crowd, every face a reminder of the kingdom he now led. "As many of you may know, I am not a man of great speeches. I am not one for endless words, nor do I wish to bore you with promises." He chuckled softly, a fleeting moment of warmth before his expression hardened with conviction. "I am a man of deeds." His gaze sharpened as he continued, his voice gaining strength with each word. "And I promise you this under my reign. Our kingdom will grow stronger. We will prosper together, as a united people, forging a future that is worthy of the sacrifices that have brought us here. But above all, there is one thing I want to prevail above all else during my rule: peace. Peace for all wolves, peace among the packs, and peace for our future." The weight of his words hung in the air, resonating deeply within the hearts of all who listened. His oath was not just a promise, it was a commitment to the kingdom and its people. His leadership would be defined not by the wars fought or the enemies defeated, but by the tranquility he would cultivate, the unity he would create. Maximus's eyes lingered for a moment longer, scanning the room. His gaze briefly flickered to the empty seat beside the throne, the seat reserved for his queen. A kind of longing surged within him, but he quickly suppressed it. There was work to do, a kingdom to unite, and a future to build. Adelina would return to him in time, but for now, the kingdom was his responsibility. The people needed a king they could trust, a king who would honor his promises, not with mere words, but with actions that would speak louder than any speech ever could. "I am not perfect," his voice softening just slightly, "but I will always strive to be the king this kingdom deserves. I ask for your trust, your loyalty, and your strength as we move forward." With that, he lowered his hand, and the crowd erupted again into applause, their cheers now laced with genuine hope and admiration. Maximus stood tall, his heart pounding in his chest, the weight of leadership settling upon him in a way that felt both daunting and empowering. Chapter 49b, All in Vain. Maximus POV. The moment the crown was placed upon my head, I felt a strange emptiness settle over me. As the crown gleamed in the light, symbolizing the peak of my power, I cowed and ignored the deep loneliness gnawing at my chest. It should have been a moment of triumph, but it felt hollow. The weight of leadership was nothing compared to the weight of the absence that tugged at me, the absence of her. I scanned the grand hall for her, my eyes desperately searching the sea of faces. But she was nowhere to be seen. It was as if her presence was the only thing that could make this moment complete. And yet, I was standing here alone. The reception that followed the coronation felt like a blur. Alphas and Lunars approached me with congratulations and pleasantries, The conversations I shared with council members about the fate of the New Order members felt trivial, even though they held immense importance. My mind washed with them. It was with her. I couldn't stop thinking about her Adelina. And then, like a dream or a vision, I felt a shiver run through my spine. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I turned instinctively. My heart skipped a beat as my eyes locked with hers. There she was, Adelina, an apparition in the crowd. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Radiant, she wore a long green dress that seemed to flow around her like liquid silk, accentuating the elegant curve of her body. Her dark hair was styled in an ancient Greek bun, the strands held together by intricate gold pins. Her earrings, large and bold in their Greek design, shimmered in the soft light of the hall. She stood there, still and silent, her gaze piercing for the distance between us as though she had been waiting for this moment as much as I had. My pulse quickened, and without a second thought, I moved toward her, taking large, purposeful steps. Every other conversation faded away. Every other face blurred into the background. It was just her. It had always been her, when I was inches away. Close enough that I could feel the warmth of her presence. A soft smile tugged at my lips, and I couldn't contain it. She smiled back faint. But there, our eyes held each other's for a long moment, saying everything we both felt without a single word. Finally, I broke the silence. You came to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice filled with relief and a growing sense of hope. The weight of the crown was still there, but it didn't matter anymore. I took her hand in mine and placed it gently over my heart, leaning in to press a soft kiss to her hand. Her skin felt like silk against my lips, and for a moment, I forgot about everything else. Yes, she whispered, her voice low, almost hesitant. She tried to pull her hand back, but I didn't let go. I couldn't. Would it be better if we went outside? I suggested, my voice quieter now, the need for privacy more pressing than ever. We'll have more space there. Just us. She didn't speak at first, but her eyes softened, and she nodded once. Slowly. That was all I needed. Without another word, I led her toward the balcony, my heart racing in anticipation. The night air hit us as we stepped outside, the cool breeze carrying the sweet fragrance of evening flowers that seemed to have taken over the palace grounds. She let go of my hand once we were on the balcony, taking a deep, steadying breath, her eyes lifting to the sky above us. We stood there, side by side, silent for a few moments, simply existing in the calm, the scent of the flowers, the stillness that enveloped us. It felt like the world had paused, as if time itself was waiting for what came next. She spoke, her voice soft but inquisitive. How are you? The question caught me off guard, though I knew she had every right to ask. I'd been a king, a leader, a force of nature in the eyes of many, but, in that moment, I felt small. I didn't care about titles. Not anymore. I replied honestly, my voice thick with emotion. The weight of everything, the crown, the responsibilities, the expectations, all it felt meaningless without her by my side. Her eyes narrowed, a frown creasing her brow. That's surprising. I've never believed that I would hear something like this from your lips. Her words stung more than I expected. She sounded skeptical, as though she didn't fully understand why I could feel this way. How could she? She didn't know the depths of what had been hiding, what had been feeling all this time. I don't care about being a king, I confessed, my voice barely above a whisper. Bond vulnerable. I don't care about anything, since you left. I watched her closely, her face shifting from disbelief to something else. She stood there, quiet, perhaps unsure how to process what I had just said. But I needed to say it all. All the things I kept locked away for too long, buried beneath layers of pride and duty. I took a deep breath. my gaze unwavering from hers. Adelina, the truth is, I've ever been more lost. Everything I've worked for. All the power I have now, it doesn't mean anything without you. I don't need to be king. I don't need anything. Not if you're not here beside me. I'm nothing without you. I said it all. My heart lay bare. The words spilling out like a flood that could no longer be contained. I was the king right now. I was just a man. Desperate for the woman I loved. I could only hope she would understand. Hope that my vulnerability wouldn't drive her further away. Why didn't you reply to any of my calls? Why are you avoiding me? You said I had the same chances as the others. But in reality, you never gave me one. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice stinged with frustration and hurt. Her eyes shifted, avoiding mine, as if she were looking for an escape. It's not that I'm avoiding you on purpose. It's just that I have a lot of work to do. She tried to explain, her voice tight. I was convinced. You know you're no good with lies. I replied, my tone more pointed than I intended. She straightened, her irritation clear. I'm not lying, she snapped, her eyes flashing. Taking a step closer. Adelina, I'm not here to accuse you of anything, I said softly, my voice losing the edge. I'm here because I want to open my heart to you. I'm a difficult person. I know that. I've made many mistakes. I'm not good with words. But I have one thing going for me, I never lie. What I'm telling you now, what I've been carrying in my heart all this time. It's the truth. The only truth. She looked at me then, her expression unreadable, but I could see the faint flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. I reached for her hand, holding it gently between us. Adelina, I can't live without you anymore. Your absence, it's unbearable. I don't care if I lose everything, my position, my pack, my privileges, I'll give it all up if it means I can have you by my side. Her breath caught, and she seemed to struggle with the weight of my words. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but nothing came out. Max, she began, but I cowed and let her finish. Shite, I whispered, pressing a finger to her lips gently, silencing her. With the same hand, I caressed her cheek, feeling the warmth of her skin beneath my fingers. My other hand found its way to her waist, pulling her just a little closer. The moment my touch made contact, sparks of electricity shot through me, and I felt her body tremble slightly against mine. She didn't pull away. Her hands slowly found their way around my shoulders, her fingers gently clasping the back of my neck. The connection was undeniable. The bond between us still fed with energy, but this time it was different. It was deeper, more profound. I leaned my forehead against hers, my heart hammering in my chest. This was what I'd been waiting for, what I'd been longing for. But just as I was about to close the distance between us and kiss her, she pulled away. My heart sank at the loss of contact, but I didn't reach for her again. I cowered. She needed space. She sighed heavily, composing herself quickly as she took a few steps back. Her gaze was distant. Then why didn't you look for me when I got kidnapped? Why did you leave me alone? Her voice was plaintive now, raw with emotion. Why didn't you care about me? Her words hit me like a cold wave, and for a moment, I was speechless. Who told you that? My voice hoarse, almost desperate. I never left you. I looked everywhere for you. Her eyes filled with something that looked like sadness, but also, to my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No, she said firmly. You stopped after a week. I swallowed hard. She was right, yes. This is true. I admit it. My voice barely a whisper. Shame washed over me, and I could feel the weight of my failure pressing on me, suffocating me. I shortened to stop looking for you. I know that, but, Adelina, you don't know the whole story. You don't know the reason I had to stop. She stood there, unmoving, waiting. Her expression was a mixture of frustration and curiosity, but there was also pain there. She wanted to know. And for the first time in a long time, I realized I owed her the truth. I had to explain everything I'd kept hidden for too long. I took a deep breath, gathering the courage to speak. The words felt heavy on my tongue, but I knew I couldn't keep them buried any longer. I stopped looking because I had to choose. Adelina, my duty as alpha and the responsibility of leading my people weighed on me. I couldn't risk leaving my pack without a leader for too long. Not after everything we've been through. But the truth is, it broke me. Every day I spent without you. It tore me apart inside. My eyes never leaving hers. But I'm here now. And I'm not going anywhere. I made a mistake. And I've lived with that regret every single day since. I can't fix the past. But I can promise you this. I won't ever leave you again. Whatever the reason. I don't care. Adelina said, her voice shook with anger. All I know is that you abandoned me during my most difficult time. You never came to rescue me. If it weren't for Nicholas, I would be dead now. My voice was filled with irritation. I couldn't help the wave of jealousy that rushed over me. Him again? Yes. Nicholas. She responded bitterly. Unlike you, he never stopped looking for me. He kept searching, every single day, until he finally found me and saved me. I bowed my head in shame, unable to find words to defend myself. She was right. I had nothing left to say. Do I have at least one small chance? I dared to ask, my heart in my throat. A chance for what? Her gaze cold and unwavering as she locked eyes with me. The anger was palpable in her voice, and I felt every ounce of it. I could see she was still hurt by my past behavior, but I was going to give up. A chance to show you how much I care for you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice trembling with vulnerability. A chance for us to be together again. I know you expected a lot from me. And once again, I let you down. I trailed off, hoping she'd hear the sincerity in my voice. No, Maximus. She cut me off, her tone even harsher now. I didn't expect a lot. I expected for once in your life for you to be a real mate to me. But instead, I got the usual indifference from you. And for that, I can't forgive you or give you another chance. You obviously don't deserve it. Her words stung, each one a sharp reminder of my failures. That my love, I whispered, reaching out. Desperate. Stop calling me that. She spat, her voice venomous. I am not your love. I never was, and I never will be. Her fury was unmistakable, and it hit me like a ton of bricks. Don't say that. I love you, Adelina. I want to be with you. Please, don't give up on us. My heart breaking with every word. There is no us. Maximus. Shaking her head, her voice cold and final. There never was. And that is the result of your decisions. So stop pleading. Stop sending flowers and gifts. And accept reality once and for all. But, my love Adelina. There you are. Nicholas' voice cut through the tension. And before I could react, he appeared behind her, his presence like a shadow over the moment. Oh, Drive-Ko, you're here too. I should have known you'd be behind her disappearance. By the way, congratulations on your new position. You deserved it after all. His voice dripping with sarcasm. Thank you, Nicholas. I responded, my voice clipped with barely contained anger. Now, if you don't mind, I would appreciate it if you'd leave us alone. We were in the middle of a serious conversation. I'm sorry. Drive-Ko. But I can't do that, he replied with a smug grin. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My temper flaring. You dare question your king. My king, he laughed bitterly. How can I leave my girl alone with a man like you? Your girl. The words burned in my chest. How dare you? Adelina is my mate. My anger flared, and before I could think, I stormed towards him, grabbing him by the tie, my eyes flashing black as Drive AKO began to make his presence known. Nicholas struggled, trying to break free, but the tension between us escalated, almost to the point of violence. It wasn't until Adelinas, her voice's sharp command, that I released him. Enough, she shouted, her voice like a whip cracked through the air. We stood there, inches apart, glaring at each other like two bulls preparing to clash. Her eyes were wild with anger, but there was something else there too. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Regret, I cowed and tell. Adelina grabbed Nicholas' arm and pulled him away, casting me one final glance. I was stunned, unable to move as I watched her walk away. Adelina, what are you doing? I managed to stammer, the weight of her departure crashing over me. Worrying. Maximus. Her voice stiff and filled with an emotion I couldn't decipher. But you owe me an explanation, I protested, desperate for anything that could make sense of this chaos. I don't owe you anything, she said firmly, turning her back on me. With a final glance at Nicholas, she walked off, not sparing me a second glance. I stood there in shock, unable to comprehend what had just happened. As I watched her disappear into the shadows of the garden, my heart felt like it was being torn in two. Bring back my mate now. Drive AKO growled in my mind, his voice furious and full of anguish. Adelina SPOV, we left the palace grounds, making our way to the parking lot, but my anger was still bubbling under the surface. What had just happened back there? Maximus. HD pushed me to the edge. And then Nicholas. His intervention had only made things worse. Why did everything have to get so complicated? Why did you lie to him? I asked Nicholas, my voice tight with frustration. It was the first thing that came to mind when I saw how bad things were. He apologized, his voice laced with regret. I'm sorry if I caused you trouble. It's not that. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Shaking my head. I hate lies. I said it so that you could leave. Nicholas explained, his voice soft. I know how persistent Maximus can be. That's still a lie, and I won't let it continue. I replied firmly. Why not? This lie is the only way for Maximus to leave you alone once and for all. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His voice full of certainty. I didn't ask for your opinion, or your intervention. I snapped, my frustration spilling over. A cheat crossed a line, and I was about to let it slide. I'm really sorry. Adelina, I just wanted to help you get rid of him. I didn't ask for your help either, I said firmly, turning away from him as my frustration continued to build. Why do you react like this? Nicholas pressed, his voice a little softer now. Because I don't want people meddling in my life, I said through gritted teeth, trying to calm myself. Is that really the reason? Or is there something else? His tone curious, but also knowing, such as, I shot back, not wanting to entertain any more of his probing questions, such as, that you still love him, that you want to go back to him. My heart skipping a beat. If I wanted to go back to him, nothing could stop me. Believe me, I said with confidence, but there was an undercurrent of something deeper in my voice. I'm glad to hear it. Reaching for my hand, I quickly pulled my hand away, a shiver running down my spine. I should go, I said quickly, trying to shake off the strange feeling creeping up on me. I have a long trip ahead. I thought we could spend some time together. A hint of disappointment in his voice. I'm sorry. I can't. I have too much to do back home. Good night, Nicholas. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Slipping into the Jeep and starting the engine, I fastened my seatbelt, my mind racing with thoughts that didn't want to quiet. Nicholas stood there, staring after me, his gaze unsettling in a way I cowed in quiet place. I drove off, but for the first time, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off with him. Something about his behavior didn't sit right, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I once thought he was my protector, but in that moment, he revealed his true face. He kidnapped me and admitted that he was behind all the attacks. Chapter 50 Rogue Attack. Adelina SBOV, the journey back to my pack was long and exhausting. By the time I finally arrived, the clock had just struck 10 in the morning. My limbs ached with fatigue, but I parked the Jeep and headed straight to my bedroom, eager to shake off the weariness of the trip. After a quick shower and a fresh change of clothes, I made my way to my office. As I stepped inside, I spotted Jacob perched comfortably at my desk, his fingers flying over the keys of his laptop. "Good morning, Jacob," I greeted him, my voice still carrying a trace of the journey's fatigue. He looked up, startled for a moment, then sprang to his feet like a guilty child caught red-handed. I gestured for him to sit back down at once as though I minded him using my desk, but he ignored the signal and busied himself gathering his things instead. "Good morning. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Welcome back," he said with a bright smile. "How was the coronation? Did you enjoy yourself?" I gave him a dry look as I stepped further into the room. "I wouldn't say that." Jacob's brows furrowed in confusion. "Why not? It was the king's coronation. For goodness sake. Surely there was plenty of food, music, and fanfare. How could you not have had a great time?" "I know I would live." "Of course you would," I replied with a faint smirk. "But you and I are nothing alike." It was no different than every other social gathering, tedious and absolutely boring. I paused, glancing at the stack of papers on the corner of my desk. "Everything all right here while I was gone?" "The usual," Jacob began, his tone steady as he closed his laptop and collected his things. "The new contracts were signed by most Elphys and have been sent back. Some rogues entered our territory early this morning, but we managed to restrain them. We received new applications from other pack members seeking to join us again 20 just yesterday." He moved toward the door, balancing his laptop under one arm. "Oh, I almost forgot. Your brother wants to talk to you." I groaned, pinching the bridge of my nose. What does he want now? I'm sick and tired of his unreasonable demands. I wonder what story he's cooked up this time. Jacob hesitated, gripping the door handle. He said it was something very important. "Yeah. Important. Just like last time when he said he needed an aloe vera mattress." I retorted, shaking my head. "I'm sure it can wait. Maybe I'll pay him a visit next week." Jacob gave me a knowing smirk but didn't press further. "Very well. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "I'll leave you to it," he said before exiting the office. I slumped into my chair and let out a deep sigh. After an hour of working on my laptop, the monotonous rhythm of typing was interrupted by a knock. A guard entered silently, carrying a bouquet of white roses. Without a word, he set them on my desk and left. White roses, my favorite. I leaned forward, inspecting the elegant bouquet. Tucked within the blooms was a small card. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I slid it out and read the message. "No matter how many times you ignore me, your memory will never cease to occupy my mind. The smell of your body, your kisses, and the warmth of your heart have been engraved deep in my soul. I will always be waiting for you." Indeed, my wolf stirred immediately. "He sent us flowers even after you told him you were Nicholas's girlfriend," she pointed out. "I didn't tell him anything." I snapped back internally. That was Nicholas's doing. The old Maximus is back. Achius trying to keep what he believes is his. Give him a chance. My wolf urged. Can't you see? Our mate loves us. Call him back and thank him. I rolled my eyes. It's just some silly flowers. Don't make this a big deal. He probably sent bouquets to every alpha who attended the coronation as a courtesy. Even if that's true, this isn't the first time Achius sent you flowers or gifts. You should at least acknowledge it. I don't think Achius after my gratitude. I muttered, tossing the card onto the desk. Are you blind? Didn't you see what he wrote? His feelings are obvious. Yeah, sure, I said dismissively, pulling a stack of files toward me. I'm not calling him back. End of discussion. 2 hours passed, and I hadn't even made it halfway through the paperwork. An Omega arrived with lunch, and though I usually preferred eating at the Pact's restaurant, I couldn't spare the time today. I ate quickly at my desk and dove back into work. By the time evening came, I was utterly spent. After finishing a few more files, I decided to call it a day. I retreated to my bedroom, took a quick bath, and collapsed into bed. Sleep came quickly, pulling me into its depths, but my rest was short-lived. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Please open the door. A frantic voice pierced the night, jolting me awake. I groaned, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. Throwing on a robe, I stormed toward the door, irritation brewing within me. The Omega on the other side looked pale and anxious. What is all this fuss about? I barked, my voice laced with frustration. I'm so sorry for waking you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She stammered, her words tumbling over one another. But there's a problem. I spit it out. I snapped, losing patience. The southern borders, she finally managed. They're under attack. What? My blood ran cold. Why are you telling me this? Where is Jacob? Beta Jacob is already at the southern border. She explained hurriedly. He couldn't reach you through the mind link and sent me to inform you. Do you know if they've stopped the attack? I'm sorry. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I don't have any other information. Bowing her head. You're dismissed. Thank you. The Omegan nodded and scurried away as I slammed the door shut. Immediately, I linked Jacob. What's the situation? It's bad, he replied, his voice strained. We managed to stop the attack, but the battle was fierce. There were several casualties. These rogues were highly trained, and they had advanced equipment guns. I clenched my fists. Damn it. This is just like the attack where Maximus was injured. Who's behind this? Mario Lupo is dead. Could he have had accomplices? Jacob hesitated. Maybe it's Andre, our southern neighbor. Achius always wanted to expand his territory. No, I interrupted firmly. Andre signed a peace treaty with us. There's no logic in him attacking. This has to be someone else. I'll keep investigating, Jacob said before ending the link. Frustration burned through me as I dressed quickly. I was halfway down the stairs when I ran into Aidan. My gamma. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Where are you going? Aidan, my gamma, asked as I strode past him. To the southern borders. Aidan, we were attacked there. I replied curtly, not breaking my stride. I know. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But with all due respect, you shouldn't go. It's not a place for a woman, he said firmly. I stopped dead in my tracks and turned to him, my eyes narrowing. What did you just say? My voice was low. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Aidan hesitated but didn't back down. I mean no offense. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But it's for your own good. I folded my arms, my irritation flaring. Would you say the same thing if I were a man? Certainly not. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He replied, his tone incredulous as though the answer was obvious. I took a step closer, my gaze locked on his. Then don't ever say it again. I am not just a woman, I am the alpha of this pack, and I will go wherever my pack needs me. Is that clear? His jaw tightened, and he nodded reluctantly. Yes, alpha. And another thing, I continued, my voice sharp. The sight of carnage is hard on any one man or woman. Thank you for your concern, but I am not as fragile as you think. Now go. Ensure all the injured are taken to the hospital, and have the corpses collected and buried with dignity. Understood? Yes, Alpha. Anything else? No, you're dismissed. Aidan bowed and turned to leave, but I stopped him again. Wait. He paused, turning back to face me. Yes, Alpha. Is my father aware of the situation? No, he isn't. Would you like me to inform him? No, I replied after a moment of thought. Let's not trouble him yet. I'll inform him once we have more information. Is that clear? Yes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Good. You're dismissed. Then bowed again and left without another word. I headed to the parking lot, climbed into my renegade jeep, and started the engine. The drive to the southern borders was quick, but the sight that greeted me when I arrived was devastating. Bodies were scattered across the ground like broken dolls. The fence was nothing but twisted metal, and the outposts had been reduced to rubble. The landscape resembled a war-zone shard, and lifeless. Jacob was at the center of it all, barking orders to the guards. I immediately linked Haydan. Send as many Omgazer as possible to the southern border with tools. The fence is our top priority. On it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Aidan replied. Some guards were already rebuilding the outposts, while others worked on patching up the fence. Jacob handled the situation well, so I left him in charge and drove straight to the hospital to check on the injured. The hospital was in chaos. Doctors and nurses hurried through the corridors, pushing stretchers and carrying medical supplies. The sharp scent of antiseptic and blood filled the air, and the tension was palpable. This was the work of mere rogues. No group of rogues could be this well trained, this well equipped. They had guns high, tech weapons with silver bullets. These weren't mindless scavengers, they were something else entirely. Mercenaries. Someone had hired them, orchestrated this attack. But who? And why? What would anyone gain from targeting us? We may be a small pack, but we've been growing rapidly. My wolf interjected. And don't forget, you're either mate of the king. I don't think this has anything to do with Maximus. I told her, dismissing the thought. But the truth was, I was so sure. I reached the hospital manager's office, and he filled me in on the grim details. 50 wolves had been hospitalized. 20 were in critical condition, having been shot with silver bullets. Their prognosis was uncertain. Silver bullets were a death sentence for many werewolves. The weight of the situation settled heavily on my shoulders as I left the office, but as I stepped into the hallway, I was met with an unexpected sight. He was sitting in one of the waiting chairs, his posture tense and his face drawn with worry. As soon as he saw me, he stood abruptly and strode toward me. He said, his voice thick with emotion. And before I could respond, he pulled me into a tight embrace. For a moment, I stood frozen, unsure how to react. Then I returned the hug, if only to offer a small piece of comfort. "What are you doing here?" I asked softly, pulling back slightly to meet his eyes. "I've called you many times without managing to find you," Nicholas said, his voice tinged with worry. "I got so concerned that I ended up calling your father. She the one who informed me about the attack. How are things here?" I studied his face, searching for any hint of deception. "Oh, I see. Worse than we've seen in a long time. They weren't ordinary rogues. Someone's behind this." He sat down beside me, his expression growing serious. "You seem lost in thought. Is something bothering you?" I glanced at him, debating whether to voice my concerns. He seemed genuine worried, even but the nagging doubt planted by my wolf refused to fade. "In just thinking about the attack," I said carefully. "It doesn't make sense. Why would anyone target us? We're a small pack, and we've signed treaties with all the neighboring alphas. There's no logical reason for this." Nicholas nodded slowly, his brow furrowed. "You're right. It's suspicious. If you do like, I can have my men investigate discreetly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I studied him, his offer generous but unexpected. "That's kind of you, but this is my pack's responsibility. You'll handle it. Still, the offer stands." His tone firm. "Thank you," I said again, forcing a small smile. "When and where did the attack happen?" "At midnight. On our borders." "Where were you?" "Unfortunately, I was in bed," I admitted, my frustration bubbling to the surface. "I had a difficult day and went to sleep early. Thank goddess you weren't at the southern borders." His relief palpable. "You must be hungry. Let me get you something to eat. A coffee would be nice." "Thank you." He nodded and turned toward the hospital coffee stand. As I watched him walk away, my wolf began pacing in my mind, her agitation clear. "Southern borders. You didn't mention where the attack took place. How did he know?" "Probably he learned it from my father," I replied, brushing off her concern. "She's lying. Don't you see? How could your father have told him about the attack? He doesn't even know yet." Her words gave me pause. My father was aware of the situation and explicitly and not to tell him until we had more information. Could Nicholas be lying? Probably that Ed and I reasoned. He likes to defy my orders. He must have informed my father about the attack while I was at the borders or here at the hospital. "I don't think so." My wolf pressed, her voice sharp. "No one would dare risk disobeying you. Especially not Gamma Aid, and there's only one way to know for sure. Mind. Link your father immediately and ask him." I hesitated. The possibility that Nicholas could be withholding something gnawed at me, but I was ready to confront it outright. "It was probably Aiden," I insisted, trying to convince myself as much as my wolf. "You saw his demeanor earlier. He was practically begging to get on my nerves. I'm sure HE's the one who spilled the information. You're avoiding the truth." She shot back. "Something doesn't add up. Don't dismiss this." The weight of everything pressing down on me. I have more important things to deal with than gossip or speculation right now. I'll talk to my father later if it's necessary. Can we focus on what matters? "Do it now," my wolf demanded, her voice sharper than before. "Stop bothering me. I told you I have more important things to handle." I scolded her, frustrated, as I wrestled with her incessant nagging. Nicholas appeared, holding to steaming coffees and a donut. Without asking, he gently took my hand, leading me to a seat nearby. His presence was warm, yet the intensity of his gestures added to my growing unease. He placed the coffee and donut in front of me. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," he said softly. "Thank you, but I'll just take the coffee," I replied, attempting to sidestep his thoughtful gesture. You can have the donut. Not a chance, he said with a teasing smile. You need to eat. I'm pretty sure you haven't had anything since yesterday. His words startled me. How do you know that? He leaned forward, his gaze unwavering. I make it my priority to stay well, informed about the things and people that matter to me. His intense stare made me feel exposed. So I looked away, uncomfortable. To deflect, I picked up the donut and took a tentative bite. The sugary sweetness melted on my tongue, and I couldn't help but admit it was delicious. So I began, eager to shift the focus. How was your trip? You must be exhausted. Don't worry about me, he replied, brushing off my concern. His voice softened. I'm just relieved I found you safe and sound. Before I could respond, he took my hand again and kissed it gently. The unexpected intimacy set my heart racing, not with joy, but with discomfort. There was no need for you to come all this way, I said quickly, putting my hand back. I couldn't leave you alone in such a difficult situation, he replied, a hint of irritation creeping into his tone. I'm not alone, I countered. My family, my friends, my pack, they're all here to support me. As I spoke, I tried to focus on the donut, biting into it as a way to distract myself. He chuckled lightly, though his smile didn't quite reach his eyes. Are you trying to tell me, in your own way, that I'm not needed here? No, of course not. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Almost choking on the last bite of donut. I just don't want to burden you with my problems. Adelina, he said firmly, his gaze locking with mine. Your problems are my problems too. Caught off guard, I fumbled for a response. I'm just going to wash my hands. Without waiting for a reply, I stood and headed for the bathroom, needing space to think. Once I was alone, I leaned against the cold bathroom wall, my mind racing. Nicholas' words played on a loop, and I couldn't shake the tension building inside me. His words, they all pointed to something I wasn't ready to face. He wants more than friendship, my wolf whispered knowingly. I sighed heavily. And I can't give him more. I have responsibilities to my pack. Romance isn't something I can entertain right now or maybe ever. When I returned, Nicholas was still waiting, his smile broadening as I approached. I need to head back to the southern borders, I announced, trying to keep my tone professional. I need to check the progress on the fence repairs. I'm coming with you, he said immediately, standing as though he'd been waiting for this exact moment. No, I said quickly, shaking my head. There's no need for you to come with me. I've arranged a room for you at the pack house. You can go there and rest. His smile faltered, replaced by a look of quiet disappointment. Are you pushing me away? He asked softly, his voice tinged with hurt. No, I'm not. His words tangled in my throat. He was strong. I was pushing him away. He studied me for a moment before his expression softened. Adelina, I can see my behavior is making you uncomfortable. I don't want to do that. I've decided not to push you anymore. Whatever you're willing to give me, I'll accept it even if it's just friendship. His sincerity caught me off guard. But please, he continued, don't shut me out completely. Let me come with you. I won't flirt or cross any lines. The guilt hit me like a wave. He was trying so hard to respect my boundaries, and yet here I was, treating him coldly. Okay, I said finally, my voice barely above a whisper. You can come. His face lit up, but he kept his promise, simply following me as I turned toward the exit. As we walked, his earlier words replayed in my mind. I've decided not to push you anymore. Whatever you're willing to give me, I'll accept it. For the first time, I wondered if it'd been too quick to judge him. Maybe it'd been unfair, letting my discomfort cloud my perspective. I still couldn't give him what he wanted, but perhaps I owed him the benefit of the doubt and a chance to prove himself. My wolf grumbled but fell silent, though her unease lingered in the back of my mind. Chapter 51. No more pretending. Maximus POV. After enduring a long, tedious meeting, I finally made my way back to my office. I hated meetings, nothing but endless noise with little to no productive outcome. Frustrated, I slumped into my chair and immediately mind linked Tedward. My Delta. Did you send the flowers I asked for? Yes, Alpha. They were delivered hours ago. He replied confidently. Hours ago? Why hadn't she called to thank me? Was I truly so unwanted in her eyes? Maybe she didn't get them yet. Call her and check. Oh, and ask her if she liked them. My wolf, Divikeo, suggested eagerly. You know, that's actually a good idea. I muttered aloud. All my ideas are excellent. Divikeo replied smugly. Rolling my eyes, I picked up my phone, ready to call her. But before I could dial, Demetrio, my gamma, burst through the door without so much as knocking. What the hell are you doing? Glaring at him, it was like Demetrio to break protocol. Something serious must have happened. I'm sorry. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His tone urgent, but I needed to see you immediately. It's important. Then speak. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Leaning forward, already bracing myself for bad news. We've been receiving reports multiple packs are being attacked by rogues. My eyes narrowed. How many? 20 so far. He answered grimly. 20. The word felt heavy in my mouth. When did these attacks start? Were they coordinated? They began last night at midnight. And yes, all the reports indicate they happened simultaneously. I clenched my fists. As I suspected. This isn't some random rogue uprising. This is calculated. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My mind raced as I tried to piece together the motive behind such an attack. Whoever is behind this has resources. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And wealth. We're dealing with something far bigger than rogues. Make me a list of all the affected packs, the casualties, and the damages. Then contact the attacked alphas. I want full reports, every detail, every shred of evidence they've gathered. Do you understand? Yes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But he didn't move. He stood there stiffly, staring at me like he wanted to say more but didn't know how. Then why are you still here? I snapped, my voice rising. Go. I want this on my desk within the hour. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He said hesitantly, there's something else. I leaned back, trying to rein in my impatience. Does it concern the rogue attacks? It might, he admitted, then stopped stalling and spit it out. Do you remember your order to keep in the investigation into the organization calling themselves the New Order? Yes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What of it? We've uncovered new evidence, he said carefully, watching my reaction. It implicates someone we all know, someone previously beyond suspicion. My eyes narrowed further. Poitiers not from our pack, Demetrio said cautiously. Then why are you wasting my time? Send the evidence to his Alpha and notify the council. Alpha, he interjected, his tone grave. The person in question is very close to our Luna. Is he from her pack? No, Alpha. Then who is it? My patience was wearing thin. Tell me, for goodness sake. He took a deep breath. It's Nicholas, the Alpha of the Winterwoods pack. The name sent a jolt through me. I repeated, my voice a mix of disbelief and triumph. Yes, Alpha. The evidence is solid, Demetrio confirmed. I leaned back in my chair, a satisfied smirk forming on my lips. I knew it. I knew he was hiding something. It's just been too perfect, too convenient. The truth comes out. There's more, Demetrio said, his tone darkening. What now? I asked sharply, the triumphant feeling evaporating. Crescent Moon Pack was attacked last night as well, he said carefully. I stiffened and Nicholas is already there, with our Luna. The words hit me like a slap. My heart raced as dread took hold. You're telling me this now? Why wasn't I informed immediately? How is she? I interrupted, my voice steady. Is Adrienne injured? She's safe, Demetrio assured me quickly. I shot to my feet. Don't tell me anything else. Prepare the jet. We're leaving for Crescent Moon immediately. Yes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, Demetrio said, bowing before rushing out of the office. As the door slammed shut, I took a deep breath, trying to suppress the torrent of emotions rising within me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And something else, something darker warred for control. Drive AKO growled low in my mind. HES too close to her. I don't trust him. Neither do I. But this was just about trust or suspicion. This was about her safety, my Luna's safety. And I wouldn't rest until I knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that she was unharmed. I grabbed my coat, already halfway out the door. Whatever was happening at Crescent Moon, I was going to get to the bottom of it, and Nicholas wouldn't be leaving my sight. During the flight to the Crescent Moon Pack, my nerves were stretched thin, and Drive AKO wasn't helping. He was pacing in my mind like a caged beast, restless and agitated. Every passing minute felt like an eternity. Chris was handling the rogue attacks on the other packs and sending me updates every hour. Still, my focus wasn't on those. My thoughts were consumed by one thing, Adelina. I couldn't shake the feeling that Nicholas was behind these coordinated attacks. The timing, the scale, it all pointed to him. I should have watched him more closely, should have trusted my instincts instead of giving him the benefit of the doubt. I had failed once again. The thought of Adelina in his presence made my stomach churn. I clenched my fists, my nails digging into my palms. How could I have been so careless? How could I let her go, knowing full well the danger she might face? I should have fought harder. Draco's voice broke through my spiraling thoughts. You let your pride stop you from doing what your heart told you to do. You thought she'd be safer if you kept your distance. Look where that's gotten us. I know, I muttered back bitterly. I'll fix it. You do better, because if anything happens to her, Drive AKO growled, leaving the rest of his threat unspoken. The air stewardess's voice snapped me out of my thoughts. My king, we've reached Crescent Moon's airport. We'll be landing in a few minutes. Thank you, Tessa, I replied curtly, already buckling my seatbelt as the jet began its descent. The moment the plane door opened, I stepped out into the brisk morning air. A black SUV was waiting on the tarmac. Without a word, I climbed in, and we sped off toward the Crescent Moon Pack house. As we pulled up and I stepped out, the guards froze the moment they recognized me. Their wider eyes and panicked whispers were almost amusing, but I had no time for formalities. Within seconds, Aidan, Adelina Escama, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Welcome, my king. Bowing low. Where is she? I asked sharply, skipping any pleasantries. She's at the hospital, attending to the injured. He replied quickly. She should be returning to the pack house soon. We've prepared the royal suite for you if you'd like to rest. I'm not here to rest, I interrupted. My voice was cold. and Aidan's shoulders stiffened. Take me to the hospital. Without waiting for a response, I got back into the SUV. The driver barely had time to climb in before I barked. When we arrived at the hospital, I didn't waste a second. I strode straight to the reception desk. The staff and visitors parting before me like waves before a storm. The receptionist looked up, her eyes widening in shock. Oh my goddess. My king Maximus dried AKO. Good morning, my king. What an honor to have you here. Welcome to our hospital. She shot up from her seat, bowing deeply. I don't have time for this, I said flatly. Where's Adelina? Alfie Adelina. She stammered. Of course, I snapped, my patience wearing thin. She just left a few minutes ago after visiting the injured. Your Highness, she managed to say. Draco's voice rumbled in my head. Our mate, tending to the wounded, even after a battle. She's a true queen, worthy of us in every way. I couldn't disagree, but I ignored him and turned my attention back to the receptionist. Do you know where she went? Before the woman could respond, another nurse chimed in from behind the counter. I heard her telling the alpha of the Winterwoods pack that she was going to the southern borders to check fence. My heart dropped. Nicholas is with her. I think that's his name. My king, the nurse said, smiling as if she were giving me good news. I didn't wait to hear more. My mind was racing, my body moving on autopilot as I bolted back to the SUV. My driver looked startled as I practically threw myself into the back seat. To the southern borders. Now the car roared to life, and we sped off. I gripped the seat tightly, my knuckles white. She's with him. Drive ache KO growled, his voice low and dangerous. I know. Achia's planning something, I can feel it. So can I. The southern borders weren't far, but every mile felt like agony. My mind raced with worst-case scenarios. What if I was too late? What if Nicholas had already done something to hurt her? What if no? I told myself firmly. She can handle herself. But she shouldn't have to. Drive AKO snarled. That's your job. And you failed her. I clenched my teeth, my chest tightening. I couldn't let fear control me now. I had to focus. I had to get to her. As the SUV tore down the road, I prayed to the goddess that I was too late. Adelina SPOV. I headed toward my jeep, ready to slide into the driver's seat when Nicholas suddenly stepped forward. I'll drive. His tone firm yet casual. Normally, I never let anyone else drive my car. It felt too personal, too much like surrendering control. But as I stood there, a wave of exhaustion washed over me. The sleepless night was catching up to me, and my body ached for rest. Reluctantly, I tossed him the keys. Fine, I muttered, climbing into the passenger seat. We hadn't been on the road for more than 10 minutes when an overwhelming drowsiness began to pull at me. My eyelids felt heavy, as if weighted by lead. I tried to fight it, opening the window for fresh air, shifting in my seat, but it was no use. Darkness crept in at the edges of my vision, and before I knew it, everything went black. When I woke, my head was pounding, and the world around me was eerily still. I blinked, trying to focus, only to realize that my hands were bound tightly in front of me. Panic surged through me as I looked around. I was still in the passenger seat of my jeep. But something was wrong. Very wrong. What happened? My heart raced as questions flooded my mind. Did the mercenaries find us? Were we ambushed? But where were they? Where was Nicholas? My voice hoarse and trembling. There was no answer. I tried again, louder this time. Can you hear me? Still nothing. The silence was deafening, and fear gnawed at the edges of my resolve. Had they taken him? Killed him? My chest tightened at the thought. Desperate, I glanced around the interior of the jeep, hoping to find anything that could help me. My bag was on the floor, just out of reach. I strained against the restraints, stretching as far as I could, but it was useless. Frustration and fear mixed into a volatile cocktail inside me. Looking out the window, I realized we were in the middle of a dense forest. The towering trees stretched high above, their twisted branches blotting out the sky. The thick underbrush made it impossible to tell where we were. I had no sense of direction, no landmarks to guide me. Minutes felt like hours as I sat there, helpless. My pulse quickened when I caught a flicker of movement in the rearview mirror. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My breath hitching as I focused on the dark figure approaching from a distance. My hands clenched instinctively, the rope biting into my skin. The figure was moving steadily closer, and my heart pounded louder with each step they took. Who was it? My mind raced through the possibilities. Was it one of the mercenaries? Had they come back to finish whatever they started? Or worse, was it someone new? The figure drew closer, their features still obscured by the dim light filtering through the forest canopy. My stomach churned as fear gripped me. I knew the chances of being rescued were slim, but I couldn't stop myself from clinging to the faint hope that this was the end. As the man approached, I could make out more details: the broad shoulders, the confident stride. My heart leapt to my throat. It was Nicholas. Relief flooded me, overwhelming and all-consuming. Tears pricked at the corners of my eyes as I called out his name. He didn't respond immediately, but the sight of him was enough to send a rush of hope coursing through my veins. "Nicholas," I shouted again, my voice cracking under the weight of my emotions. This time, his head turned in my direction, and our eyes met. A wave of gratitude and joy swept over me. He was alive. He was here. For the first time since I woke, I allowed myself to believe that everything might be okay. "Nicholas, over here. Please. I'm tied up. Help me." My voice rising with panic. Nicholas approached with quick, determined steps, and my heart leapt. My salvation is coming, I thought desperately. He'll untie me, and in a few minutes, well, be gone. But to my horror, he stopped just a few feet away, his expression cold, his lips curling into a tight, angry line. "Shut the fuck up." His voice low and menacing. "Do you want someone to hear you?" Confusion swirled in my head. "But what are you talking about?" "Please untie me," I begged, struggling against the ropes, fear creeping into my chest. He rolled his eyes, the sardonic smirk on his face only deepening my dread. "Are you fucking crazy?" His tone dripping with disdain. "Do you really expect me to untie you?" My heart dropped. I stared at him, unable to comprehend the change. What are you saying?" I stammered, my voice barely above a whisper. "Are you an idiot?" He looked at me like I was the foolish one. "I was the one who tied you up in the first place." His words hit me like a slap, each one colder than the last. Why? The word came out weak, more of a plea than a question. His behavior was completely unrecognizable. Nicholas had always been kind, a protector, but now he was something else entirely. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And a dangerous one at that. Because lately, you haven't been doing what I want." His eyes flashing with anger. He seemed to forget that I'm the one who rescued you. "You owe me everything." I recoiled, my chest tight with shock and disbelief. How could I forget? "I know, and I appreciate everything you've done for me. I'll be eternally grateful, but what else do you want from me?" "Really now? You're seriously asking me that? A few hours ago, you had the nerve to reject me." His voice was thick with resentment, each word cutting deeper than the last. "I've never rejected you." "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." My voice cracking with frustration. "I'm grateful, but I can't give you anything more than my friendship. Nothing more, nothing less." His gaze hardened, his jaw tightening. "Friendship. He scoffed bitterly. You think that's enough? After everything I've done for you. After I've taken care of everything. I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to steady my racing heart. Nicholas, please. In telling you the truth, I can't offer you anything else. I won't lie to you, but I won't pretend. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. For a moment, he was silent. Then, his eyes darkened, a twisted smile playing on his lips. Do you really think I brought you here and tied you up because you rejected me? His voice was dripping with mockery. You're so stupid. I brought you here because I cowed and let you ruin my plans. Plans? I whispered, trying to steady my breathing. What plans? He laughed. A low, sinister sound that chilled me to the bone. You're beautiful. But damn, you're stupid, he said with a sneer. I'm the one behind all the attacks. Every single one of them. The words hit me like a thunderclap. I blinked, trying to process his admission. All the attacks. Were there others? My voice shaking with disbelief. Of course. As though it was the most obvious thing in the world. Did you really think it was just your pack I was after? No, to attack every day one pack at a time. Soon, this kingdom will be nothing but a ruin. And Maximus' reign will be over. When my plan is complete, all the alphas will hate him, and they'll run to me for protection. Why? My voice barely a whisper, the weight of his words crushing me. He looked at me as if I were a fool. Because I want to be king. What else? I gave you the opportunity to be by my side, and you turned me down so arrogantly. A sick feeling settled in my stomach. Why does everyone in this organization lose their mind? My wolf muttered, her voice filled with disgust. I cowed and agree more. I didn't do it out of arrogance. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Trying to stay calm. I just want to be honest with you. That's all. I never wanted to hurt you. Shut up. His voice venomous. You really think you'll just sit back and watch you flirt with Maximus? Or worse, see you go back to him. You're wrong. As long as I can't have you, no one will. I recoiled, horrified. Don't go crazy. There are other ways to solve this. You don't have to kidnap me. Who said I wanted to kidnap you? His eyes gleamed with malice. I brought you here to kill you. The blood drained from my face. What? I whispered, struggling against the ropes in a futile attempt to escape. Have you completely lost your mind? You're going to kill me because I didn't respond to your feelings. He chuckled darkly, leaning in closer. Don't flatter yourself. That's not the only reason. Can't you see? You're just a problem for me now. All these deals you're making with other alphas. All the financial plans you're pushing. It's all against my interests. I stared at him, my heart sinking into my stomach. If that's the problem, I promise I'll cancel anything that doesn't favor you. I'll fix it. He laughed again, the sound hollow and cold. It doesn't matter anymore. Even if you cancel them all, I know you'll make new ones in the future. I won't. I swear. I pleaded, desperation leaking into my voice. He stared at me for a long moment, his gaze piercing, before he started laughing. The sound was cruel, mocking, and it made my blood run cold. Do you think him a fool? Nicholas sneered, his voice thick with contempt. Don't make promises you know you can't keep. Adelina. His tone dripping with malice. He stepped closer to the jeep, his eyes never leaving mine. Before I could react, he leaned in, his breath hot against the cold window. I froze for a split second as he closed the distance between us, his lips crashing onto mine. The kiss was forceful and filled me with a disgust that made my stomach churn. I recoiled instinctively, but he held me tightly, his grip like iron around my shoulders. Panic surged through me, and I knew I had to act quickly. In a desperate move, I bit down hard on his lip, feeling the shock of the flesh between my teeth. His reaction was immediate, a guttural snarl escaping him as he jerked back, blood trickling from the wound on his lip. "You fucking bitch," he snarled, eyes blazing with fury. He kicked the jeep's door with a violent force, the metal screeching under his boot. With a growl, he ripped the door open and yanked me out by my arm. "Let me go." Thrashing against his grip, I kicked and punched, trying to break free, but his strength was overpowering. His fist collided with my face, sending a sharp, sickening pain through my cheek. I stumbled but didn't relent, swinging my limbs in frantic resistance. With brutal force, he hauled me out of the jeep and onto the ground, his fist landing once more in my stomach. I gasped for air, fury boiling inside me. His grip tightened, and in one swift motion, he hoisted me up onto his shoulders, my face now pressed against his back. I struggled, kicking my legs, trying to wiggle free, but his hold was unyielding. Just as I felt myself slipping into the despair of complete helplessness, I heard it, a loud, bone, rattling roar that pierced through the thick air. My heart skipped a beat, and for the first time since this nightmare began, a glimmer of hope flared inside me. I knew that roar. I knew who it belonged to. Maximus. Tears welled up in my eyes as I held onto that sound like a lifeline. I couldn't have been more relieved. Couldn't have felt more alive. The roar of my protector, my alpha, my mate, echoed through the forest, signaling that he was coming. Maximus was here. Chapter 52. Is it all over? Adelina Spigovi step away from her. Maximus's voice rang out, commanding and full of authority from a distance. Nicholas, still holding me with a grip that felt like iron, smirked cruelly as he slowly turned his head towards Maximus. His tone ripped with sarcasm as he spoke. "Your Highness, what an unexpected pleasure, though I didn't anticipate your visit. Allow me to assure you, I'll treat you with the utmost respect, in the best way possible, worthy of a king. But first, allow me to take care of your beautiful mate." His words were calculated and cruel, a venomous undercurrent in his voice. He wanted to provoke Maximus, to show he held the upper hand. Maximus's eyes narrowed, his jaw tightening as he took a step forward. "This is between you and me. Let Adelina go." Nicholas's smile only widened, his arrogance radiating. "Or else what?" His tone mocking. Maximus's voice dropped to a low growl, his patience thinning. "Don't mess with me. You know exactly what I'm capable of." Nicholas chuckled darkly, clearly unconcerned. "Oh, I'm so terrified right now." His mocking tone barely masked his fear as he stood there, testing Maximus. Maximus stepped forward, his eyes flashing with a dangerous fire. "You should be." His voice icy and unwavering. Nicholas took a deep breath, his eyes flicking to the side, then back at Maximus with a sly grin. "Don't forget about the council, my king." Maximus's expression remained cold and unyielding. "What about it?" A chilling calmness in his voice that only served to heighten the tension. "You know as well as I do. The council won't look kindly on this. They won't approve of someone taking the law into their own hands." Nicholas stunted, clearly trying to bait Maximus. Maximus's gaze never wavered. "Let me worry about the council. Put Adelina down and fight me like a man. Or are you afraid of me?" His voice now laced with an unmistakable challenge. At the words, something in Nicholas snapped. His eyes flickered with fury, and he abruptly released me, tossing me to the side as he shifted with a snarl. The air seemed to ripple with tension as his body contorted and twisted, fur sprouting from his skin as he became the wolf. Maximus wasted no time, his own body shifting into his massive black wolf form, his coat shimmering in the fading afternoon light. The transformation was seamless, his power radiating from every muscle. His wolf was a true force of nature, his eyes burning with fury as he scanned his surroundings, searching for any sign of weakness. Nicholas's wolf. smaller and with dull brown fur, stood at the ready, snarling, his teeth bared, but he was no match for Maximus. In an instant, the battle was on. They circled each other, sizing each other up, the ground beneath their paws trembling with every step they took. Maximus's wolf was a beast of unmatched grace and strength. Every movement he made was a calculated strike, every turn a deliberate decision. The power behind his attacks was overwhelming, his speed blinding. Nicholas's wolf, in contrast, was erratic, too quick to attack and not precise enough to land a successful blow. With each failed strike, his frustration mounted, and his movements grew more sloppy. Draco's dominance was undeniable. The massive black wolf surged forward, using his sheer size and speed to avoid Nicholas's wolf's attacks. With a final move, Maximus closed the gap, spinning mid-air, and with precise power, he slammed Nicholas's wolf to the ground. The fight was over in a matter of seconds. Maximus, breathing heavily, stood tall and imposing above Nicholas's defeated wolf, his eyes never leaving his fallen adversary. His voice rang out, full of authority. Shift back. Nicholas now. Nicholas hesitated for a brief moment, his pride fighting against the inevitable. He knew that shifting would strip him of his strength, leaving him vulnerable in front of Maximus, but he had no choice. With a growl, he shifted back into his human form, his clothes tattered from the battle. Maximus stood over him, his gaze unyielding, his voice cold as ice. You lost. Now face the consequences. After shifting back into their human forms, both men were a picture of exhaustion and brutality. Dust clung to their bodies, their muscles slick with sweat and blood, the air thick with the stench of the fight. Nicholas lay on the ground, his body littered with deep wounds and bruises, his breathing ragged. It was clear he had lost a significant amount of blood, his body too weak to even attempt to move. The shift had drained him, leaving him vulnerable and broken. Maximus, on the other hand, though also injured, was still standing tall. His wounds were shallow scratches, cuts, at his impositions, but his impresence remained unshaken. He towered over Nicholas, his form radiating authority, his fury far from spent. Now tell Adelina the whole truth. Tell her. Maximus roared, his voice a mixture of anger and raw emotion, like a storm waiting to break. Despite his obvious exhaustion from the battle, he still had a dangerous fire in his eyes. Nicholas remained silent, his lips tight, defiant despite the blood seeping from his wounds. His refusal to speak only pushed Maximus further into a frenzy. Maximus's fist connected with Nicholas's body, each strike fueled by years of betrayal and rage, each punch punctuated by a curse. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A demand for the truth. Tell her that you were the one who ordered the attack on my pack, that you orchestrated my poisoning with an arrow. Maximus spat. His voice grew more frantic as he continued. Tell her about the deal you made with Lupo. Tell her about Adelina's imprisonment in her old Pact's dungeons, hidden right under our noses. Tell her how you tracked her down like a rat. Maximus's voice broke, his pain clear for the first time. His every word was a strike, each accusation more damning than the last. He was so close to breaking, so close to losing control, and Nicholas's continued silence drove him to the brink. Nicholas was barely able to move, blood pooling beneath him as he lay there, broken. Maximus, still relentless, continued to lash out at him, his fury unrestrained. I couldn't stand to watch any longer. My heart was heavy with regret, but I knew it had to be done. There's no need for him to tell me anything. Max, I said, my voice shaky, but clear, when he confessed that my father had informed him about the attack on my pack. Everything clicked. My wolf knew he rang from the start. It was my fault I didn't listen to her sooner. And now I'm here. Maximus looked at me in disbelief, his expression one of utter shock. You know. His voice laced with confusion. Yes, I nodded solemnly. Please. Stop hurting him. Let justice decide his fate. Maximus stood frozen for a moment, his gaze still locked on me, his eyes softening. For a brief second, his rage seemed to fade, replaced by something else, something tender, something raw. He looked at me as if I were the only thing in the world that mattered. His gaze held mine for a heartbeat, and though his emotions were still wild, there was a moment of connection between us. I broke the silence first, my heart full of emotion. I'm so happy you came for me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My words full of gratitude and warmth. My smile was wide, full of relief and love. Maximus's lips curled into a smile, and without a second's hesitation, he closed the distance between us. His strong arms enveloped me, pulling me into him, and his lips crashed onto mine with a passion that made my heart race. His kiss was fiery, full of yearning, and I responded willingly, eager to feel him close, to feel the bond that had always existed between us but had never truly been explored. As we kissed, everything else faded away. The world, the danger, it all became irrelevant. In his embrace, I felt safe. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And above all, young loved. It was just the bond between us, it was something deeper. Something that had always been there, just waiting for the right moment. A sense of belonging, of completion, as if we were to have coming together, whole again. The sensation was overwhelming. My skin tingled with every touch, every brush of his lips, and my stomach fluttered with 1,000 butterflies. I had missed him more than I could ever put into words. It wasn't just the desire. It was the connection, the unity that made us one in ways that were beyond physical. It was our souls finding peace in each other. For a moment, we stayed there, lost in each other's arms. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Breathing and reconnecting. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. Nicholas, weak but determined, was getting up, a menacing look on his face. My heart raced as I saw the silver knife in his hand, the glint of danger in his eyes. Max, watch out. Panic flooding my chest. In an instant, Maximus reacted. He shoved me out of the way, his powerful body twisting to face the threat. I stumbled, crashing to the ground, my head spinning as I struggled to regain my bearings. The world around me was a blur, and I tried to stand, to help, but I couldn't. My limbs felt like lead. Then, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, followed by the unmistakable sound of a body crumpling to the ground. Darkness crept in at the edges of my vision, and I could feel myself slipping away, my body betraying me. Chapter 53 OP is Lost Maximus BOV. When Adelina's voice reached me, urging me to be careful, I didn't even look at her. I simply pushed her aside, my focus fixed solely on Nicholas. Drive AKO stirred beneath the surface, his anger palpable, and I knew that whatever happened next would not be kind. There was no room for mercy, not with someone like him. He was a beast, ruthless and relentless, and I was every bit the same in this moment. I could feel the power surge through me as my claws emerged, sharp as daggers, ready to end this. Nicholas had caused too much pain, too much destruction. He didn't deserve to live. In an instant, my nails raked across Nicholas's chest, my hand moving faster than even he could react. Before he had a chance to blink, I had torn into his flesh, my claws sinking deep into his chest. And there, in my palm, I felt it, the still, warm thud of his heart, beating its last, the life drained from him almost immediately, his body crumpling to the earth in an unceremonious heap. I stood there, staring at the lifeless corpse for a moment longer than I cared to. It was satisfaction that filled me, but cold resolution. This had to be done. He had to be stopped. No more lies. No more betrayals. Without a second glance at Nicholas's fallen form, I turned to Adelina. My heart clenched as I saw her. Unconscious, sprawled on the ground. She had been through enough, more than anyone should ever endure. With a sharp breath, I crouched beside her, lifting her into my arms with a tenderness that contrasted the brutal violence I had just unleashed. I cradled her in my arms, her body limp against mine, and I could feel the weight of everything pressing on me. She was my everything, my reason for fighting. Nothing else mattered as much as her safety. My pulse quickened with urgency as I carried her to the SUV. Gently, I placed her in the passenger seat, adjusting her so she was comfortable. Before I slammed the door shut, the urgency inside me grew as I rushed to the driver's side, my hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. I took one last look at her, her features so peaceful in her unconscious state. Before I revved the engine, the tires screeched as I pressed the accelerator, the vehicle surging forward. The road ahead was a blur, but all I could think about was getting her to safety. I would keep her safe. Nothing else mattered. Adelina SPOV. When I woke up, I was immediately aware of the sterile, quiet environment around me. My eyes fluttered open, and I found myself in a hospital room. The soft hum of machines and a faint scent of antiseptic filled the air. I glanced around, and there was no one in sight. The room was eerily empty, save for a vase of white roses on the table to my right. Their delicate fragrance helped soothe the dryness in my throat. I reached for the water jar beside them, but a sharp pain shot through my hand, stopping me in my tracks. Looking down, I realized I was hooked up to an IV drip, and the sight of it made my efforts to move a little more futile. I tried again to reach the jar, but then the door opened with a soft creak. My gaze turned towards the sound, and my heart skipped a beat. There he was. Maximus stood in the doorway, his piercing grey eyes locking with mine. He looked worn. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And like he hadn't slept in days, but he was still the most striking man I had ever seen. He wore a simple T-shirt and jeans, but the fatigue etched on his face only made him more human, more real to me. Finally, you're awake. His voice a soothing balm, though it was laced with a hint of relief. As he approached, he leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss to my forehead. My heart swelled at the touch. I cleared my throat, trying to ease the dryness, but my words still came out hoarse. Could you give me a glass of water? I'm really thirsty. Of course. He replied immediately, his voice soft yet filled with care. He poured the water, his hand steady and sure as he offered it to me. The cool liquid slid down my throat, soothing the parched dryness. I asked for more, and he gladly obliged, handing me glass after glass. Each time I drank, it felt like the thirst inside me would never be quenched. But I kept going, savoring the way he treated me with such tenderness. After several glasses, I finally mustered the courage to ask the question that had been gnawing at me. Thank you. What happened? I don't remember anything after Nicholas tried to kill us. Maximus's expression darkened, and he exhaled slowly, as though recalling the events caused him a great deal of pain. When I finished with Nicholas, he began, his voice low and steady. I found you unconscious on the ground. I tried to wake you up, but you didn't respond, so I brought you here. You've been asleep for 3 days. The doctors found traces of drugs in your blood. The coffee, I whispered, the realization hitting me like a blow. Maximus nodded. I'm sure it was. The bastard must be put sleeping pills in it. I felt a wave of nausea rise in my chest, a sickening sense of betrayal. But Maximus's reassuring hand on mine immediately grounded me. Don't worry. His voice firm and soothing. He can't hurt you anymore. But what about the other attacks? Did you stop them? Did you find any of his accomplices? Maximus hesitated for a moment before answering, his jaw tight with the weight of his words. When Nicholas's death was announced, most of his accomplices surrendered to the council's guards. They know they're finished. Thank goddess. I breathed, feeling a flicker of relief. Are you sure they're not hiding somewhere? Maximus leaned closer, his gaze unwavering. Even if they are, my love, don't worry. We will catch them all. Before I could respond, a knock sounded at the door, followed by it creaking open drive. Sullivan, the hospital's physician, entered with a professional air, though his eyes softened when he saw me awake. Good morning, Your Highness. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Bowing slightly, how do you feel today? Good morning, Dr. Sullivan, I answered with a faint smile. That's normal, considering everything your body's been through. It needs time to recover. He gave a reassuring nod. We'll run a few more tests today, and by tomorrow, we should have the results. If all goes well, you'll be free to leave by noon. Thank you, Dr. Sullivan. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Grateful for his professionalism, he gave me a small smile, then bowed to Maximus before exiting the room, leaving us in a quiet lull. Maximus, who had been by my side without leaving for even a moment, finally spoke, his voice taking on a more serious tone. Adelina, we need to discuss something. Yes, Max. Tell me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My curiosity piqued. I've been thinking a lot. He began, his eyes intense, his jaw tight, and I've come to a conclusion. I can't leave you alone again. Not sure what he meant. What do you mean? Every time I've let you out of my sight, your life's been in danger. Frustration creeping into his voice. I can't allow that anymore. In proposing something for your safety. But how could you prevent this? We're elfish. Our position comes with risks. You caught me every second of the day. His eyes softened, but his tone remained resolute. That's just it. You need to stop being an alpha. I blinked, stunned by his words. What did you just say? My voice cracked with the rising irritation in my chest. All of this, the danger. The attacks had happened because you took on the title of Alpha for the Crescent Moon Pack. He continued, his words cutting through the air. I can't protect you if you're constantly exposed like this. That's not entirely true. I shot back. I was kidnapped when I was Luna of your pact. He clenched his fists, frustration flickering in his eyes. Yes, but you were far from me then. Too far for me to protect you. The best thing for you is to return to my pack and take on your role as Luna. I spoke with your father. He agrees. Achius even willing to take on the role of Alpha again until we find a replacement. I felt my blood boil. You did what? How could you make such a decision without consulting me first? Maximus stood firm, his gaze unwavering. Imdiokin, I don't need anyone's approval when it comes to decisions that affect your safety. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This is outrageous. You can't control my life like that. King or not, I will decide what I want to do. His face softened, but only slightly. Please understand, Adelina, I'm not just your king. I'm your mate. I care for you more than you realize. Please, listen to me. The solution I'm offering is the only way forward. It's for your own safety. I couldn't help but laugh bitterly. How modest of you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sarcasm dripping from my words. Maximus's expression hardened. Are you mocking me? I shook my head, frustration mounting. I know what I want. Maximus, I don't need you to decide that for me. Now, if you'd excuse me. I'm exhausted. Please, just let me rest. He hesitated, his eyes searching mine for any sign of agreement. But I stood firm. Please, if you don't mind. His shoulders slumping in disappointment. I'll let you rest. But please, think about whatever you said. Okay. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Almost too quickly, eager to end the conversation. I will. Maximus nodded, his expression tight. Ends with one final, lingering look. He turned and left the room, the door clicking softly behind him. I woke up early the next morning, my body feeling more rested than I'd expected after everything that had happened. The first thing I noticed was that the IV serum had been removed, and I was no longer tethered to any machines. It felt like a small victory, another step towards normalcy. With renewed energy, I slipped out of bed and went about my morning routine, though it felt strange to have resumed it after the chaos of the past few days. An hour later, there was a knock at the door. My heart leapt into my chest, and my thoughts immediately raced to Maximus. Yes, here. It has to be him. Despite the anticipation, I knew that the conversation I was about to have with him wouldn't be easy. I was going to back down this time. I would make him understand that I could make my own decisions about my life, my future, and my role. I was going to let him take control of everything anymore. Taking a deep breath, I ran my hands through my hair and checked my reflection in the mirror. I still looked awful, but at least I looked a little better than I had the past few days. I squared my shoulders, determined to stand my ground, and headed for the door. When I opened it, my stomach sank. Instead of Maximus, I was greeted by Jacob. Oh, it's you. My voice trailed off, disappointment washing over me, but there was also a sense of relief. As much as I longed to see Maximus, I wasn't sure I was ready for that confrontation just yet. Good morning, Jacob said, his tone laced with sarcasm. I'm very happy to see you too, Ad. I tried to mask my confusion. Good morning, Jacob. What brings you here so early? Jacob raised an eyebrow, feigning offense, starting to feel unwanted here. Do you want me to leave? I quickly shook my head, realizing how I must have sounded. No. I was expecting someone else. Jacob's smirk widened. I understand. You were expecting Maximus. Weren't you? I blinked in surprise. How did you know? He leaned against the doorframe with a shrug. Maximus left last night. He didn't say a word to anyone. The guards at the airport told me. My stomach dropped. But why? Did you fight last night? Jacob asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. I hesitated, yes. I mean, no, we did argue, but I didn't think it would lead to this. He didn't even tell me he was leaving. Jacob sighed, his expression softening with sympathy. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm here to pick you up. The doctors cleared you. You're eager as new. It took me a moment to process what he was saying, but I nodded and quickly packed up my things. As we headed to the car, I felt a mix of emotions, anger. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, and an overwhelming need to understand what had just happened. Once we were in the car, Jacob tried to steer me toward rest. You should take it easy, Anne. Get some rest. You've been through a lot. But I couldn't. I couldn't sit in a room and stare over everything. I was tired, if anything. I felt more alive than ever. The past few days had taken their toll on me physically, but mentally, I was sharper and more determined. The energy coursing through me felt almost foreign. But in a good way. I couldn't go to my room. Not when my mind was racing with questions about Maximus. Why had he left so suddenly without saying a word? Was it because of what I said yesterday? Was he angry with me for telling him to leave? I replayed our conversation in my head. His words had come from a place of care. I knew that much. But his decisions, his need to control everything about my life had felt suffocating. He acted as though I couldn't think for myself, as if I were incapable of making my own choices. How could he not see that? But even so, there was a part of me that wondered, was I being too harsh? Did he leave because of my anger? Or was there something more to it? It didn't make sense, and I didn't know how to make sense of it. Maximus had always been the man who'd come through for me in times of need. Yet now, he was gone. My thoughts swirled, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something important was missing, something I had to understand before I could move forward. Why had he left without a word? And why did I feel like part of me was missing now that he was gone? She was my destined mate, yet I pushed her into another man's arms. As the king of the werewolves, I had absolute power, but in love, I was utterly powerless. When she decided to marry someone else, all I could do was watch, until I realized in the last moment that she was truly the queen of my life. Chapter 50 for the invitational Delina SPOV. It had been a month since I last saw Maximus in the hospital. Since then, he had vanished from my life completely. Not a single message. No calls returned, nothing. It was like he had disappeared off the face of the earth, and I couldn't understand why. If he was upset with me, why not talk to me? Why disappear without a word? I wasn't asking for everything to be perfect, but I expected honesty, especially after everything we'd been through. We could have figured things out together, but instead, he chose silence. It felt like I was nothing more than a fleeting memory to him. If he was offended by my response, then surely he could have made the effort to communicate. He couldn't possibly expect me to just bend to his will like I was some kind of puppet. It was absurd. He was so selfish. Of course H.E.S. selfish. I scoffed internally. H.E.S. a king now. He can have whoever he wants. Why bother with me when I'm not doing everything he wants? Would I would just follow his every command? But then my wolf's voice cut through my frustration. Sharp and clear. Don't be silly. Why stick with you? Do you seriously ask such a question? Because you're his mate. And he loves you. He came to save you. Isn't that enough for you? I felt the weight of her words sink into me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I knew he loved me. That was never the issue. It was the fact that his actions didn't match his feelings. He saved me. Yes, but then he pulled away, as if my disagreement had somehow made me undeserving of his presence. His behavior was confusing, and I didn't know how to reconcile it with the man I had grown to care about. I don't know. I muttered back to her. His behavior is so confusing. On one hand, he comes to save me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He disappears without any explanation, and when I don't agree with him, he doesn't want to even talk to me. I'd rather he be honest with me, instead of playing this little game of hide and seek. It may not be what you imagine, my wolf insisted. Her voice more patient now. Achias probably just very busy, caught up in his responsibilities as king. Maybe he hasn't had the time to contact you. Frustration bubbling up again. That's no excuse. I'm busy too, but I still find the time to send him messages or try to reach out. He could at least make an effort. My wolf sighed, as though shaking her head at my stubbornness. Do you remember how many times he sent you flowers? How many calls he made, and you never answered? How many times did he try to reach out, and you pushed him away? I winced at her words. She was strong. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I had been distant too. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I had my reasons, but still, the guilt lingered. I'm not the king of all werewolves, I muttered, feeling a pang of regret. Maybe I just don't want to keep playing games either. I need to know where I stand. My advice. My wolfstone softened. Don't rush things. Give him time. Give him space. He'll come back to you when HE is ready. I don't know, I muttered, still unsure. HE is different now. I think HE has become the old Maximus, the one I first met. The one who didn't care about anyone but himself. There was a long pause, and then my wolf responded, her voice surprisingly gentle. I just can't believe that's true. Something else must have happened. Something you don't know. I hesitated. Maybe there was something I didn't know. Maybe there was more to his departure than just a disagreement. I didn't want to admit it, but deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something important. My heart told me to trust him, to be patient, but my mind was still spinning. 6 months later. Adelina SBOV, are you sure that this is what you want? Why the rush? My father asked, his voice full of concern. I cannot rule the pack alone. Don't forget that since I took over, our numbers have quadrupled, and new members are coming in every day. I explained, trying to keep my voice steady. I didn't ask you about the pack. Adelina, I asked about your personal life. His gaze piercing through me as though searching for the truth behind my words. In our world, and especially in my position, personal life and professional life are one and the same. One affects the other. I shot back, feeling the weight of my responsibilities. And do you think marrying Jacob will solve your problems? His tone laced with disbelief. At least it will diminish them. I replied, my voice shaky despite my resolve. Or it will multiply them, he said firmly. The only real solution to your problem is one you know well. My patience thinning. Stop being the alpha of this pack. You've done enough. You don't need to do more. Focus on your personal life instead. His words heavy with finality. How can you say that? To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Shocked. You're my father. You know what this pact means to me. That's why I'm saying it. Because I'm your father and I care about you. This isn't a life you were meant for. You can't sacrifice everything for the pack. Jacob is a good man, but HE is not your mate. Return to your mate and find some happiness. His tone softening, but his message unwavering. Have you lost your mind? I snapped, my anger rising. You know how Maximus has been these last few months. I don't exist for him anymore. You're nothing to him. If you weren't so stubborn and actually gave him time to explain, to listen to his perspective, things might be different. My father suggested. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You mean? I retorted sharply, feeling the sting of his words. Oh my goddess. Adelina, you're so stubborn. With men like Maximus, you need to be more patient, more understanding. His voice rising in frustration. I can't believe I'm hearing this from my own father. What's happening to you? You've always told me to be independent and to make my own choices. Why are you saying this now? I still believe in your independence. But his voice faltered, and he sighed. You catch more flies with honey than with vinegar. Oh, my goddess. I muttered under my breath, my anger surging. Okay then. If Maximus wants a submissive mate, he can find someone else. I won't be that for him. With that, I stood up abruptly, my chair scraping against the floor as I turned toward the door, desperate to get away from this conversation. Adelina? Wait. My father called after me, his voice soft but pleading. You don't understand. My daughter. I just want what's best for you. Father, please. I interrupted, my voice dimmed with exhaustion. I don't want to discuss this anymore. I've made up my mind. Nothing is going to change it. And with that, I left the room, my heart heavy with frustration. Maximus BOV. Alpha, this letter came especially for you. Gregory, one of my guards. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Walking into my office, I didn't even look up from the files I was going through. Leave it on the desk, among the others. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice calm, yet irritated by the interruption. But Alpha, you have to open it and give a response. Gregory pressed, his tone hesitant. What? And who gave you the authority to make such demands? Who's above the king to order such things? I snapped, my patience thinning. It isn't an order, sir. It's just a request from the person who sent it. Gregory answered, his voice unsure. And who might that be? Now rudely annoyed. I do not know, sir. The messenger only asked that you reply after reading the letter. Clearly uncomfortable with my reaction, I snatched the letter from Gregory's hand. My curiosity piqued despite myself. I tore it open and began reading. Invitation. We are honored to invite His Majesty, King Maximus Augustus Drivacao, to the most significant day of our lives, our wedding. The ceremony will be held on Saturday, January 19th, at 1900. Enthusiasm, in the Crescent Moon Ceremony Hall. We would be delighted if you could join us and grace us with your presence. With respect, the Alpha and Beta of Crescent Moon Pack, Adelina MacArthur Jacob Blake. What is this supposed to be? I demanded, glaring at Gregory, my frustration boiling over. Sir, Gregory looked at me, clearly puzzled. Bring the messenger in now. I snapped, my voice sharp with anger. Yes, Alpha, right away. He quickly responded, exiting the office. What are you so angry about? Really? What did you expect? Adelina to wait around for you forever? My wolf chastised me. She should have. I muttered. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's been almost a year since you cut off all communication with her. You never responded to her calls or messages. Your ego has controlled your every move. My wolf pointed out. There's no excuse for what she's doing now. She didn't try to reach out either. And now, she's marrying someone else, Plight. I shot back, frustration evident in my tone. Do you really think that's the reason? My wolf challenged. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What else could it be? You tried to impose your will on her. When she refused, you cut her off completely. Now you're shocked that she's moving on. My wolf fast, incredulous. She betrayed me by marrying someone else. I snapped. Betrayal. You were the one who betrayed her first. With Gina. And now you've left her with no explanation. What did you expect her to do? Wait around forever. My wolf voice was sharp. I didn't leave her, she left me first. I retorted. If I were her, I would have listened to my mate. She is supposed to want what's best for me. How selfish can you be? How do you know what's best for her? If you were in her position, you wouldn't follow anyone. You were born a leader, just like her. My wolf argued. Yeah, whatever. Don't try to make excuses for her. I muttered dismissively. I'm not making excuses. I'm just telling you the truth. If you care about her, you need to do whatever it takes to stop this wedding. I didn't ask for your opinion. I snapped, cutting off the mental link between us just as a knock sounded at the door. Gregory entered, followed by the messenger. They both bowed respectfully. Here's the messenger. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Do you need anything else from me? Gregory asked. No, Gregory. You're dismissed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Turning my attention to the messenger. What's your name? I'm Liam Gorin, second in command after the Gamma in the Crescent Moon Pack. The messenger replied. Who sent you here today? My Alpha. Liam answered curtly. Did you know what was in this letter? I demanded, holding up the invitation. No, sir. I was given strict orders to deliver it and wait for your response. Liam replied, keeping his stance rigid. Fine. Tell your Alpha that what she plans to do is illegal according to our laws. She hasn't hit the first bond yet to proceed with forming another, as she may understand. And will not approve this. Tell her that this decision is final and irrevocable. This decision is taken by her king. Anything else? Majesty. Liam asked, his voice respectful. No, you're dismissed, I said curtly. He bowed and turned to leave. But as he reached the door, Chris entered. Max, I need your advice on the matter with. He began. Not now. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I interrupted, already moving toward the door. My frustration building. What's going on? Clearly confused. Nothing. I need to go. I muttered, not wanting to get into it right now. I quickly closed the door behind me. I rushed out of the pack house, shifting into my wolf the moment I was outside. My paws hit the earth, and I sprinted toward the one place I'd been spending most of my time lately, the forest. It was the only place where my mind could momentarily be free from the chaos. Chapter 55 Green, might Adelina SPOV come in? Not bothering to look up from the stack of papers spread out before me. The past few weeks had been a whirlwind of responsibilities, each one more pressing than the last. In addition to my regular duties, organizing the wedding had been an overwhelming task. Although my Gamma S mate had taken over the bulk of the planning, I still had a mountain of things to handle, and I was feeling the weight of it all. Good evening. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Liam greeted, bowing low as he entered. Liam, please. Sit down. Did you complete your mission? My voice steadied despite the undercurrent of impatience I felt. I was eager to hear the outcome, but I was sure I was ready for the news. Yes, Alpha. The letter was delivered directly to the king. He confirmed, his tone respectful but wary. And what was his response? My heart raced, the anticipation gnawing at me. Liam hesitated, his eyes flickering nervously as he gathered his thoughts. I could sense he was unsure of how to break the news. You know, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He began slowly, clearly uncomfortable. Said that he doesn't allow this wedding, because you didn't break the previous bond in order to proceed with another, and that according to our laws, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I cut him off, my impatience flaring into irritation. I could feel a knot forming in my chest, a flame of rage smoldering deep inside me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Illegal, Liam stammered, his voice trembling slightly as he delivered the blow. He said he won't allow it. The words landed like a heavy stone, and for a moment, I just stared at him, my mind spinning. He said what? My voice was low, dangerous, barely controlled. How dare he? I didn't ask for his permission. All I wanted to know was whether he was going to show up or not. Liam flinched, but quickly rushed to assure me. I didn't tell him anything. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I swear, I only delivered the letter. Nothing more. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to remain calm. It's all right. You're dismissed, I said curtly, waving a hand in his direction. He seemed relieved to be excused and quickly left the room, closing the door quietly behind him. As soon as he was gone, I allowed my frustration to boil over. How dare he? How dare Maximus make such demands? As though I needed his permission for anything. My blood was boiling, and every instinct inside me screamed with anger at the injustice of it all. Does he really think we're going to follow his rules? I muttered under my breath, pacing in frustration. And then, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My wolf decided to make her presence known, as she always did when my emotions ran high. I knew it. Our mate still wants us, she urged, her voice irritably calm, as though I hadn't just been hit with a crushing blow. He hasn't forgotten us. He'll come back. I clenched my fists, trying to ignore her. I didn't have the energy to deal with her idealism right now. You think that's the reason he declared my wedding illegal? I shot back, my voice thick with frustration, because HES somehow still waiting for me to run back into his arms. Not because of that, my wolf answered, her tone softer now, but because HES our mate, Adelina, and deep down, he knows what HES lost. This wedding, it's a test. HES testing you to see if you'll choose him over everything else. He knows you're strong, but HES scared. I let out an exasperated sigh, rubbing my temples as the weight of it all began to crush me. I'm not going to wait forever for him. I can't keep living in limbo, hoping he'll come back when HES ready. I deserve more than that. I stood there in the silence, the letter burning in my mind. No matter how much I told myself I didn't care about Maximus anymore, it was impossible to shake the feeling that he was still lurking in the back of my thoughts, making his presence known in the worst possible ways. He is opposed to this marriage not because he cares about me. I snapped, frustration lacing every word. He does it out of stubbornness and selfishness. The only thing he wants is to show me who the real boss is. HES pissed because I'm marrying another man, and his ego is too big to allow it. Once again, he wants to control everything. My voice trembled with anger as I let out a sharp breath. You are so wrong, my wolf responded sharply, the conviction in her tone unshakable. I rolled my eyes, leaning back in my chair with a defeated sigh. It's obvious you have hallucinations. As always, I scolded her, unable to mask my irritation. And you are too short-sighted and idiotically stubborn. She shot back, her voice carrying a sting of exasperation. You refuse to see the truth in front of you. I clenched my fists, my patience wearing thin. You know something. I've had enough. I'll do whatever I like with my life. I won't hold back for you, or for anyone else, and let anyone dare try to stop me. My voice was firm now, filled with a resolve I hadn't felt before. You're totally crazy. My wolf's voice softened with disbelief, almost like she was disappointed. With a final huff of irritation, she retreated to the back of my mind, leading me in silence. I sat in that silence, the weight of my decision pressing down on me. My wolf may have retreated for now, but I couldn't shake the feeling that this would only be the beginning of a much bigger fight, one with myself as much as with anyone else. Wedding's Dame Maximus POV, why are you here, man? Today Adelina is getting married. And? I asked him incredulously. You have to react, dude. You must go there and stop it. This is your last chance to fix things, Chris scolded me. Not you too. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If you don't have anything important to say, just walk away, I told him inferently. You make a big mistake, pal. You'll regret it very soon, yeah, whatever. I commented inferently. Chris irritates me. Why does he interfere in my life? Why does he care about my emotions? What's the matter with him? 'Cause he is your closest friend and wants the best for you, Drive AKO commented. Not you again. I am sick and tired of your preachers. Didn't you have enough already now? I am not gonna sit here watching my mate getting married with another because you are too stubborn to surpass your big ego. Dry vague, oh said determined. It's not that. I contradicted. Oh yeah. What is it then? You won't understand even if I tell you. Now leave me alone. You know I won't. But I will, I said and pushed him in the back of my head. Adelina SPOV. The day of my wedding had finally arrived. Nervousness twisted in my stomach. The kind that any bride would feel. But mine came with an added layer of anxiety, uncertainty, and a pang of guilt. I wasn't like other brides. I wasn't walking down the aisle for love, and that truth sat heavy on my chest. I loved Jacob, but not as a partner. I loved him like a brother, someone I had grown close to over the years. He had been there for me, always steady, always reliable. But he wasn't my mate. He never could be. On the other hand, there was Maximus. I couldn't stop thinking about him. I had waited nearly a year for him to return, for him to make an effort. But he hadn't. He hadn't even tried. He had recognized me as his mate when it suited him, when he was chasing the crown. But once he had what he wanted, he left me behind. And now, I had to face the cold truth: he didn't want me. He never truly had. I had become a chapter in his past, one he was willing to forget. I had to admit to myself deep down, I was hoping for a reaction. The invitation, the wedding itself, all of it had become a test, a provocation. In a way, I had left the door open for him, waiting for some sign, some response. It was foolish, maybe, but I couldn't help it. I wanted to see if he would come for me, if he cared enough to stop this from happening. Part of me had hoped he'd break his silence, that he'd show up, storm in, and stop me right in the middle of this farce. I wanted him to fight for me. I wanted him to tell me that I was more than just a pawn in his game of power. But, as the days passed, and the wedding drew closer, it became painfully clear that he wasn't coming. He was going to save me. He never intended to. I had already resigned myself to that reality, even if it stung more than I cared to admit. Yet, there was still a flicker of hope, a tiny spark that ties me. It was a reckless hope, one that had been building up ever since he had disappeared from my life. But now, as I stood there, ready to marry another man, I had to face the truth. I was the only one left willing to fight for us. I couldn't afford to wait any longer. The invitation had been my last attempt at a message to him, a final cry for him to show that I mattered. But he didn't. He didn't react. And now I had to move forward, for my own sake, for the pack, for everything I had fought to protect. If he was truly done with me, then I had no choice but to let go and make peace with the decision I had made. And yet, deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over. Not yet. But for now, I had a wedding to attend to, a new life to start without him. But I couldn't afford to dwell on that anymore. I couldn't afford to pine over what might have been, for the sake of my pack, for my family, and, most importantly, I had to move on. Crying over spilled milk did nothing but stain the floor. I sat on my bed, lost in thought, when my sister's voice suddenly broke through the haze of my mind. "What on earth are you doing?" Stella's voice rang out, full of concern and little panic. I looked up at her, trying to pull myself together. "Just relax. What's the matter?" Her eyes widened in disbelief as she took in my lack of urgency. "What's wrong with you? The wedding is in 3 hours, and you're still lounging in your PJs. Are you crazy? Calm down, Stella. There's plenty of time." I tried to reassure her, but my calmness only seemed to rile her more. "Are you kidding me? What are we going to do in 3 hours? 3 hours will barely be enough to finish your hair," she exclaimed, hands on her hips, clearly exasperated. Trying to stay grounded. "It'll be ready in half an hour. It's not that complicated. You've completely lost it," she muttered under her breath. "I have in front of me the only bride in history who's going to show up at her wedding looking like a hot mess." The next few hours were an ordeal of meticulous grooming. My sister. along with a few gazer, fussed over my hair and makeup. Each movement, precise and deliberate. It was tortuous. Every stroke of the brush seemed to sharpen the reality of the day, the life I was about to start, the future that was no longer in my hands. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I was free to prepare myself. The dress was simple, a white line gown that fell gracefully to the floor. It wasn't extravagant, but it suited me. As they helped me place the veil on my head, I couldn't help but catch a quick glance in the mirror. I didn't recognize the woman staring back at me. She looked poised, composed, like someone who had accepted the reality of her life and was about to step into a new chapter. But inside, I felt far from composed. My heart was still with Maximus, and no matter what I told myself, nothing could erase that truth. I quickly turned away, refusing to let myself get lost in the reflection. My father was waiting for me, and I had a duty to fulfill. There was no turning back now. I grabbed him by his arm and started walking again. Behind us, my sister followed with her mate and the rest bridesmaids. The sound of the trumpets echoed through the air, signaling the beginning of the ceremony. My heart raced as the large wooden doors of the temple creaked open, revealing the beautifully decorated interior. White and pink flowers adorned the walls, and delicate drapes hung from the columns, casting a soft glow throughout the space. Stella had clearly outdone herself with every little detail, and despite my reservations, I couldn't help but admire the beauty of it all. As I stepped out into the sunlight, the warm breeze brushing against my skin, my breath caught in my throat. There he was, Jacob, waiting at the altar with Aidan by his side. He looked calm, poised, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips as his eyes met mine. But as I took a step forward, my heart didn't flutter in the way I imagined it would. No butterflies, no excitement. A wave of anxiety crashed over me. I took a deep breath, trying to calm the whirlwind of emotions inside me. My father's grip on my arm was firm, but there was a gentle reassurance in it, as though he understood what I was feeling. My left hand clutched the bouquet of white roses, the soft petals a reminder of the path I had chosen. As I slowly walked down the aisle, the weight of every step seemed to grow heavier. Each movement brought me closer to Jacob, but it also brought me closer to something I was sure I was ready for. My mind spun in 1,000 directions, memories of Maximus flashing in and out like disjointed snapshots. Had he ever truly cared? Was I making the right choice? Was I simply running away from something I couldn't have? Jacob's smile grew wider as I neared him, but it didn't reach me the way it should have. I gave him a small, forced smile in return, but it felt hollow. My mind was still tangled in knots, and no matter how hard I tried to focus on the moment, it felt like everything I had been avoiding was now crashing down on me. The girls had worked tirelessly on my makeup and hair earlier, but as I walked toward the altar, I realized that all the care they had put into making me look perfect hadn't done anything to ease the unease that twisted in my stomach. The worries and doubts that had been buried deep within me resurfaced in full force. What was I really doing here? What was I hoping for? Every step I took toward Jacob felt like I was walking toward something I was sure I was ready for. But as I finally reached the altar, the ceremony began, and the world seemed to quiet down. In that moment, I couldn't help but feel a deep longing for something else, someone else. But that was a feeling I couldn't entertain today. Today, I had to be present for this decision. For Jacob, for my family, for my pack. And yet, the question lingered in the back of my mind. Was this really what I wanted? As I stood there, the weight of my emotions seemed to grow heavier with each passing second. My heart was torn between two paths, one with Jacob, my lifelong friend, and the other with Maximus, the man I knew in my soul was my mate. Despite all the pain and confusion, the reality of the situation hit me like a wave. I was moments away from becoming Mrs. Blake, but my mind was still consumed with thoughts of the man who had walked away from me. I couldn't help but wonder if I was making the right choice, if I was truly ready for this. The soft whisper of my wolf echoed in my mind, urging me to run, to cancel everything and follow the pull that was still so strong for Maximus. But I couldn't. Not now. Not when Jacob was here, standing by my side, expecting a future with me. He had been there for me through everything, and he deserved my loyalty. He deserved more than to have his wedding day interrupted by a woman whose heart was still caught up in the past. But that didn't make it any easier. With each step I took toward the altar, I could feel the tension building inside me. This was just about the ceremony, it was about my future. About choosing between what I thought I should do and what my heart truly wanted. As Jacob took my hand and led me closer to the priest, I could feel my breath quicken, the weight of the choice ahead pressed down on me. My father, ever supportive, gave me a reassuring smile before placing my hand in Jacob's. I looked up at him, trying to find comfort in his familiar face. But the truth was, my thoughts were still consumed by the man who was there. The man who didn't want me. I wasn't ready for this. I wasn't ready to be Jacob's wife. Not when my heart was still so fragmented. But there was no turning back now. The priest stood at the top of the altar, waiting for us. He was dressed in gold and white, the colors of our goddess. His presence seemed to command the room. And as he raised his hand, the crowd went silent. I could feel their eyes on me, the weight of their expectations heavy on my shoulders. "Let us begin," the priest said softly, his voice carrying across the room. And with that, everything else seemed to fade away, leaving only the sounds of my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. The ceremony had begun, and there was no turning back. My dears, we are gathered here today to unite the lives of these two beautiful young souls under the sacred bonds of our goddess. Alpha Adelina MacArthur and Beta Jacob Blake. You represent not only an important union for our pack, but also a partnership in life. Through the wisdom of our goddess, you will rule and guide our pack justly, with love and understanding. You, my children, have come here of your own will, to join in the blessings of our goddess, and no one shall break this sacred bond. Jacob Blake, do you accept Adelina MacArthur as your mate, to respect, support, and cherish her until death parts you? Yes, I do, Jacob answered happily, his voice filled with certainty. The priest turned toward me, his eyes searching for a response. Adelina MacArthur, do you accept Jacob Blake as your mate, to respect, support, and cherish him until death parts you? My heart pounded, and for a moment, I couldn't speak. I was frozen, caught in a maelstrom of conflicting emotions. This was it, the moment where everything I had thought, everything I had believed, would come to a head. The reality of the situation crashed into me with a force I wasn't prepared for. My gaze locked onto Jacob's, and I felt the weight of the question hanging in the air. My mind screamed one thing: move on. Adelina, this is your future, your pack. Jacob's love is here, now right in front of you. But my heart still cried out for Maximus, the man who had left me behind, the man who I could never forget, despite the way he had broken me. The priest's confused gaze never left me. He cleared his throat and repeated the question, his voice tinged with desperation. Adelina MacArthur, do you accept Jacob Blake as your mate, to respect, support, and cherish him until death separates you? The silence stretched on, heavy and suffocating. The seconds ticked by like an eternity, and I could feel the weight of the entire room's eyes upon me. I couldn't think straight. This was the moment where my past and future collided. Would I choose to move on? Could I move on? My wolf, who had been silent for so long, suddenly spoke in my mind. You know what to do. You can't keep waiting. Jacob is your friend. He'll understand. And then, with a deep, shaky breath, I forced myself to speak. Yes, do, I finally managed, the words feeling strange on my tongue. But the moment I spoke then, something strange and unexplainable happened. A brilliant green light exploded between Jacob and me, blinding and blurring my vision. The force of the explosion sent us both flying backward, our bodies colliding with the ground. I felt the air leave my lungs as I hit the cold stone floor. Chaos erupted around me. Screams filled the air, and the crowd scattered in every direction. Some shouted that this was a curse from the goddess herself, while others covered their heads, trying to protect themselves from the strange explosion. But through the confusion, I lay there, motionless, my mind still reeling from what had just happened. What was this? What had I just witnessed? I didn't know. But as the world around me spiraled into panic, I could only lie there, trying to make sense of the surreal moment that had just shattered everything I thought I knew. Chapter 56 Eternal Hug Maximus POV. When I reached the temple, I realized it was already too late. The damage had been done. Adelina had accepted Jacob as her mate, and our goddess was enraged. Our bond had never been broken even if Adelina had rejected me. The bond itself still held, forbidding her from forming a new one. I had tried to warn her, but she had chosen to ignore me. The day of her initiation had also been a day of bondage, though she hadn't realized it. That night, without her knowing, I bound her to me in an ancient ritual under our goddess's watchful eye. Through sacred vows and songs, our souls were united for eternity. I confess it, I did it selfishly, not knowing then if I would ever truly accept her as my mate. Back then, I thought it was the only way to keep her close without marking her. Now I know it was wrong, a dishonorable act I've kept hidden from her. But back then, it was my desperate attempt to hold on to her. As I entered the temple, chaos surrounded me. Panicked voices, hurried footsteps, and the pervasive scent of fear filled the air. My senses sharpened as I scanned the area, my nose catching Adelina's scent sweet, intoxicating, and untainted by blood. Relief washed over me. She was unhurt. My feet carried me swiftly toward her, and then I saw them. Adelina lay on the ground, Jacob cradling her protectively. Their faces were mere inches apart. A deep, guttural roar erupted from within me, silencing the entire room. All eyes turned to me, paralyzed by fear. Everyone out, I commanded, my alpha tone reverberating through the temple. Within seconds, the room emptied, leaving only the three of us. I approached them, my fury barely contained. Jacob's defiance was evident in the way he held his ground, refusing to let go of her. "You out," I growled, directing my wrath at him. Jacob didn't flinch. He rose slowly, his gaze meeting mine with a resolve that tested my patience. "Or else what?" he challenged. He did not move an inch. It was clearly an act of defiance from him. He raised his head and looked at me intently. In his gaze, I could see anger and courage. Either he was so courageous that he was not afraid of me, or he had really a dead wish. Whatever it is, he is playing with my patience, and this will not work out for him. "It's better for you to go now," I told him in a menacing way. He remained motionless. I do not know if it was due to his beta instinct to protect his alpha or because of his love for Adelina that gave him the power to behave so provocatively and recklessly. I said, "Leave." I repeated to him furiously, using my royal authority, which affected him because he slowly stood up. "Or else what?" he challenged. "Do you dare challenge your king? Have you lost your mind?" "Beta," I snarled. "I will defend Adelina against anyone, even you. I admire your self-sacrifice and your faith to your alpha, but I am not her enemy. She isn't in danger from me," I explained in a calm tone. "I am not sure about it." He contradicted. "How dare you question me? I am her mate. I am the only one who really loves her," I told him with gritted teeth. "No, you are not the only one," he shamelessly admitted. I admired his courage but couldn't tolerate his insolence. Grabbing him by the neck, I lifted him off the ground. My fangs extended, and my claws dug into his skin. Just as I was about to end him, Adelina's rambling voice stopped me. "Please, Max, stop. Put him down now. I beg of you," she pleaded. Her voice pierced through my rage. Slowly, I released him, watching him crumple to the ground. She looked at me with anger and disappointment, the weight of her gaze heavier than any punishment. "Why are you here?" Adelina demanded, her voice cold. I need to speak with you, I replied, my tone softening. Her eyes flicked to Jacob, and I knew she was using their mind link. Only after a moment did he stand and leave us alone. I extended my hand to help her up. She hesitated, but eventually accepted it, sparks igniting where our skin touched. My heart ached with longing, but she quickly pulled her hand away and crossed her arms so. What do you want? She asked impatiently. Adelina, you cannot accept Jacob as your mate. I began. Her eyes narrowed. What have you done? I warned you. Haven't the messenger told you about the bond? I ignored him. She admitted. I thought it would let matter since we never completed it. You were wrong, I said flatly. I didn't ask for your opinion, she contradicted. It isn't just my opinion. These are the facts. Why are you always so aggressive with me? Why are you always so judgmental? Who do you think you are? Your opinion isn't always the most correct, I agree. I am not always right. Except most of the time, said Cock, ILY. You're right, she said, frustrated, and turned to go. I grabbed her hand, pulling her body towards me. She looked at me angrily. Where are you going? We haven't finished our conversation yet, I said. We don't have anything else to discuss, she said sternly. You have to understand. I am your mate. You cannot go and just marry another, I tried to reason. Oh, really? And where exactly have you been all this time? Mate, she asked, emphasizing the last word. I had responsibilities. Demons to fight. However, none of that stopped you from ruining my wedding. The wedding was doomed from the start. Adelina, you know that. Why now? She pressed. What do you want from me? You, I said simply. I've begun to claim what is mine. Her laughter was bitter. A year too late. You will always be my mate no matter how many years pass, are you kidding me? It was impossible for me to contact you for almost a year. And you come here on my wedding day to tell me that you want to claim me. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What's wrong with you? It wasn't easy for me. What it wasn't easy, Maximus. To be with your mate. To pick up and answer the damn phone. She exclaimed in frustration. I took a deep breath. My chest heavy with the weight of years I could no longer carry alone. Slowly, I laid my heart bare. Adelina, you have to understand where I'm coming from. I was raised under the iron fist of a despotic father, a man who twisted my view of the world and convinced me that having a mate was a curse, not a blessing. He drilled into me, day after day, year after year, that a mate only brings destruction, pain, loneliness, betrayal. Those were the words he associated with love. You can't imagine what it's like to grow up in a house where you're forced to hate yourself, to suppress every flicker of vulnerability because it's seen as a weakness. I wasn't allowed to feel. Any emotion I dared show was punished. So I buried it all, every fear, every hope, every dream, until I became a hollow version of myself. Ruthless, calculating. To my agent extraordinaire, mythical. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That's who I had to be to survive. For so long, I lived like that, trapped in a prison of my father's making, enduring a series of hollow, meaningless relationships. But then you came into my life. My mate, my other half. From the moment I first saw you, you captivated me. I couldn't look away. I couldn't stop thinking about you. And bringing you into my pack only deepened the spell you'd cast over me. Your strength, your sincerity, your dignity, your unshakable inner power, it was unlike anything I'd ever seen. Everything about you mesmerized me, but it also terrified me. I was raised to believe that mates are treacherous, that no matter how genuine they appear, their ultimate goal is betrayal. Those beliefs weren't easy to shake. Adelina, they were chains, forged in my father's lies, that bound me so tightly I didn't think I could ever break free. And yet, there you were, standing before me, the very embodiment of everything I'd been taught to fear. The hardest battle of my life wasn't fought with claws or teeth. It was fought within me, between my mind, poisoned by my father's teachings, and my heart, which saw the truth in you. For so long, I resisted, paralyzed by fear. But little by little, you shattered the walls I had built around myself. You made me see what I was blind to all along, that a mate doesn't destroy you, they complete you. They bring love, strength, and joy into your life. Adelina, it was you who saved me. You broke the chains that bound me to his madness. You gave me the courage to see the world as it truly is and to see myself as someone capable of love. She softened, her posture relaxing just slightly, but her eyes remained guarded. Even so, Maximus, you handled everything wrong. I know, I admitted, my voice low and defeated. But I couldn't stop there. I needed her to understand. I took a breath and continued. But you made mistakes too, Adelina. Mistakes that kept our bond from growing. Her eyes narrowed, sharpened, probing. What are you accusing me of now? I'm not accusing you of anything, I said firmly, holding her gaze. I'm just stating the truth. When I asked you to come back to me, to be my queen and Luna, you rejected it outright. You didn't even hesitate. You let your pride and your own desires take over. And you didn't give us all what we could have an honest chance. My words were steady, but I couldn't hide the frustration creeping into my tone. She bristled, her voice rising. That's not entirely true. Don't twist this, Maximus. It wasn't a heartfelt request from you, it was a command. Like it always is. You didn't ask me to stand beside you, you ordered me to fall in line. And I refused. I refused to be treated like I'm nothing. Her words hit me like a blow, but I held my ground. That's not fair, I countered, my tone steady but my chest tight. You know, I don't think of you as nothing. I've never thought of you that way. I respect you, Adelina. I've proved that, time and time again. Do you think it was easy for me to support you at the pack meeting? To stand by your ideas when so many in my pack were against them? Her expression faltered, a flicker of recognition crossing her face. Yes, you did, she admitted after a long pause, her voice softer now. You stood with me that day, and you'll never forget it. But that doesn't erase everything else. Maximus, it doesn't change how you always try to control me. It's suffocating. I exhaled slowly, her words slicing deeper than I cared to admit. The weight of everything unsaid pressed against my chest. I know I've made mistakes, Adelina, I said quietly, my voice laced with regret. For so many years, I was the one in control, the one who made all the decisions, who charted every course. That's the way I was taught to survive, the way I believed I had to lead. You must understand. It wasn't easy for me to change my ways. It still isn't. I paused, searching her eyes for any sign that she might truly hear me. But I want you to know this. Every decision I made, every move, every mistake, it wasn't out of indifference. It was because I was afraid. Afraid of losing you. Afraid of what it would mean if I failed you. Failed us. My voice faltered, but I pressed on, needing her to feel the truth in my words. Maybe I went about it all wrong. I admitted, the weight of my failure sinking into me. But it wasn't because I didn't care. It was because I cared too much. Too much to let you go. Too much to face a life without you in it. Her guard remained up, but something softened in her eyes, a flicker of understanding, of acknowledgement, even if it wasn't forgiveness. Her voice broke, trembling with pain and anger. I can't believe that everything you did was only because you were afraid of losing me. Her words sharp as blades. I was imprisoned, maltreated. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I was nothing to you, Maximus. Nothing. The accusations hit me like thunder, each word striking at my core. I swallowed hard, my throat dry, my heart hammering against my ribs. Adelina, I began, my voice barely above a whisper. You were never nothing to me. Not once. I know I failed, you know. I betrayed you by the way I treated you, and there's no excuse for that. None. But please, believe me when I tell you, it was because I didn't value you. It was because I didn't know how to show it. So, you decided to disappear from my life and cut off all communication with me when I didn't follow your plan. Her voice sharp with accusation. I gave you time. I replied evenly, though the frustration simmered beneath my words. Time to think, to realize your decision was wrong. You belong to the drive aka Pact. You are our Walloon and our queen, but your ego won't let you see that. Oh, how full of you. She shot back, her tone ripping with sarcasm. And now, you've only returned to ruin my wedding. This wedding was doomed from the start. I retorted, my voice rising with conviction, because you chose to go against our nature, against the sacred laws that bind us. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Blame me for everything, as always, she snapped. The big, bad alpha is never wrong and only comes to impose his will on his people. You know that's not who I am. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice softening. I'm here because I want you. I'm not leaving you again. In asking for one last chance to prove that I can be the mate you deserve. I looked into her eyes, hoping she could see the sincerity in mine. Every word I spoke came from the depths of my soul. Why should I do that? She asked coldly, her icy demeanor cutting into me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Searching for the right words. Please, give me the opportunity to show you how much you mean to me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice breaking with defeat. I don't have time to waste, she replied, her tone laced with arrogance, yet there was something in her eyes, a flicker of uncertainty. 2 months, I pleaded. That's all I'm asking for. If in those 2 months, I can't prove my love to you, I'll leave. You'll never have to see me again. She studied me skeptically, her expression unreadable. I held my breath, waiting for her response, hoping against hope she would give me the chance I so desperately needed. Who guarantees me that when the 2 months are up, you won't go back to being the old, dead Maximus? Her voice filled with skepticism. I've shown you many times that I have good sides. 2, I replied earnestly, that I love and respect you, and that we can be happy together if only you'll give me the chance. A heavy silence fell between us. Adelina stared at me, her eyes searching mine as though trying to discern if my words were genuine. So, I asked, my voice breaking the stillness. I was desperate, clinging to the hope that she would agree. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Then, she said at last, her tone reluctant yet resolute. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Hardly daring to believe it. You have 2 months, she said firmly. This is your last chance. Don't blow it. With that, she stood up and left, leaving me with a mix of relief and the weight of her ultimatum. The following week, I wasted no time. I sent her gifts, flowers, and visited her pack almost every day. Despite a demanding schedule, I made sure to carve out time for her. Romantic dinners, movie nights, picnics, weekend getaways, anything to show her how much she meant to me. As the days passed, I began to notice subtle changes in her demeanor. Though guarded, she started to soften. Her smiles came more easily, her laughter felt genuine, and her gaze lingered a little longer. It was clear I was slowly winning her favor, but I didn't allow myself to grow complacent. This was my last chance to win her back, and I was going to blow it. After 5 months, we were out for a romantic dinner, but this night was unlike the others. It was special important. Tonight, I planned to ask Adelina to accept my mark. The balcony where we dined had been transformed for the occasion. Soft candlelight illuminated the space, casting a warm, golden glow. Small candles surrounded us, and a beautiful bouquet of flowers adorned the center of our table. Two tall candles flanked the arrangement, their flickering flames dancing in the gentle night breeze. The warm air carried the promise of summer, adding to the intimate atmosphere. We had just started eating a perfectly prepared seafood dish when I reached into my jacket and pulled out a small velvet box. Without a word, I placed it in front of her plate. Adelina froze mid-bite, her eyes darting to the box before locking onto mine. Surprise flickered in her expression, mingled with curiosity. "Open it," I urged softly. She hesitated for only a moment before taking the box into her hands. Slowly, she lifted the lid. Her eyes widened as they landed on the ring inside, gold, with a stunning emerald diamond that caught the light and shimmered brilliantly. "Well, it's beautiful," she exclaimed, her voice brimming with happiness. "You like it?" My heart racing as I gave her a wide smile. "It's for you." "For me, why?" Though her smile betrayed her. She knew what this meant, but I could tell she wanted to hear it from me. "Take it, a symbol of my love, my devotion, and my intention to share my life with you," I told her sincerely, my voice steady but filled with hope. "I'm really out of words," she stammered, excitement and emotion lighting up her face. "I don't know what to say." "Just say yes," I suggested, flashing her a wide, hopeful smile. For a moment, she said nothing, her eyes avoiding mine as she stared at the ring. The silence stretched, and my heart began to pound. Doubt crept in, tightening its grip on me. What if she said no? What if, despite everything, I hadn't convinced her to share her life with me? The thought sent my hopes spiraling downward. "Yes," Adelina whispered at last, her voice soft but sure. Then, she lifted her gaze to meet mine, her lips curling into a radiant, toothy smile. Relief and joy surged through me. I stood quickly, crossing to her side and pulling her into a tight embrace. Unable to contain my happiness, I lifted her off the ground, spinning her slightly as laughter bubbled between us. In that moment, we were both overcome with joy, our shared happiness filling the air around us. For the first time, I truly understood what it felt like to be happy. We kissed, deeply and passionately, until we had to stop to catch our breaths. Even then, we stayed wrapped in each other's arms, neither of us wanting to let go. Eventually, we returned to our seat, though the smiles never left our faces as we continued our meal. It was the first time in my life I felt truly safe, light and happy. These were feelings I'd locked away deep in my heart for years, but now they had been set free. I leaned closer, bringing my lips to her ear, and whispered, "I love you." She froze for a moment, her eyes wide with surprise as she turned to face me. Clearly, she hadn't expected to hear those words from me ever. But then, her expression softened, and she gave me a smile unlike any I'd ever seen before. It was the sweetest, most genuine smile, full of love and warmth. Gently, I cupped her cheek with one hand, letting my thumb brush against her soft skin. My other arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her closer. Adelina leaned into my touch, her eyes fluttering closed as she savored the moment. I continued to stroke her hair and caress her cheek, marveling at how natural it felt to hold her like this. For the first time in a long time, I allowed myself to be vulnerable, to let love in. The heat of her body against mine melted every defense I had left. I couldn't resist her anymore. Pulling her closer, I hugged her tightly, pressing her against me as though I never wanted to let her go. My lips found hers, and then her neck, her cheeks, her collarbone. I kissed her with all the passion I had held inside, as if it was the last time I would see her, as if there was no tomorrow. After finishing our meal, we retreated to my bedroom. The air was charged with an unspoken tension, thick with desire and longing. I began undressing her slowly, my lips trailing kisses over every inch of her exposed skin. Her body trembled beneath my touch, her soft gaps fueling my need for her. I wanted her desperately. No, I needed her. Like the earth needs rain, like the night needs the moon. As my arousal grew, my fangs emerged, sharp and ready. I paused, looking into her eyes, silently asking for her permission. She smiled gently, her expression full of trust, and closed her eyes, tilting her head slightly to the side. She exposed her neck to me, the ultimate gesture of surrender. I brushed her hair aside and brought my lips to her neck. Drive AKO. My wolf surfaced, his presence a fiery force within me. I begged him to be gentle with her. Our mate. He growled in response, scolding me but agreeing. Relinquishing control, I stepped back into my mind, letting Drive AKO take over as I watched from within. And then it happened. I marked her. My fangs pierced her skin gently but firmly, sealing our bond. The sensation was beyond anything I'd ever experienced. A surge of electricity coursed through me, raw and primal, connecting us in a way I hadn't imagined possible. Green light enveloped us, swirling and glowing as waves of unimaginable energy pulsed through our bodies. It was overwhelming yet euphoric, as though the universe itself was celebrating this sacred act. I could feel our bond growing stronger with every passing second, tying us together in a way that was unbreakable. Adelina's body trembled against mine, but not from fear, from the sheer power of our union. I held her close, marveling at the intensity of the moment. Marking her was just an act of love, it was a lifetime experience, sacred and profound. I had never imagined it could be this powerful. Now, she was truly mine, and I was hers, bound by love, devotion, and something far greater than either of us could fully comprehend. Third-person POV, from that day forward, Maximus and Adelina were inseparable. Adelina entrusted the leadership of the Crescent Moon Pact to Jacobin, moved to the Drive AKO Pack, embracing her role as Luna and the rightful queen of all werewolves. Maximus learned to value her perspective and sought her advice in every matter of importance. They promised to set their egos aside, committing to a relationship built on mutual understanding. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, and respect. They didn't always succeed. There were moments of struggle, as in any partnership, but what mattered was their unwavering dedication to one another. They both gave their hearts fully to making their bond strong and enduring. As a united pair, they ruled the kingdom with fairness and wisdom. Their reign became a golden era marked by peace, prosperity, and development. Under their leadership, the packs thrived, finding ways to coexist harmoniously and grow together. Most of their subjects were content, their lives enriched by the stability and hope their rulers brought to the kingdom. Through it all, Maximus and Adelina faced every challenge side by side, their bond a testament to the power of love, understanding, and perseverance. Alex remained ever the ladies' man, charming and carefree. He never found his mate. Perhaps he didn't search hard enough, or perhaps it simply wasn't meant to be. Mari's story unfolded differently. She found her mate shortly after Jacob's visit to the Drive AKO Pack. His name was Eric, the Gamma of the Crescent Moon Pack. Despite Adelina's efforts to persuade them to stay in the Drive AKO Pack, Marissa chose to join Eric in his pack. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She formed close friendships with Stella and Jacob's new mate, a female from the Blue Moon Pack whom Jacob met during his visit. Astonishingly, she was his second chance mate, an unexpected gift from the moon goddess herself, ever watchful and just in her designs for her children. 2 years into their reign, Maximus and Adelina welcomed their first child, a beautiful baby boy named Augustus. He was the spitting image of his mother, with her live frame, brown hair, and striking blue eyes. Yet in character, he was unmistakably his father's son, strong-willed, intelligent, and capable, with an innate sense of leadership. When Augustus was 5, another blessing graced the Drive-AKO family, a daughter named Oriana. She was a vision of beauty, with hair as black as the night and eyes as luminous as the moon. But it was just her looks that captured hearts. Oriana was honest, kind, and deeply compassionate, a reflection of her mother's virtues. As the years passed, Augustus rose to become the next alpha of the Drive-AKO family and eventually ascended to the throne as king. Like his father, he proved himself a formidable leader, prevailing in conflicts and securing peace for the kingdom. Oriana, on the other hand, followed a path less traveled. She became the first female alpha to lead her pack independently, never relying on her mate to assume control. Through sheer determination and skill, she held her position until her death, proving that a woman could lead as fiercely and effectively as any man. Inspired by her trailblazing example, many firstborn daughters of alphas began to claim leadership of their packs, ushering in a new era of equality and empowerment across the kingdom. With Oriana's legacy blazing the trail and Augustus ruling with strength and wisdom, the kingdom entered an age of balance and progress, a testament to the enduring strength of family, enthusiasm, and the will to challenge tradition. Maximus and Adelina managed to live a life full of happiness, challenges, and unforgettable moments. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was Maximus and Adelina, calm and uneventful were never words to describe them. They thrived in the ebb and flow of life's ups and downs, their fiery personalities ensuring that no day was ever dull. Yet through every twist and turn, every triumph and setback, they remained unwavering in their support for one another. They embraced every opportunity and faced every problem together, their bond growing stronger with each passing year. Their love was not just a fleeting passion, but a profound connection, enduring and unbreakable. It was a bond as strong as the tightest embrace, an embrace that held fast through eternity. The end. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.